Chapter 1. Transcendence to Divinity. In the kingdom of Wei, within Kaiyang Prefecture and Sichuan County, Zhonglin opened his eyes to a shimmering vista. Sunlight streamed through the water's surface, casting a radiant glow into the river below, yet the depths remained shrouded in darkness, allowing even the sun's rays to penetrate no further. Hiss! Am I alive? Or am I dead? Neither? So I have transcended. A tumult of memories surged forth, and Zhonglin could only passively accept the reality of his newfound existence. In his previous life, Zhonglin had perished while attempting to save a drowning girl on his way home from work, his memories suspended in the murky depths of the water. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. Wait a minute. I drowned before transcending, so why am I still in the water now? If I were to drown again, would that not render my transcendence meaningless? Zhonglin struggled fervently, yet no matter how he attempted to extricate himself from the depths, he remained ensnared. Gradually, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. How could he breathe underwater? Zhonglin calmed himself and sifted through the memories in his mind, but the answers he uncovered only deepened his frown. The good news is, I have become a deity. The bad news is, I am a mere wild god, just awakening to consciousness. The celestial path does not recognize me. The dynasty forbids me, and I may very well be exterminated by the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. The Great Way had established itself for 3 millennia, unifying the Central Plains and dividing the world into 36 paths. Each path was managed by over 10 prefectures and counties. Furthermore, they had conferred titles upon rivers and mountains nationwide, appointing them as water gods and mountain gods to ensure favorable weather for the Great Way. While this measure gradually led to national stability and peace, it also gave rise to occurrences of malevolent mountain gods and lecherous cults. Therefore, any entity not recognized by the celestial path and unapproved by the Great Way was deemed a wild god and subject to extermination by the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. It was said that the Bureau's dragon-slaying platform could even dispatch the 4 seas dragon kings. At present, Zhonglin was merely the river god of the meandering Chu River beside Sichuan County, born of wild divinity. He had only just become a wild god, his powers feeble, and the Heavenly Inspection Bureau had yet to notice him. However, as long as he remained a wild god, the Bureau would not let him go unscathed. If discovered, they would not entertain his defenses. He would undoubtedly face annihilation. At that point, it would be a case of soul scattering and death beyond death. The Celestial Path's recognition is akin to bureaucratic employment, while the Great White's endorsement is akin to a career position. But here I am, a mere rat crossing the street. Zhonglin lamented, tears unwept. As he pondered how to save himself, a vivid scene suddenly materialized in his mind. An old fisherman knelt by the Chu River, lighting 3 sticks of incense and pressing them to his forehead, humbly bowing thrice towards the river's surface while beseeching, I implore you, River Lord, grant us smooth sailing on our fishing expedition and a bountiful catch. Beside the old fisherman stood a young man who impatiently urged, Father, why must you always pay homage to this Chu River god before every fishing trip? Has it ever brought you luck? Buying incense is just a waste of money. At this, the old fisherman, named Wu Xiao, changed his expression and sternly admonished, Xiao Shi, do not disrespect the river lord. If you anger him, it would be a minor issue. If we fail to catch fish, we may not even return safely. Wu Xiao Shi huffed in response, clearly dismissing his father's words. In his view, their family's successful fishing was solely due to their own skills, with no connection to a river lord they had never even seen. Once Wu Xiao finished his prayers, he beckoned to Wu Xiao Shi. Let us set sail. We have not caught a big fish in 3 days. We must try deeper waters this time. The Chu River, adjacent to Sichuan County, spanned 10 zhong wide and was teeming with aquatic life. The Wu family made their living by fishing in Sichuan County. Before long, Wu Xiao Shi propelled their small boat towards the deeper waters. Wu Xiao stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the river's surface. He relied on years of experience to discern where they might catch more fish. As Zhonglin observed the unfolding scene in his mind, he felt an extraordinary connection, as though the entire Chu River had become an extension of himself. He could sense, to some degree, all that transpired along the river and its banks. When Wu De concluded his prayers, several lines of small text suddenly appeared before Zhonglin's eyes. Incense value, 3. Name, Zhonglin. Identity, river god wild. Domain, Chu River. Cultivation method, none. Divine powers, none. Spells, dream induction, water control. Incense value, 3. Win the world. What purpose does this incense value serve? Noticing that the only spell with a plus sign was water control, Zhonglin promptly attempted to activate it. In the next instant, his 3 points of incense value were depleted. By consuming 3 points of incense value, the spell water control evolved into the spell water manipulation. If the water control spell could merely alter the direction of the water flow, the water manipulation spell could raise waves of a meter high. This was a transformative change. Zhonglin had been worried about how to ensure his own safety, but now with this newfound ability, circumstances had taken a turn for the better. In high spirits, Zhonglin focused his thoughts and leisurely followed behind Wu De and Wu Xiao Shi's fishing boat. The incense value he had just acquired was entirely thanks to Wu Da's faith. He must protect this follower. With that thought, Zhonglin utilized a bit of his divine power to summon all the fish in the surrounding waters towards Wu Da's boat. On the fishing boat, Wu De was becoming increasingly desperate in his search for fish. Half the day had passed, and they had yet to find a suitable spot to cast their nets. If they failed to find any fish, the family would have nothing to eat but the wind. At that moment, Wu De suddenly sensed a large school of fish gathering beneath the boat. Ecstatic, he shouted, "Xiao Shi, quickly cast the net, a school of fish is coming." Wu Xiao Shi was equally elated, swiftly retrieving their fishing net and casting it with all his might. The net unfurled in midair and fell into the water. Wu Xiao Shi felt a sudden heaviness in his hands. "Father, we are sure to catch a lot of fish this time. I can barely hold on." Wu Xiao Shi exclaimed excitedly. Wu De, equally beaming, hurried to assist his son in pulling up the net. This catch was worth an entire day's labor. "It must be the river lord who has heard our prayers and sent us this bounty." Wu Da's face radiated joy. He clearly saw that there had been no fish around them moments ago. The appearance of this school of fish was so sudden it could only be attributed to the river lord's blessing. Wu Xiao Shi did not refute Wu Da's claim. He was too busy preparing to cast the second net. Incense value, 3. Zhonglin once again received an increase in incense value. It turned out that it was not solely through offerings that one could gain incense value. What mattered most was the sincerity of belief. Wu De undoubtedly held a profound faith in the river lord of the Chu River. Zhonglin's acquisition of incense value coincided with Wu Da's family reaping a bountiful catch-all, true win-win. As Wu Xiao Shi busily cast and retrieved nets, a shadowy figure stealthily approached the fishing boat from beneath the water. When Wu Xiao Shi moved to the edge of the boat to prepare for a third cast, a dark hand suddenly sprang from the depths, grasping his ankle with a vice-like grip. "What is that?" Wu Xiao Shi screamed. A tremendous force yanked him into the water. By the time Wu De realized what was happening, there was no trace of Wu Xiao Shi left on the boat. "Xiao Shi, where are you?" Wu De anxiously shouted from the side of the boat, where his son had vanished. All he could see were splashes in the water, but no sign of his son. Panic enveloped Wu De. Wu Xiao Shi was his only son. He could not afford to lose him. Splash! Wu De knelt on the boat, bowing his head in prayer. "River Lord, please save my son. He has offended you in the past. If you seek retribution, let it fall upon me, but spare my son." "No. When did I ever bring retribution upon your son?" Zhonglin felt unjustly accused. His mood soured. He summoned his divine power, swiftly turning to swim towards the submerged Wu Xiao Shi. At that moment, Wu Xiao Shi was still struggling. However, a dark hand clutched his ankle with an unyielding grip, relentlessly dragging him toward the river bottom. As Wu Xiao Shi neared despair, believing he was destined to perish here, a mysterious and thunderous voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Who dares to wreak havoc in the Chu River? Is that a water monkey? Vile creature, how dare you act so brazenly? Release him at once." Chapter 2. The Temple Construction. Water Manipulation Spell. A torrent of water surged from the riverbed, crashing against the black claw that clutched Wu Xiao Shi. The claw crumpled as if crushed by an unseen force. Putrid black blood spread through the water. That claw was presumably rendered useless. Even as a wild god, Zhang Lin was still a deity. How could a mere vile creature compare? Ga. The piercing, shrill cries echoed, sending chills down Wu Xiao Shi's spine. Then he felt the grip on his ankle loosen. A water monkey, covered in black fur, emerged from behind Wu Xiao Shi, grimacing in pain. Wu Xiao Shi was horrified. It was indeed a water monkey. Zhang Lin's expression darkened. Water monkeys were known for their insatiable appetite for human flesh, cunning and vengeful in nature. With such a creature stirring up trouble, who would dare approach the Chu River? Vile creature, where do you think you're going? Zhang Lin summoned his divine power once more, unleashing another water manipulation spell towards the water monkey. The water monkey had only taken a glancing blow. Though it should have been agile in the water, it was unable to evade this time. In a desperate attempt, the water monkey twisted its body, using the now injured black claw to fend off the oncoming spell. Splash! The black claw was torn clean off, and the water monkey howled in agony. It turned its gaze back with fierce intensity towards the direction of Zhang Lin, its crimson eyes brimming with animosity. Instinctively, it sensed that the creature which had wounded it twice must be lurking in that direction. However, Zhang Lin, as the river god of Chu Shui, was composed entirely of magical essence, making it temporarily impossible for him to manifest before others. Thus, neither Wu Xiao Shi nor the water monkey could perceive his presence. Without a backward glance, the water monkey swiftly darted away, vanishing in the depths of the river in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for Zhang Lin's identity as the river god, it would have gone unnoticed. At that moment, the water monkey summoned every ounce of strength to escape, covering several zhang in mere moments. Zhang Lin glanced at Wu Xiao Shi, who was nearly out of breath, and ultimately chose not to pursue the water monkey. It is merely a vile creature as long as it remains within the waters of Chu Shui. I shall undoubtedly find it, he proclaimed. First, let's elevate this man to safety. Zhang Lin channeled his magical energy, lifting Wu Xiao Shi's body with the river water and bringing him to the surface. Wu was still on the fishing boat, bowing and apologizing, when suddenly the water erupted with a cacophony. He lifted his gaze to the river's surface. In the next instant, a wave over a meter high surged forth, crashing Wu Xiao Shi back onto the boat. Wu De hurriedly approached to check on his son's condition. Cough, cough, cough. Father? Wu Xiao Shi sputtered out mouthfuls of river water, gradually regaining consciousness. Wu De, overcome with emotion, wept bitterly as he embraced Wu Xiao Shi. My son, how could you have shown such disrespect to the river god? Just now, the river god's wrath nearly took you away. From now on, we must not engage in such foolishness again. Hearing his father's words, Wu Xiao Shi recalled the events that had transpired and quickly exclaimed, Father, it was not the river god's anger. A water monkey dragged me down. As he spoke, Wu Xiao Shi lifted his right foot, revealing a blackish-purple handprint floating before them, its fingers elongated and menacing. Wu De gasped in astonishment. My son, that water monkey is exceedingly cunning beneath the water, possessing remarkable swimming abilities. Most people would surely perish if dragged down. How did you manage to escape? A mysterious voice echoed in Wu Xiao Shi's mind, reminiscent of an ethereal roar. It was the river god who saved me. I witnessed the river god intervene and shatter one of that vile creature's limbs. It fled for its life. Wu Xiao Shi spoke with trepidation, recalling the harrowing scene. He felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of nearly becoming a ghost of the river. Upon hearing his son's account, Wu De pulled Wu Xiao Shi to kneel at the bow of the boat. Quick, bow to the river god. If you had perished today, how could your father possibly live on? From this day forth, you must never again show disrespect to the river god. This time, Wu Xiao Shi did not challenge his father's words, but obediently knelt down and offered 3 respectful bows. Incense value 10. Not far away, Zhang Lin observed the incense value he had received and nodded in satisfaction. The father and son had contributed nearly 20 points of incense value throughout the day. Zhonglin felt hopeful for the future. After completing their bows, Wu Di said, "Xiao Shi, we have already caught quite a number of fish today. Let us return home at once." Wu Xiao Shi nodded in agreement. Should that water monkey return, they might find themselves in grave danger. The two did not dare to delay and quickly maneuvered the fishing boat back to shore. Before departing, they again offered their respects to the Chu Shui River before turning away. On this occasion, Zhang Lin did not receive any incense value. It seemed that one could not repeatedly profit from the same two sheep. He needed to devise a way to attract more followers to his cause. While such bold actions might draw the attention of the Bureau of Astronomy, the incense value could enhance his power. Otherwise, he would be left waiting for death. Zhang Lin gazed at the newly appeared plus sign behind the dream induction spell and decisively clicked on it. Spending 10 points of incense value, the spell of dream induction evolved into the spell of dream conveyance. Dream induction allowed Zhang Lin to enter the dreams of mortals, merely observing without the ability to act. Dream conveyance, however, enabled him to construct dreams for mortals at his will, allowing for complete freedom of action. If I had sufficient incense value, could this dream conveyance spell eventually reach the point of killing within dreams? Zhang Lin pondered, excitement coursing through him. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The common folk had little in the way of evening entertainment and retired early to bed. The Wu family of Qing Shui village was no exception. Wu Da and his wife, Wu Pe, occupied the west room, while their son, Wu Xiao Shi, and daughter-in-law, Xiao Xia, resided in the east room. Now, the family awaited the arrival of their grandson from daughter-in-law Xiao Xia, truly embodying the joy of 3 generations living together. This was considered an exceedingly happy family among ordinary people. After a long day's labor and the distress of nearly losing his son, Wu De soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Wu De found himself walking upon the surface of a vast river. This river bore a striking resemblance to the Chu Shui, but was unimaginably larger. As Wu De surveyed his surroundings, a voice, ethereal and resonant as a great bell, echoed in his ears. Wu De. The voice held an authority that sent tremors through his very being. Who calls me? Wu De responded, bewildered. It is I. A figure materialized upon the river's surface, gradually rising in stature. In the blink of an eye, it soared skyward, as if piercing the very heavens. The figure donned a flowing azure robe, and long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. With an ethereal presence and noble demeanor, the figure's face was obscured by a veil of mist, rendering its features indistinct. Yet, Wu De instinctively felt that this countenance must possess unparalleled beauty and grace. Having never witnessed such a scene, Wu De hastily knelt upon the ground, pressing his forehead to the earth, too awestruck to raise his gaze, and respectfully uttered, "The old man greets the great deity. Greetings, great deity. Wu De, you visited me only today. How could you have forgotten?" The figure before him was none other than Zhang Lin, having entered the realm of dreams. Should he not make himself appear somewhat impressive? Otherwise, how could he convince anyone? Wu Da's face flashed with astonishment as he exclaimed, You are the Lord of the River." "Indeed, it is I," Wu Da respectfully replied. "I'm deeply grateful, Lord of the River, for saving my son today. May I inquire why you have summoned this humble old man at such an hour? Please enlighten me." Pleased by Wu Da's demeanor, Zhang Lin nodded appreciatively. "I desire for you to construct a temple dedicated to me by the banks of the Chu Shui River. From now on, any fisherman who sets sail from this river must first offer 3 incense sticks at the temple, and I shall ensure they return with bountiful catches. In return, I will grant your family the largest fish from your catches henceforth." Wu Da felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the Lord of the River's promise, his family would surely never face hunger again. As for the prohibition set by the Astronomical Bureau against erecting temples for local deities, Wu Da, an ordinary commoner, knew not of such matters. He only understood that the Lord of the River was benevolent, having just saved his son, and now sought to improve their lives. This humble old man shall faithfully carry out your command. Lord of the River, very well. Go. Zhang Lin waved his hand that Wu Da awoke with a start, his movements so vigorous that they roused the slumbering Wu Pa beside him. Old fool, Why are you making such a racket at this hour? Wu Pa grumbled. Wu Da's eyes sparkled with excitement. He still vividly recalled the events of his dream and was convinced that all that had transpired was indeed real. What do you understand? I have just received the Lord of the River's decree. I shall build a temple for him tomorrow. From now on, the Lord of the River will bless my family with endless fish. Chapter 3. The water monkeys attack. The following morning, Wu Da rose early, pulling Wu Xiao Shi along to measure land by the banks of the Chushui River. Some fishermen from the same county, preparing to set out for their catch, happened upon the unusual sight of the two and curiously inquired, "Uncle Wu, why are you here instead of fishing? Are you planning to let your family starve?" Wu Da's weathered face, marked by deep wrinkles from sun and wind, broke into a proud smile as he declared, "Last night, I received the Lord of the River's command. I am here to erect a temple for him. The Lord of the River assured me that as long as we come to pay our respects before each fishing trip and offer 3 incense sticks, he guarantees our boats will return laden with fish. Who won? You needn't go fishing anymore. Come help us." Wu Da, being a warm-hearted man, thought it only fair to extend the benefits of the Lord of the River's promise to his fellow fishermen. However, Hu Wan scoffed, "Uncle Wu, have you lost your wits? The River Lord is an old tale passed down by your generation. We young folk have never seen him. Surely you could find a more believable excuse for your folly? Xiao Shi, why are you joining your father in this nonsense? Come with me. I've recently discovered a spot teeming with fish." With that, Huan beckoned the industrious Wu Xiao Shi to accompany him. The youth, including Huan, were all from Sichuan County and had little faith in the existence of any river lord. To their surprise, Wu Xiao Shi shook his head resolutely and said, "Brother Huan, my father speaks the truth. Just yesterday, I was dragged into the river by a water monkey and nearly drowned. Thankfully, the Lord of the River appeared and saved my life." Huan frowned. "Xiao Shi, why do you believe such nonsense? I kindly offer to take you fishing, and you repay me with tall tales. You can wait here for your river lord to show himself. I'm off to catch fish." With that, Huan pushed off in his fishing boat, mocking the Wu father and son for their apparent madness. Wu Da and Wu Xiao Shi continued their diligent work in Sichuan County upon hearing the news. Several elderly folk came to lend a hand, while the younger generation scoffed at the notion. 3 days later, after much effort, the temple dedicated to the Lord of the River was completed by the banks of the Chushui River. Although constructed from mud bricks, Wu Da and his companions poured their utmost care into its creation, making it quite presentable. Inside the temple stood a stone statue, about a person's height, perfectly resembling the figure Wu Da had seen in his dream. Yet, like the apparition, it bore no face. This statue was carved from the last of Wu Da's savings, and though it lacked the spirit of the divine, it would suffice for their needs that moment. Wu Da stood before the statue, holding 3 incense sticks aloft in front of the gathered crowd. Behind him, the elderly from Sichuan County gazed on with a hint of reverence, while the younger ones wore expressions of derision. Eager to witness the spectacle, Huan and his companions laughed and jeered. "I hear Wu Da has emptied his savings to build this temple. He has grown increasingly foolish with age." Ignoring their taunts, Wu Da knelt respectfully before the statue, calling out, "This humble old man has established this temple at the behest of the Lord of the River. Today, the temple is complete, and I pay my respects to the Lord." As the temple was completed, Zhang Lin sensed the moment and appeared by the Chushui River. "I did not expect Wu Da to act so swiftly. With the temple established, gathering incense offerings will be far more convenient. But first, I must ensure these people believe in my existence." With a grand flourish of his hand, the waters of the Chushui River surged, sending waves crashing and countless large fish leaping from the depths in a spectacular display. "Look, what is that?" someone exclaimed, noticing the commotion on the river's surface. As all eyes turned to the river, they beheld the magnificent sight of fish leaping from the water. "What enormous fish! I have never seen such size before. Such large fish must dwell in the depths of the river. We have always feared venturing there. Wait, those sizable fish! 3 days ago, I saw Wu Da's family catch fish of this size." A reminder struck them, and they recalled that Wu Da's family had indeed caught such fish, fetching a handsome price and drawing envy from many. Suddenly, the river parted, revealing a path wide enough for a person to walk. Though the riverbed remained concealed, the crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to voice their astonishment. Though their eyes beheld nothing tangible, they felt a presence stepping forth from the water, an otherworldly spectacle. Zhang Lin, using his powers, parted the river and stepped onto the banks, manifesting his form present. His powers were insufficient to fully emerge. With a flick of his finger, he directed a surge of magic into the statue. Though the statue showed no outward change to the onlookers, it transformed from an ordinary object into something imbued with divine essence. The River Lord has manifested. The River Lord has manifested. The elders all fell to their knees, shouting in fervent devotion. The younger ones exchanged glances, unsure how to react, overwhelmed by the extraordinary events unfolding before them. "Brother Huan, should we kneel too?" one asked at Huan, with a defiant expression, insisted. "Kneel for what? Even if the River Lord truly exists, what difference does it make? Will kneeling fill our bellies?" No sooner had Huan spoken, a great wave crashed upon the shore, bringing forth the very fish that had leaped from the water moments before. "Fish, the Lord of the River has manifested and granted us fish." At this, both the elders and the youth could no longer contain themselves, dropping to their knees in reverence, then rushing forward to claim the fish. Watching the incense offerings soar, Zhang Lin was filled with exhilaration. Soon, all the fish had been snatched up. Though the quantity appeared plentiful, each person received only 1 or 2 fish, yet each weighed 4 to 5 pounds. Bringing smiles of delight to their faces, Wu Da received the largest catch, a hefty 10-pound fish. Huan felt a burning shame wash over him. He had just claimed that the River Lord could not fill their bellies, only for the next moment to see the River Lord bestowing fish upon them. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and fear, he wondered if the River Lord would hold a grudge against him. Unable to bear the weight of his conscience any longer, he dropped to his knees and began to fervently bow. Zhang Lin, taken aback by the unexpected bounty, cast a pleased glance at W, and as the excitement settled, Wu Dao addressed the crowd. "Fellow villagers, the Lord of the River has promised that as long as we pay homage daily, we shall catch fish every day. Let us not forget." Instantly, someone laughed heartily. "How could I forget? I wouldn't forget this even if I forgot to find my wife." This remark sent the crowd into fits of laughter. "Now, let us set sail to fish," with Wu Da's commanding shout. The group of fishermen, who relied on the water for their livelihood, became invigorated and swiftly set out in their boats to fish. Before long, they discovered the truth in Wu Da's words. Every net they cast yielded fish, not in abundance, but sufficient to sustain their daily needs, no longer reliant on mere luck for their meals. Zhang Lin, observing the 200 incense points he had accumulated today, proceeded to evolve his abilities. He expended 100 points to transform the spell of water manipulation into the spell of the water dragon spear. Another 100 points were consumed to evolve the dream summoning spell into the soul dream kill. This time, Zhang Lin had developed 2 formidable techniques. The soul dream kill, in particular, targeted the mind, capable of ensnaring the unwary. While Zhang Lin reveled in his newfound power, a sudden cry pierced the air from afar that a fishing boat had capsized on the river, and screams erupted around it. Something from beneath the river had overturned the vessel. "I saw a one-armed water monkey. Quick, check if anyone is missing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's heart filled with rage. It was undoubtedly the same water monkey. He had previously severed one of its arms, returning to wreak havoc once more. This was his territory, and he would not allow any intruder to disturb his peace. This time, he could not let this vile creature escape. Zhang Lin summoned his magical energy, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the riverbed where the fishing boat had capsized. In the dim depths of the river, a water monkey bared its teeth, glaring menacingly at the fleet of fishing boats above. It had only one arm left, having just managed to capsize a boat, but due to its severe injuries, its speed was hampered, and it failed to capture anyone to drag down, ultimately toiling in vain. Now, desperate to consume a human to heal its wounds, instinctively swallowed as it eyed the silhouettes above, the water monkey prepared to strike again. A surge of water behind it coalesced into a spear. The water dragon's spear, the spear shot forth, aimed directly at the monkey's throat. A lethal intent surged toward the water monkey's crown. The creature, caught off guard by the sudden attack, narrowly evaded the fatal strike by twisting its neck just in time. The spear pierced through flesh and foul. Black blood began to seep into the water. With a fierce roar, the water monkey howled in pain, its agony igniting its ferocity. Zhang Lin was astonished, despite the monkey's evasive maneuver. The amount of blood it lost should have incapacitated it. Moreover, its crimson eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Lin's position, as if it could see him clearly. Had it transformed into a demon? The water monkey had completed its metamorphosis at the brink of death, from a mere beast to a demon, albeit just at the onset of its transformation. This shift marked a change in its life essence. Now a demon could perceive Zhang Lin, and its demon-imbued attacks would surely be capable of injuring him. The water monkey's visage twisted with rage, its body swelling to twice its size. It turned in the water and lunged at Zhang Lin, brandishing its sharp fangs and claws. Despite its grievous wounds, it instinctively knew that if it could devour the one who had ambushed it, not only would its injuries heal, but its power would also surge. Sensing the murderous intent, Zhang Lin's thoughts grew increasingly calm, his own killing intent lying in wait, ready to strike. As the water monkey lunged forward, Zhang Lin executed a ruthlessly precise kick aimed at the creature's underbelly. The water monkey let out a wretched cry, its eyes bulging in shock, nearly popping from their sockets as it clutched its groin, its legs clamping together. But that was not the end, as the monkey howled in agony. The second water dragon spear was already prepared, poised to pierce its skull. With a resounding thud, the water monkey's head burst apart like a ripe melon. A green orb tumbled from the shattered remnants of its skull. Zhang Lin exhaled a breath of stagnant air, holding the orb in his hand, which inexplicably merged into his being. Incense points 20 could slaying demons also yield incense points. This was fortuitous. The methods of acquiring incense points were now more varied. Zhang Lin mused, that moment. A wisp of black light erupted from the water monkey's remains. Zhang Lin instinctively dodged, yet could not escape. The black light infiltrated his body. The next instant, a sinister voice reverberated in Zhang Lin's mind. Who has slain my silver serpent's servant? A newly emerged river god, is it? Already possessing considerable incense. What a delightful bounty! Ha ha ha! I sense you are in Kaiyang Prefecture, as long as you bear my mark. I will undoubtedly locate you and devour you. The voice gradually faded, leaving Zhang Lin with a grim expression, a surge of foreboding enveloping him. What he had initially thought to be an ordinary water monkey turned out to be the servant of a demon. No wonder there was a minuscule chance of transformation manifesting in this creature. The demon behind it could articulate human speech, indicating it was at least a seventh-tier demon in the hierarchy of power. Beings such as demons, deities, and cultivators were classified from low to high across 9 tiers. As for Zhang Lin, he was a wild god, effectively unranked. Zhang Lin glanced at his status panel, his breath catching in surprise. Name: Zhang Lin. Identity: River God, Tier 9 Domain. Sichuan County Cultivation Method: None Divine Powers. None Spells. Soul Dream Kill, Water Dragon Spear Incense Points. 20. He had ascended in rank. It seemed this transformation occurred when he absorbed that green orb. At that moment, he realized he had doubled his magical power, enhancing the potency of his spells and allowing him to cast them multiple times. Most importantly, he could now manifest. Though his form was still composed of magical energy, he could at least be seen by others. Zhang Lin soared from the winding river, his form floating above Sichuan County. This was his first venture beyond the confines of the river. With curious eyes, Zhang Lin surveyed the world into which he had traversed. Sichuan County was not large. Within an hour, he had familiarized himself with its geography. It was bordered by mountains on 3 sides, with a winding river flowing beside the county town, offering only a single route out. This place could be considered somewhat isolated, due to the river's abundant aquatic resources. It was not a harsh land, and its people were known for their simplicity. Just as Zhang Lin prepared to return, 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other slender, clad in Taoist robes, entered Sichuan County. Both bore friendly smiles, yet Zhang Lin sensed an aura emanating from them that was unappealing, even repulsive. As the stout and slender Taoists stepped into the county, a villager approached them with inquiries. Where do you 2 Taoists hail from? And where are you headed? The locals, though simple-hearted, were not foolish. The sudden appearance of two outsiders warranted their curiosity. The stout Taoist replied with a beaming smile, "We are wandering Taoists, descending the mountain to cultivate merit. We happened upon this place, and, seeing that night was falling, thought to rest for the evening." The slender Taoist added promptly, "We do not seek to stay for free. My brother and I possess skills in divination and healing talismans. If any villagers suffer from minor ailments, we are at your service." Upon hearing the slender Taoist introduction, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered. The stout and slender Taoist set up a makeshift stall, treating ailments and offering divinations. Villagers with headaches and injuries approached tentatively. The stout Taoist administered a bowl of talisman water, instantly rejuvenating the recipient, banishing their afflictions. The slender Taoist divinations proved remarkably accurate. The residents of Sichuan County gradually lowered their guard against the two men. However, in Zhang Lin's eyes, the healing talisman water dispensed by the stout Taoist emanated faint traces of blackness and a foul odor. The villagers remained oblivious to this. As night fully enveloped the land, the crowd began to disperse, and a kind-hearted villager took it upon himself to invite the stout and slender Taoist to rest for the night at his home. In the latter half of the night, the stout and slender Taoists, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly sat upright in their beds. The warmth of their earlier demeanor had vanished, their expressions now cold and indifferent. "Brother, how many people drank your talisman water today?" the slender Taoist inquired eagerly. The stout Taoist replied with a sly grin, "About 100 or 200. We have sought refuge from the relentless pursuit of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, specifically targeting remote villages to capture living souls for our cultivation. Today, we shall finally achieve mastery, stepping into the 8th tier." Upon hearing this, the slender Taoist became equally exhilarated. The two practiced a sinister form of cultivation, relying on human lives to ascend to the 9th tier, living in constant caution. With another batch of souls to capture tonight, they would surely break through to the 8th tier, allowing them to seek power and influence without fear of the Qintian Bureau's pursuit. However, I heard rumors today that a river god protects Sichuan County. I wonder if there is any truth to it. The slender Taoist expressed his concerns, understanding the nature of their malevolent practice. They were aware that deities such as river gods did indeed exist. What is there to fear? What formidable river god could possibly arise in such a small county? If there truly exists a better option, once we attain the 8th rank, let us summon that river deity and consume his magical powers to aid our cultivation. The portly Taoist declared with an air of confidence. The stout and slender Taoists exchanged glances before bursting into unrestrained laughter. Above them, suspended in mid-air, Zhang Lin observed the scene with a cold gaze. Chapter 5. The blood refinement array of 9 yin and 9 poisons let us act swiftly, lest the night prolong our nightmares, urged the slender Taoist. "Very well," replied the portly Taoist, retrieving a fist-sized black ceramic jar from his robe. He carefully opened the jar, and a vividly colored human-faced ghost spider slowly emerged. The portly Taoist whispered a few words to the spider. In the next moment, wisps of fine black smoke emanated from the spider's vibrant body. Simultaneously, in the homes of the citizens of Sichuan County, those who had consumed the talisman water during the day were now fast asleep in their beds. As the portly Taoist invoked his wicked sorcery, suddenly, the slumbering citizens began to convulse violently, as if possessed, frothing at the mouth. Moments later, one by one, they writhed and struggled to rise from their beds. Staggering towards the door, those who had not consumed the talisman water during the day were also awakened by the commotion. Witnessing their possessed family members, chaos ensued. In an instant, Sichuan County was thrown into disarray. The portly Taoist licked his lips and chuckled. "It has worked. Those who drank my talisman water have all become my living puppets, under my control." The slender Taoist cackled. "Excellent. Let us drive these cursed souls to the desolate graveyard we passed during the day. It is far from Sichuan County and devoid of life. A perfect place for our ritual." "Agreed. Just watch," said the portly Taoist, affectionately stroking the human-faced ghost spider before whispering to it once more. Soon, the black mist surrounding the spider thickened. The bewitched citizens of Sichuan County became uncontrollably frantic, rushing out of their homes in a wild frenzy. The portly and slender Taoists gathered their belongings and departed from Sichuan County. Before leaving, they maliciously set fire to the county. Now we must attend to the flames, ensuring no one will disturb our cultivation. The slender Taoist grinned cunningly. Ha! What a splendid plan! The portly Taoist laughed heartily. The flame soared, and the citizens of Sichuan County, consumed by the need to extinguish the fire, forgot their possessed family members in a moment. The county was filled with cries and screams. Zhang Lin, floating above, furrowed his brow as he watched. He had not anticipated that these seemingly benevolent Taoists were such depraved individuals. Quickly, he took action, wielding his magical powers to summon the river water, extinguishing the raging inferno. The river deity has manifested. Look, it is he who has quelled the flames. Please, river deity, save my bewitched wife. River deity, help us! The citizens of Sichuan County cried as they set down their water buckets and knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude. Zhang Lin, having extinguished the fire, immediately pursued the portly and slender Taoist to the east of Sichuan County, where a desolate graveyard lay under the moonlight, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The bewitched citizens stood like lambs to the slaughter, driven by the two Taoists. This is the place, the slender Taoist whispered furtively, ensuring no one was following them. Quickly prepare the 9 yin and 9 poisons blood refinement array. Tonight we shall undoubtedly ascend to the 8th rank. Excitement gleamed in the slender Taoist's narrow eyes. In a hurry. This forsaken place is devoid of interruptions, the portly Taoist replied, producing several array flags crafted from human bones and skin. The slender Taoist sat cross-legged, muttering incantations as crimson mist began to swirl around them. Yes, they set up the array. Zhang Lin concealed himself behind a mound, waiting for the opportune moment. The bewitched citizens stood dazedly, devoid of resistance, just as the 9 yin and 9 poisons blood refinement array was on the verge of completion. Zhang Lin shouted, "Desist from your wickedness," and charged forth like a bolt of lightning. The portly Taoist, startled, had not anticipated interference, that a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he hurled an array flag at Zhang Lin, which emitted a pungent stench of blood and a wave of sinister magical energy. Unfazed, Zhang Lin unleashed a barrage of water dragon spears, striking the flag with precision and sending it flying. My flag. The portly Taoist cried in agony. The slender Taoist, seeing this, turned pale. He produced a handful of black powder, scattering it into the air while chanting. The powder transformed into a massive serpent, lunging toward Zhang Lin like a dark cloud. The air hissed as it seemed to corrode in its wake. Zhang Lin frowned, swiftly countering with more water dragon spears, taking considerable effort to slay the serpent. Seizing the opportunity, the portly Taoist charged at Zhang Lin, brandishing a short sword shimmering with a ghostly azure light, aiming for Zhang Lin's vital points. Zhang Lin deftly dodged the lethal strike, countering with a powerful punch imbued with surging magical energy that struck the portly Taoist in the abdomen. With a scream, the portly Taoist was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Zhang Lin would not let such a chance slip away. He aimed several water dragon spears at the portly Taoist, ensuring he was dead before turning his attention to the slender Taoist, only to discover that the latter had already fled in the face of impending doom. The portly Taoist was dead, and his pet goo worm had also perished. The bewitched citizens regained their senses and, upon witnessing Zhang Lin slay their tormentor, knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, river deity, for saving our lives. You are truly our savior." As the system notifications echoed in Zhang Lin's mind, he was too preoccupied to pay them heed, focusing solely on capturing the fleeing slender Taoist. In a panic, the slender Taoist dashed into a forest, with Zhang Lin in hot pursuit. Realizing escape was futile, the slender Taoist turned abruptly, producing a yellow talisman, biting his tongue to draw blood, and spat onto the talisman, declaring die. The emaciated Taoist's countenance twisted in a grimace as he prepared to unleash the talisman to vanquish Zhang Lin. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhang Lin swiftly formed a hand seal and invoked the soul dream kill. In an instant, the emaciated Taoist felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, his body stiffened and fell backwards, succumbing to a deep slumber where he would find no chance of revival. The emaciated Taoist met his demise. Zhang Lin exhaled a heavy breath and hastily approached the lifeless form of the emaciated Taoist. Pilfering every item from his pockets, he then returned to the desolate burial ground, where the townsfolk had long since departed, unwilling to linger in the eerie and foreboding sight. Zhang Lin next approached the corpulent Taoist's body, discovering a small ceramic jar nestled in his embrace, along with several ominous flags and a yellowed booklet. Chapter 6. The Undying Scripture and Alchemy. Zhang Lin did not rush back to Sichuan County. Instead, he crouched down and laid out the spoils he had scavenged from both the emaciated and corpulent Taoist upon the damp earth of the desolate burial ground. From the emaciated Taoist, he had acquired an unnamed talisman, a black-covered booklet, and a vial of elixir. Additionally, from the corpulent Taoist, he had obtained the ceramic jar, the ominous flags, and the yellowed booklet. He first picked up the ceramic jar belonging to the corpulent Taoist. Well aware that it contained a cursed insect capable of transforming individuals into living puppets, he knew he must dispose of this malevolent entity. Cautiously, Zhang Lin opened the jar, only to be met with a foul, acrid smoke that surged towards him. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Channeling his spiritual power, he forcefully blew the smoke away, revealing a few grains resembling spider eggs within the jar. Puppet spider eggs. Consuming these will transform the individual into a living puppet. Obedient to your will, Zhang Lin counted a total of 8 puppet spider eggs. Deciding to keep them for potential future use, he then grasped the talisman from the emaciated Taoist. Golden Armored Sword Talisman. 8th grade talisman can conjure a golden armored sword to slay foes. Possessing immense power, to his astonishment, it was indeed an 8th grade talisman, a creation only achievable by an 8th grade cultivator. The emaciated Taoist's origins were evidently not trivial. Zhang Lin murmured to himself before retrieving a small white porcelain vial from the emaciated Taoist. Pouring out 3 elixirs. Clear Spirit Powder. 9th grade cools heat and detoxifies, possessing healing properties for both internal and external injuries. This is a prized item that in the future, should the people of Sichuan County suffer from poison or injury and come to his temple seeking assistance, he could bestow this clear spirit powder upon them, undoubtedly reaping substantial merit. Alas, there were only 3, and he wished there were more. Zhang Lin silently contemplated for a moment before securing the clear spirit powder. The ominous flags from the corpulent Taoist comprised an 8th grade formation, known as the 9E9 Poison Blood Refining Formation. This was a bona fide, demonic formation capable of blood refining living beings to enhance one's cultivation. Next, only the yellowed booklet from the corpulent Taoist and the black-covered booklet from the emaciated Taoist remained unexamined. Zhang Lin surmised that these 2 booklets either contained cultivation methods or spells. He first picked up the yellowed booklet belonging to the corpulent Taoist and opened it, only to find, to his surprise, that it was neither a cultivation method nor a spell, but rather a manual on alchemical practices. Alchemy is splendid. He had just been lamenting the scarcity of clear spirit powder, and now, should he master the art of alchemy, he could produce as many elixirs as he desired. After a cursory glance, he decided to save an in-depth study for later. Zhang Lin carefully stored the alchemical manual before turning to the black-covered booklet of the emaciated Taoist. This booklet contained a yellow-grade cultivation method, known as the Undying Scripture. In this world, cultivation techniques are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The highest is heaven, while yellow is the lowest. This yellow-grade upper-tier Undying Scripture was indeed a commendable cultivation technique. Yet to name such a humble yellow-grade method the Undying Scripture was quite audacious. Zhang Lin chuckled softly, also tucking it away for later examination, pondering whether he could cultivate it, just as Zhang Lin stood to depart. A sudden recollection struck him. During his confrontation with the corpulent Taoist, the latter had wielded a short sword of eerie azure, intent on slaying him. That sword was no ordinary item. It might even be a magical artifact. He could not let it slip away. Zhang Lin hurriedly searched and, indeed, discovered the azure short sword in a nearby corpse pit. Azure Serpent Sword, 8th grade. What manner of individuals were these 2 Taoists? Despite their mere ninth-grade cultivation, they possessed such a plethora of treasures. Zhang Lin's brow furrowed in contemplation. An 8th grade golden armored sword talisman, an 8th grade 9E9 poison blood refining formation, an 8th grade azure serpent sword, and the yellow grade Undying scripture, alongside orthodox alchemical practices. Such an abundance of treasures could not belong to an ordinary rogue cultivator. Be prudent. Zhang Lin returned to retrieve the emaciated Taoist body. Placing it alongside that of the corpulent Taoist, he produced the alchemical manual from his robes. As he perused the manual, he noted that it contained a small spell known as fire control technique, along with 2 ninth-grade elixir recipes. Learning on the fly, he effortlessly mastered the fire control technique with the assistance of his system. Zhang Lin formed a hand seal, conjuring a flickering flame at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, the flame landed upon the bodies of the corpulent and emaciated Taoists, igniting a roaring blaze. This was true fire, forged through his spiritual power, not mere mundane flames. Within moments, the remains of the 2 Taoists were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After obliterating the evidence, Zhang Lin nodded in satisfaction and summoned his power to fly back to Sichuan County. Upon his return to the county, however, he found the streets and alleys utterly deserted. What has transpired? Where have all the people of Sichuan County gone? Could it be that there are more sinister cultivators lurking about, seizing the opportunity to abduct the entire populace in his absence? Upon returning to his Hebo temple, he discovered he had been overly concerned. The townsfolk had gathered before Zhang Lin's Hebo temple, a sea of heads bowing in reverence. The leader among them was none other than Wu Da and his family. Wu Da's wife, plagued by leg pain for years, and having consumed the corpulent Taoist talisman water, had fallen under a malevolent influence. Zhang Lin's slaying of the evil cultivator had saved her. Had it not been for the manifestation of Hebo's divine presence, those afflicted would have surely perished at the hands of those 2 wicked beings. Now, not only had Wu Da's family grown more grateful and reverent towards Zhang Lin, but the entire county's populace was filled with overwhelming gratitude towards Hebo. Wu Xiao Shi wasted no time in slaughtering several chickens from his home to offer in tribute to Hebo. The other families in the county followed suit, each making their own sacrifices. Finally, Zhang Lin noticed that his merit was surging at an astonishing rate. Merit value. 5 merit value. 5 merit value. 5. Zhang Lin hurriedly checked his status panel. Name. Zhang Lin identity. Hebo while deity 9th grade domain. Sichuan County cultivation method. None divine power. None spells. Soul dream kill. Water dragon spear. Fire control technique merit value. 6532 incredible. His merit value had soared to over 6,500. Zhang Lin could not contain his joyous laughter and simultaneously resolved to reward the people of Sichuan County. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. Zhang Lin summoned his spiritual power, manipulating the winding river to stir up waves. A bounty of plump fish leapt onto the riverbank. Look, the Lord Hebo has manifested once more. The Lord Hebo is truly a benevolent deity, ensuring our seasons are favorable and shielding us from the clutches of malevolent forces. Rest assured, esteemed Lord, we shall faithfully offer incense and bow in reverence each day. The crowd once again bowed in sincere devotion as Zhang Lin beheld this scene. A faint smile graced his lips. Content, he returned to his river god temple. With the temple established, a deity of incense like him found a sanctuary. Utilizing his magical powers and the authority of the river god, he opened a concealed square space beneath the temple, designated for his residence and cultivation. This hidden realm was imperceptible to mortals. Only those with cultivation could discover it. Upon returning to the river god temple, Zhang Lin eagerly retrieved the 2 tomes from his bosom. First, he would practice the technique, followed by learning the art of alchemy. Seizing the black-covered volume, he began his study. The tome elucidated a technique known as the Immortal Sutra, a foundational practice of a sect called Falling Cloud Valley. The corpulent and slender Taoists were likely defectors from Falling Cloud Valley, having fallen into the demonic path and fled. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the realm of cultivators. Falling Cloud Valley specialized in alchemy, and the Immortal Sutra was a formidable healing technique, capable of not only curing others, but also possessing remarkable self-healing properties. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Lin hesitated slightly. He was more inclined towards the art of combat, and found little interest in a healing technique like the Immortal Sutra. However, with no better options available, and considering that mastering the Immortal Sutra would significantly aid him in garnering incense value in the future, he resolved to proceed. With that thought, Zhang Lin ceased his hesitation and began his cultivation of the Immortal Sutra. Before long, with the system's assistance, he had mastered the first layer of the Immortal Sutra, but he glanced at his status panel. Name: Zhang Lin. Identity: River God, Wild Deity, 9th Rank Territory. Sichuan County Technique: Immortal Sutra Level 1 Divine Powers. None Spells. Soul Dream Kill. Water Dragon Spear, Fire Control Technique. Incense Value 6532. Zhang Lin discovered that he could also invest incense value to enhance his technique, albeit requiring a substantial amount, but a single enhancement of the Immortal Sutra demanded 1,000 incense value. Zhang Lin could not help but draw a sharp breath. Yet it was manageable. He was currently quite affluent, possessing over 6,000 incense value. Without further ado, he directly invested 1,000 incense value into the Immortal Sutra. In an instant, the first layer of the Immortal Sutra advanced to the second layer. Zhang Lin felt a surge of mental clarity. With the breakthrough of the technique, his cultivation also ascended, progressing from the early 9th rank to the mid-9th rank. It was exhilarating. Zhang Lin continued to expend incense value on the Immortal Sutra, this time requiring 2,000 points. Upon consuming 2,000 incense value, the technique progressed from the second to the third layer, elevating his cultivation to the late 9th rank. Once more, Zhang Lin invested 3,000 incense value, propelling him to the pinnacle of the 9th rank. At this moment, the incense value he had accrued throughout the night was depleted. Yet he was now merely a step away from the 8th rank. Once he amassed 4,000 incense value, he would be able to ascend to the 8th rank. The excitement on Zhang Lin's face was palpable. In total, he had expended 6,000 incense value to enhance his technique, leaving him with just over 500 outside the River God Temple. The citizens of Sichuan County continued their devout kneeling, their incense offerings unceasing. Zhang Lin stretched lazily and retrieved the tome on alchemy. This alchemical text also originated from Falling Cloud Valley. He commenced a focused study of the alchemical arts at the east of Sichuan County. In a desolate graveyard, a lavishly dressed, limping blind man tapped a jade-green bamboo staff upon the ground, making his way to the location where Zhang Lin had incinerated the corpses. The limping blind man bent down, extending a long, slender tongue to the side of the cremation, tasting the remnants for a moment. His expression turned grave as he murmured, "Indeed, these two miscreants met their end here, that I wonder who was responsible. They left no bodies, exhibiting remarkable caution. Alas, my array is likely lost to me now." With that, the limping blind man continued his journey, heading towards Sichuan County. The following morning, before the River God Temple by the banks of the curved water river, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity, incense burning continuously. For the citizens of Sichuan County, their first priority upon waking was to offer their prayers at the River God Temple. Wu observed the temple before him, his brow furrowed, seemingly in a state of discontent. Noticing his father's unusual demeanor, Wu Xiao Shi inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" "My dear Xiao Shi, I find this River God Temple rather shabby, unworthy of our esteemed River God. Do you not share my sentiment?" Wu Da expressed, worry etched upon his face. Wu Xiao Shi scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly replying, "I think the temple is quite well constructed." That moment, one happened to pass by and chimed in. "Indeed, our temple here in Sichuan County is somewhat humble, lacking the grandeur of the River God Temple in Linhua County. You should have seen it, magnificent and imposing." Linhua County was not far from Sichuan County, boasting a larger and wealthier populace. Moreover, the River God Temple in Linhua had stood for a century, reputed for its efficacy, thus attracting a steady stream of incense offerings. Hu had previously visited Linhua County and held a vivid impression of its River God Temple. Upon hearing Huan's remarks, Wu Da's brow knitted tightly. "No, our River God surpasses Linhua's in strength. How could our temple possibly be inferior?" "Then what do you propose we do, father?" Wu Xiao Shi asked, scratching his head once more. "Perhaps we should reconstruct the River God Temple." Wu Da pondered aloud. Hu interjected, Reconstruction is feasible, but we lack the funds. You may ask me to lend assistance, but I have no money to contribute. Wu found himself in a quandary. As those who made their living by fishing, they had little spare wealth for such endeavors. However, there was one affluent family in Sichuan County. It remained uncertain whether they would be willing to assist. Huan mused, Zhang the wealthy landowner has money, but he is notoriously stingy. I doubt he would part with any. Wu contemplated. I shall inquire. Zhang the wealthy landowner's son has been bedridden, recently afflicted by evil forces. Thankfully, the river god saved him. He cannot possibly refuse to contribute. With that, Wu instructed Wu Xiao Shi to accompany Huan on a fishing expedition while he made his way to the door of Zhang the wealthy landowner's residence. Chapter 8. Zhang the wealthy landowner. After explaining his intentions to Zhang the wealthy landowner, the response was immediate and straightforward. Old Wu, my son was saved by the river god yesterday. I am not one to forget kindness. I will fully fund the reconstruction of the river god's temple. You all need only provide the labor. Zhang the wealthy landowner was a frail, emaciated old man with dark skin and a gold tooth, embodying the archetype of a wealthy landlord. Upon learning of Zhang the wealthy landowner's willingness to finance the project, Wu felt a surge of joy, just as he was about to leave. Zhang the wealthy landowner called out, Wait, Wu, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Wu inquired, perplexed. After all, this was Zhang the wealthy landowner, the richest man in Sichuan County. What could he possibly want from him? Zhang the wealthy landowner sighed. You are likely aware of my family's plight. My son has been frail and ill since childhood, confined to his bed. Many doctors have told me he will not live past 20. He is already 19 this year, and I cannot bear the thought of losing him. As he spoke, Zhang the wealthy landowner suddenly broke into tears. Wu frowned. I cannot heal him. I am powerless. You may not possess the ability, but the river god certainly does. Did the river god not send you a dream previously? Please, beseech the river god for me. I will rebuild a grand temple in his honor. In exchange for the healing of my soul, as he spoke, more tears fell from Zhang the wealthy landowner's eyes. Then let us go to the river god temple together and beseech the river god. Wu suggested. Very well. Zhang Datsai, the wealthy landowner, did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. He summoned his servant Zhang San and instructed him to fetch a pig leg from the kitchen. Together, they carried the pig leg to the Hebo temple, placing it upon the offering table. Kneeling on the ground, they prayed earnestly. That moment, Zhang Lin, who was studying alchemy, noticed this scene. Upon learning that Zhang Datsai was willing to fund the reconstruction of the Hebo temple in exchange for saving his son, Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before visiting Zhang Datsai's home to see his bedridden son. With a single glance, Zhang Lin discerned that Zhang Datsai's son was not ill, but rather poisoned. At that time, he discovered Zhang San, the servant preparing meals in the kitchen, was secretly poisoning the food. Zhang San muttered under his breath, Once the little beast is dead, I'll take care of the old beast. And all the wealth of this household will be mine. Upon understanding the situation, Zhang Lin returned to the Hebo temple, where Zhang Datsai and Wu were still kneeling and kowtowing fervently. Since it was a case of poisoning, it could be resolved. He produced a pill capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, concealing it beneath the statue of the deity. Later that night, he sent a dream to Zhang Datsai. In the midst of a deep slumber, Zhang Datsai suddenly dreamt of the Hebo deity, who appeared identical to the one in the temple. Startled, Zhang Datsai was taken aback. Zhang Lin, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly revealed the entire story to Zhang Datsai. Upon learning that his own servant Zhang San had been poisoning his beloved son day and night, Zhang Datsai was filled with rage, eager to apprehend Zhang San and punish him. Seeing your sincerity, I bestow upon you a miraculous pill, hidden beneath my statue. Retrieve it and administer it to your son, and he shall be safe and sound, Zhang Lin concluded before departing from Zhang Datsai's dream. At that moment, Zhang Datsai awoke. Without uttering a word, he immediately rose, donned his clothes, and hurried to the Hebo temple, where he indeed found the detoxifying pill that Zhang Lin had placed beneath the statue. Zhang Datsai's face flushed with excitement. However, he quickly recalled his servant Zhang San's treachery against his son. Infuriated, Zhang Datsai hired several strong fishermen to confront Zhang San. The news of Zhang Lin's divine intervention and the miraculous pill soon spread throughout the county. The faith and reverence of the townsfolk for Zhang Lin deepened further, leading to many visiting the Hebo temple to offer incense. That evening, as night fell, Zhang Lin continued his customary patrol of Sichuan County. Suddenly, he spotted a suspicious, limping blind man on the street. The blind man trembled as he approached a wonton stall, ordering a bowl of wontons and eating slowly. Zhang Lin keenly sensed that this limping blind man was likely a practitioner of the mystical arts. The blind man seemed to notice Zhang Lin as well, glancing up at him before asking the wonton vendor for another serving, declaring, "Come, let me treat you to some wontons." This was clearly directed at Zhang Lin. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lin revealed his true form and approached the wonton stall. Having deliberately altered his appearance, the wonton vendor failed to recognize him as the Hebo of Sichuan County. Merely expressing curiosity at the recent influx of strangers in the area. "You must be the wild deity from that temple," the blind man remarked, pointing towards the Hebo temple by the Chushui River, using his mystical powers to inquire about Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin nodded in affirmation and, reciprocating with his own mystical communication, asked the blind man, "Who are you?" "I am a merchant here for business. Staying for a few days before departing." The blind man replied, "That a merchant? What do you sell?" Zhang Lin inquired with genuine interest. "Whatever you desire, I have it all. Techniques, spells, elixirs, magical artifacts, both righteous and nefarious, even inner cores from demon beasts. All are available," the blind man chuckled. Zhang Lin realized that this old man was a trader dealing in items for practitioners. With a thought, he asked, "Do you have a furnace for alchemy?" "None at the moment, but I can procure one for you," the blind man replied, extending a hand. "Give me 5 days. I will acquire a 9th-grade alchemy furnace for you." "Good," Zhang Lin nodded. "Now let us discuss the price. 10 spirit stones should suffice. This price is fair." The blind man laughed heartily. "I see. But you lack spirit stones, don't you? It would indeed be surprising if a wild deity from such a remote place had any." "I can also trade by barter." The blind man tapped the table and asked, "What treasures do you have? Show me." Zhang Lin hesitated briefly before producing the 8th-grade golden armor sword talisman he had obtained from the Feng Taoist. Placing it on the table, 8th-grade talisman. The blind man murmured, "Do you have anything else?" "You cannot expect to trade a single talisman for a furnace. You must offer more." Zhang Lin was far from naive. He scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? This talisman is 8th grade. It is more than sufficient to exchange for a 9th-grade furnace." The blind man remained unperturbed, responding patiently, "Talisman and furnace are not of the same caliber. A 9th-grade furnace is worth more than an 8th-grade talisman. Do not be obstinate. A talisman is merely a one-time use, while a furnace lasts much longer." Zhang Lin shook his head. "Then forget it. This talisman is the only valuable item I possess. I shall take my leave." That he was adept at bargaining. Zhang Lin stood up, preparing to depart. As expected, the limping old man blocked his path, saying, "Young man, business is not conducted this way. Let us negotiate properly." "But truly, aside from this talisman, I possess nothing else for trade," Zhang Lin insisted. The blind man sighed. "Very well, I shall take a loss and agree to exchange your talisman for a furnace. But you must assist me with a small favor." "What favor?" "To be honest, I am here to collect a debt, but the debtor has already passed away." The blind man pondered for a moment. "I need you to keep an eye out. If anyone in this vicinity employs a particularly insidious formation, you must inform me immediately." "An insidious formation?" Zhang Lin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he feigned ignorance. "You must explain it to me in detail. Otherwise, how would I know which formations are insidious and which are not?" "Ah, it is simply a demonic formation. Just keep watch for any use of demonic formations nearby. And promptly notify me," the blind man instructed, handing Zhang Lin 3 talismans. "These are communication talismans specifically for contacting me." "All right, I will certainly keep an eye out." Zhang Lin accepted the communication talismans and inquired, "You mentioned you were here to collect a debt, but the debtor has died. What is the story behind that?" "I cannot disclose that to you," the blind man replied cautiously, finishing his wontons before rising to leave. "We shall meet again at this wonton stall at the same time, 5 days from now." With that, the blind man departed, leaving Sichuan County under the cover of night, his whereabouts unknown. Zhang Lin returned to the Hebo temple. Reflecting carefully, the debt the blind man referred to must have been connected to the fat Taoist and the thin Taoist. The particularly insidious formation he had asked Zhang Lin to monitor was likely the 9E9 poison blood refining array employed by them. It remained unclear what the blind man's origins or cultivation level were. Soon enough, 5 days passed. During this time, Zhang Dazai and Wu De fervently undertook the reconstruction of Zhang Lin's Hebo temple. Wealthy individuals in the county contributed funds while those with strength lent their labor. Zhang Dazai even brought in 2 skilled craftsmen from Linhua County to sculpt a new statue for Zhang Lin, which far surpassed the one made by Wu De, one of the elder craftsmen. While working on the statue, jokingly remarked, "Has Sichuan County struck it rich lately? How could you afford to build such an impressive Hebo temple?" Zhang Dazai replied with a smile, "Indeed, we have struck it rich. A true immortal has emerged from our Chu Shui River." "Huh, you all are just boasting," the elder craftsman chuckled. The young artisan chuckled, saying, "The river god of Linhua County is officially recognized by the authorities, while your local river god is, at best, merely a wild deity. If the officials were to find out about this, they would undoubtedly demolish your river god temple, and none of you who constructed this temple would escape unscathed." "What wild deity? Our esteemed river god blesses us with favorable weather, making him a true divine protector," Wu De retorted, visibly displeased. "Indeed," chimed in Zhang, the wealthy landowner, "don't think I'm unaware. The river god in Linhua County demands an annual tribute of a pair of young boys and girls." "What nonsense! That is utterly false," the older artisan interjected after a moment of silence. "I have heard many people say so, and it cannot be wrong." Zhang insisted at Huan, fixating on the younger artisan, inquired, "I recall you once had a sister, just 7 or 8 years old. Why is she not with you this time? Surely she hasn't been offered as a sacrifice to your county's river god." The 2 artisans, dispatched by Zhang to Linhua County at Huan's behest, were quite familiar with him, and Huan knew of the younger artisan's sister. His absence raised suspicions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 artisans from Linhua County shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with dread, and they fell silent immediately. Particularly, the younger artisan's eyes betrayed a flicker of sorrow. The 2 craftsmen ceased their idle chatter, quietly finishing their work before departing Sichuan County to return to Linhua County. Zhang Lin had overheard the entire exchange. What was the matter? If the river god of Linhua County were indeed sanctioned by the Great Way Court, how could such an absurd demand for sacrifices of young boys and girls arise? Did the river god not fear the Great Way's heavenly inspectors stripping him of his skin? Zhang Lin cast a glance at the statue he had newly crafted. It was nearly time. He manifested his human form and approached the wonton stall, where the lame old blind man had already been waiting for quite some time. This time, Zhang Lin did not eat wontons. Instead, he held a translucent green bamboo staff. Seated on a bench, awaiting Zhang Lin's arrival. "Did you bring the alchemical furnace?" Zhang Lin inquired directly. "I did," the blind man replied, tossing Zhang Lin a black cloth pouch. In case you've never seen one. This is a storage bag that can hold items several times larger than itself. The alchemical furnace you requested is within this bag." "Good." Zhang Lin, probing into the storage bag with his spiritual awareness, confirmed that the furnace was intact. He then handed the old blind man an 8th grade golden armor talisman. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Lin was eager to leave, intending to return and attempt alchemy. However, the lame old blind man would not let him go. "Young brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have more to ask you." Zhang Lin anticipated the blind man's question and responded, "In the past few days, no one in my vicinity has employed the demonic formations you mentioned." The old blind man nodded, then continued, "I would like to engage in another business transaction with you." "What business?" Zhang Lin asked. "Since you require an alchemical furnace, that indicates you can perform alchemy. Apart from needing the furnace and the formula, you also require various spiritual herbs, given the desolate nature of your surroundings. Where not even a blade of grass grows, it's safe to say there are no spiritual herbs to be found." The old blind man cleared his throat and said, "I can supply you with the herbs, and you can help me refine some elixirs. What do you think?" "All right," Zhang Lin readily agreed upon hearing this advantageous proposition. "But hold on, don't be so quick to agree. You strike me as a novice at alchemy, and novices tend to have a high failure rate. If I provide you with the herbs, the successful elixirs will belong to me. And if you fail, you'll have to pay for the herbs. Then I'll have to decline. Zhang Lin shook his head in rejection. Are you treating me as an alchemical tool? If I succeed, the elixirs go to you. If I fail, I bear the cost of the consumed herbs. Such a losing deal is unacceptable. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. I'll give you double the herbs that, if you manage to refine both portions, I'll take one of the 2 elixirs, and you can keep the other. If you only manage one, that one will go to me, but you 1T need to reimburse me for the herbs that if you fail to produce any elixirs, you'll only need to compensate me for 1 portion of the herbs. How does that sound? This condition should be agreeable, right? Alchemy is akin to talisman crafting. Both require practice and experience. Many esteemed sects have apprentices who can only watch their masters without the opportunity to try their hand. Think it over. You 1T incur a loss. Chapter 10. Alchemy. Zhang Lin pondered for a while before finally consenting. That is more like it. Rest assured, I 1T let you suffer a loss. The old blind man chuckled several times, tossing another storage bag to Zhang Lin. This contains 6 portions of spiritual herbs and a formula. Follow the formula to refine the elixir, and once you succeed, come find me. Where should I look for you? Zhang Lin asked. Just come to the residence north of Sichuan County. I'll be staying there for a few days. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. After the old blind man finished speaking, he got up and left. Zhang Lin then proceeded to the river god temple. First, he retrieved the storage bag containing the alchemical furnace. Infusing the bag with spiritual energy, he poured it out, allowing the furnace to slide out and land heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. The furnace, crafted from red copper and towering at the height of 2 men, emitted a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Zhang Lin felt quite satisfied with this furnace that he then took out another storage bag filled with herbs and a formula. Pei Yuan Dan, 1 stalk of Julie grass, 1 liang of yuan water, half a qian of qi sui mushroom. After glancing at the formula, Zhang Lin opened his panel. Within a few days, his panel had undergone some changes. Name, Zhang Lin identity, river god wild deity. Peak 9th grade territory, Sichuan County cultivation method, undying scripture, 4th layer divine ability, none spells, soul dream kill, water dragon spear, fire control technique 9th grade alchemy, Qingling San, 9th grade. Ichi Dan, 9th grade, Pei Yuan Dan, 9th grade, incense value, 3987 now. His panel not only displayed 9th grade alchemy, but also 3 additional elixirs he could refine. His incense value had risen to over 3,900. Nearing 4,000, he would soon be able to break through and ascend to the 8th grade. In recent days, the citizens of Sichuan County, regardless of gender or age, have been visiting the River God Temple daily to pay their respects. Even with the ongoing construction of the temple, the people continued their offerings. However, this was the limit for Sichuan County, as there were only so many inhabitants. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, the daily incense offerings would remain constant. To garner more incense, he would need to expand his territory. The crucial issue was that once he expanded, it would likely attract the attention of the Great Way heavenly inspectors. Sichuan County did not have a magistrate from the Great Way Court, as it was a remote and impoverished area, home only to a few fishermen. Among them, only Zhang, the wealthy landowner, could be considered affluent. There was little profit to be gained, and thus no magistrate was willing to endure the hardships of this desolate land. Yet this also afforded Zhang Lin a period of stable development. Sooner or later, he would compel the surrounding counties to build temples in his honor. He aspired to make this prefecture, this region, and this nation his devoted followers. Alas, the immediate priority remained mastering the art of alchemy. Zhang Lin commenced his first attempt at alchemy. With the system's support, despite some setbacks, he ultimately succeeded that a pill the size of a longan, exuding the fragrance of herbs, lay quietly within the furnace. Zhang Lin secured it and continued with his alchemical endeavors. In summary, with the system's backing, his chances of success in alchemy remained quite high. The old blind man had provided him with 6 portions of spiritual herbs, all of which he successfully refined into elixirs. Next, he simply needed to give 3 of a newly crafted Pei Yuan Dan to the old blind man, retaining the other 3 for himself. Just as he completed the elixirs, dawn broke. The citizens of Sichuan County awoke, promptly donned their attire, and made their way to the river god temple by the meandering river, lighting incense and kneeling in reverence. Zhonglin promptly amassed a significant amount of incense value. Incense value 5, incense value 5, incense value 5. Before long, Zhonglin's incense value reached an impressive 4,000 points. This also indicated that he was finally ready to break through. Without hesitation, Zhonglin immediately invested the 4,000 points of incense value into his cultivation technique. After expending 2,000 points, his technique, the Undying scripture, advanced from the 4th to the 5th level. Following the consumption of the 4,000 points, in an instant, Zhonglin felt as if something within him had erupted. He exhaled a heavy breath of murky air, feeling utterly at ease throughout his entire being. Upon glancing at his status panel, he noted, name, Zhonglin identity, river god, wild deity, early stage of the 8th rank territory, Sichuan County technique, Undying scripture, 5th level divine abilities, none spells, soul dream kill, water dragon spear, fire control technique 9th rank alchemy, Qingling powder, 9th rank, Ichi pill, 9th rank, Peiyuan pill, 9th rank, incense value, 187. Haha, I am finally at the 8th rank. Zhonglin left the river god temple, floating above the sacred site, waving his hand. Immediately, the meandering river behind him surged with turbulent waves. A water dragon vortex suddenly ascended into the sky, spiraling above the heads of the gathered crowd. The kneeling townsfolk, aware that the river god was manifesting his powers, became even more fervent in their devotion. Fall. With a mere gesture, Zhonglin commanded, and the water dragon vortex dispersed instantly. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams rained down like a deluge. Thank you, great river god, for your blessings. Thank you, great river god, for your blessings. The crowd repeated this phrase, their joy reminiscent of a festive celebration. The bounty bestowed by Zhonglin equated to their harvest from 3 days of fishing. Observing the jubilant townsfolk of Sichuan County, Zhonglin couldn't help but smile that moment. He suddenly noticed the lame blind man by the riverside, not far from the river god temple, seated upon a large stone. Curiously observing the scene, Zhonglin manifested his human form and approached the blind man. Before he could speak, the blind man remarked, "There are not many wild deities with such a kind heart as yours." "It is but a simple act," Zhonglin replied nonchalantly. For him, it was indeed merely a trifling effort. The earlier display required little magical energy. The blind man chuckled softly, saying no more, but inquired, "How goes your alchemy?" "Quite well," Zhonglin replied, producing 3 rather poorly crafted Peiyuan pills from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the 3 pills in Zhonglin's hand, the blind man's expression changed dramatically, his astonishment evident. "You actually succeeded. You managed to refine them on your first attempt?" "Indeed," Zhonglin confirmed, nodding slightly as he placed the 3 Peiyuan pills into the blind man's hand. "Yes, we agreed. These 3 belong to you, and the remainder is mine." "The remainder? There's more?" The blind man asked incredulously. "I provided you with 6 portions of materials for refining Peiyuan pills. How many did you manage to create in total?" 6, Zhonglin replied, plainly. The blind man gasped, regarding Zhonglin with newfound seriousness. "Have you ever refined pills before?" "Never. This is my first attempt at alchemy," Zhonglin stated honestly. "Ah," the blind man responded absently, lowering his gaze as if inspecting the pills in his hand, using his 2 withered fingers to fiddle with the 3 pills. Though the craftsmanship of these pills was crude, their efficacy remained above 80%. Remarkably impressive, even surpassing that of the alchemist from the Red Flower Hall in the capital city, whose Peiyuan pills typically maintained only 70% efficacy. The blind man, having traveled extensively as a merchant, had encountered numerous alchemists, 9th rank pills, while the lowest tier in the hierarchy of alchemical substances could generally be produced by any cultivator with a modicum of talent. However, it was rare for someone to succeed on their very first attempt. Typically, novices would face failure time and again before achieving success. This was precisely why the blind man had chosen to engage in business with Zhonglin. He had anticipated that Zhonglin's first attempt would undoubtedly fail, thus providing him with a pretext to demand repayment. From the moment he arrived in Sichuan County, the blind man harbored suspicions about Zhonglin, suspecting that he was responsible for the deaths of the fat Taoist and the thin Taoist. having taken possession of the 9 poison blood refinement formation. After all, within a radius of 100 miles, Zhang Lin was the only wild deity present, with no other cultivators in sight. The blind man considered himself a businessman. At least, that was how he perceived himself. Business people must prioritize harmony to prosper. Thus, he rarely resorted to violence, unless provoked beyond measure. However, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who owed him debts, doing so without mercy. Consequently, the blind man speculated that the 9 poison blood refinement formation lay within Zhang Lin's grasp. Thus, engaging in business with Zhang Lin was a means to ensure that he would become indebted to him, allowing the blind man to exert control over Zhang Lin at his whim. Yet now, the blind man reconsidered. Zhang Lin's talent for alchemy was remarkable. Had he not been a wild deity, he would likely have been sought after by numerous sects as a prodigious alchemist. Such a talent would be too precious to extinguish. With a flourish, the blind man produced a yellow gourd. Storing the 3 Peiyuan pills within, he then raised his head, a relaxed expression on his face as he said to Zhang Lin, "Why not sell me those 3 Peiyuan pills? They are meant for novice cultivators to consolidate their energy and cultivate. They are of no use to you. You might as well sell them to me that I can sell them, but what will you offer?" Zhang Lin inquired. The blind man responded, "These Peiyuan pills sell for 1 spirit stone each in the capital. Shall we make our transaction at this price?" Agreed. Zhang Lin was unsure whether the blind man's claim held truth, but he decided to proceed with the sale. He resolved to visit the capital at some point in the future to ascertain the market prices within the cultivation world. Otherwise, his ignorance would inevitably lead to deception. "Splendid," the blind man chuckled, saying, "Rest assured I, old blind man, conduct business with utmost integrity. Once you venture out into the world, you will come to understand just how fair my dealings with you truly are." "Let us hope so," Zhang Lin replied in a neutral tone, handing over the remaining 3 Peiyuan pills. In exchange, the blind man presented him with 3 translucent green gemstones, each the size of soybean. Zhang Lin pinched one of the spirit stones between his fingers, inspecting it closely. "This spirit stone is rather small, isn't it?" "Indeed, spirit stones are quite precious. They serve as the currency within the cultivation realm." The blind man yawned suddenly, rising leisurely to head toward the residence he had recently purchased in Sichuan County. As he walked, he muttered, "I need to head out tomorrow to gather more spiritual herbs. It will take me about 3 or 4 days to return." "Understood." Zhang Lin nodded, but he then continued his customary patrol of Sichuan County, for this was the only territory he governed, and it was imperative to safeguard it. The townsfolk were a vital source of his incense value. As night fell, the air was dry, and with nothing to occupy his time, Zhang Lin aimlessly drifted above Sichuan County. Suddenly, a carriage burst into the county, shattering its tranquil night. This captured Zhang Lin's attention, and he observed that the carriage seemed to be heading toward his river god temple. Could it be that travelers from afar had heard of the divine efficacy of the river god temple and had come specifically to offer incense? This piqued Zhang Lin's curiosity. The carriage halted before the river god temple, and from it emerged a mother and daughter. The woman appeared to be nearly 30 years of age, strikingly beautiful, adorned in an expensive silk garment. She held the hand of a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding innocence and vitality. The woman, visibly anxious, turned to the coachman and said, "Qin Lu, if we hide here, will they be unable to find us?" As the horseman Qin Liuge let out a deep sigh, he lamented, "Alas, I am at a loss. However, I have heard that the river god temple in Sichuan County is even more efficacious than our own in Linhua County. Furthermore, the river god of Sichuan is said to possess a compassionate heart. It is known that the son of the wealthy Zhang family in Sichuan has been bedridden for years, and upon witnessing his plight, the river god bestowed a miraculous elixir upon him, restoring his health, a tale that has spread across the nearby counties. The crux of the matter is that there is nowhere left to hide. You should remain here for the time being. I must return swiftly, and in a few days I shall send your husband to find you." The woman nodded timidly. Qin Liuge instructed, "There is food in the cart. Conceal yourself within this river god temple and do not venture out. If anything arises, seek out Qin Wu in Sichuan. He is my brother, and upon mentioning my name, He will take care of you. Understood, the woman replied softly. Qin Liuge hurriedly drove the cart away from Sichuan County as if fleeing from danger. Once he departed, the woman suddenly began to weep softly. She was but a frail woman, having arrived in the unfamiliar Sichuan County with her daughter, seeking refuge from the pursuit of nefarious individuals. Though she wished not to cry, the overwhelming fear engulfed her. "Mother, please do not cry, that if you cry." "I shall cry too," the little girl beside her said with a quivering voice. "All right, I shall not cry. I shall not cry." Quickly, we must find a place to hide. The woman wiped her tears, glanced around, and cautiously led her daughter into the newly constructed river god temple. Zhang Lin stood atop the temple roof, observing the scene, scratching his head in silence before following them inside. Upon entering the temple, he saw the woman kneeling on the ground, earnestly bowing before the statue of Zhang Lin. "I beseech the river god of Chu Shui to protect me and my dear Bower, granting us safety through this tribulation." The little girl, named Bower, stood nearby, indignantly exclaiming, "Mother, why must you bow? It is the river god who bullies us," commanding his underlings to harm father, and a bittersweet smile crossed the woman's face as she replied, "The one who mistreats us is the river god of Linhua County. The one before us is the river god of Sichuan County. Two different entities that—" "Oh," Bower nodded in partial understanding, gazing curiously at the statue of Zhang Lin. "Mother, which river god is mightier, ours from Linhua County or this one?" The woman shook her head. "I do not know. However," she paused, "it is likely that our river god of Linhua County is the more powerful one, as he is sanctioned by the local magistrate. Even the county magistrate must kneel and bow before him." After a moment of silence, Bower, feeling wronged, asked, "Then why does our river god wish to capture me? Have I done something wrong?" The woman, filled with maternal compassion, embraced Bower, soothingly assuring her, "You have done nothing wrong, dear. It is merely that the river god desires you as a sacrificial offering, and your father and I cannot bear to part with you." Bower, too, could not bear to be separated from her mother and father, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. Nearby, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, discerning the grim reality that the river god of Linhua County indeed harbored a sinister appetite for child sacrifices. It was perplexing how the esteemed Qi Tian Monitor would endorse such a malevolent deity. Was it ignorance, or perhaps the river god of Linhua had substantial backing that rendered the Qi Tian Monitor powerless? Zhang Lin could not ascertain. After the mother and daughter wept for a while, they concealed themselves behind the statue of Zhang Lin and drifted into a deep slumber, just when Zhang Lin believed that the night would pass without incident. He was taken by surprise as a band of black-clad horsemen arrived in Sichuan County, their destination being none other than the River God Temple. This group numbered 8, each robust and imposing, armed with bows, arrows, and blades, their intentions far from benevolent. Zhang Lin braced himself, surmising that these dark figures had come to capture the mother and daughter. At the forefront was a burly man marked by a face full of pockmarks. As they approached the temple, they dismounted, tethering their horses to a nearby jujube tree. The pockmarked leader, with a sinister grin, signaled to his cohorts to encircle the entire river god temple with torches. By the time the women awoke from their slumber, eager to flee with Bower, it was already too late. "Wretched woman, did you think that hiding in Sichuan would render you safe from me?" The pockmarked leader barked at his subordinates to seize the mother and daughter, then menacingly declared, "Let me tell you, your daughter is a prized offering to the river god. There is no escape for you. Come along quietly, and you may spare yourself some suffering. That scoundrel Qin Liuge dared to withhold your whereabouts from us, and if we must harm you, do not blame me for breaking your legs." The woman pleaded desperately, "Please spare my daughter, brotherly Feng. When you first arrived in Linhua County, destitute, my husband generously lent you a substantial sum of silver. Have you forgotten that kindness?" The pockmarked man's expression fluctuated between shame and rage as he retorted, "What is a mere few taels of silver? It is nothing to be grateful for. I shall repay you upon my return. How dare you expose my past in front of my men?" His demeanor darkened as he commanded, "Break this wretched woman's legs." In their fervor to pursue the mother and daughter, the black-clad men had gone nearly 2 days without rest, their tempers flaring, eager to inflict suffering upon this ungrateful woman. 3 of them surged forward, pinning her down and preparing to execute the gruesome ordered Bauer, already in tears, was tightly bound by one of the black-clad men, rendered immobile, and could only cry out, "Please do not harm my mother." "I will go with you, river god. Save my mother, I beg you." The little girl turned towards the entrance of the river god temple, her cries brimming with desperation. The pockmarked leader stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Bauer's face. "Silence," he snarled. "If you utter another word, I shall cut out your tongue. Do not harm my daughter." The woman cried out in anguish. The pockmarked leader, reveling in his cruel triumph, glanced mockingly at the statue of Zhonglin. Taunting, "Ha! How foolish of you two! Thinking that you could seek refuge in this Sichuan County. I have never even heard of this river god. He is but a wild deity at best. The river god of Linhua County is the one recognized by the court. How could he possibly protect you? Would he dare to offend the river god of Linhua County?" As the pockmarked leader reveled in his malicious glee, Zhonglin could no longer tolerate the loathsome visage of this man. Just as the words left his mouth, Zhonglin summoned his divine powers, lifting the pockmarked man into the air before slamming him down with tremendous force. The impact left him a mere shadow of his former self. Bloodied and broken, writhing in agony, his limbs contorted, with only a breath left in him, howling in despair. This is a haunting," one of the black-clad men stammered in fright. "No, it is the river god of Sichuan manifesting his power." Another responded with a calm demeanor. "What?" Upon hearing this, several of the black-clad men immediately fell to their knees. They had assumed the river god of Sichuan was a mere figment, to their astonishment. He was indeed real. This was a deity they could not afford to offend. Should they do so, they would meet the same fate as the pockmarked leader. After bowing in reverence, they hastily abandoned any thoughts of the mother and daughter, as well as the now severely injured pockmarked leader, fleeing in disarray, mounted on their horses, away from Sichuan County. Bauer, the woman, her heart racing with relief, immediately stood up to free her daughter from the bindings. "Hurry, let us thank the river god. We owe our lives to him." A woman, accompanied by her daughter, hurriedly made her way to the river god temple, where they bowed in gratitude. Offering value increased by 50. Offering value increased by 50 to 8 this moment. Zhonglin found himself in a state of worry. Chapter 13. The river god of Linhua County, although he had saved the lives of the woman and her daughter, Zhonglin felt a sense of unease. He had inadvertently offended the river god of Linhua County. While he was not afraid of the deity himself, he did fear the authority of the Qintian monitor that backed him. The river god was a legitimate divine being under the auspices of the Qintian monitor, while Zhonglin was merely a forsaken wild god. What was he to do? If the river god of Linhua County sought the assistance of the Qintian monitor's practitioners to eliminate him, how could he defend himself? After much contemplation, Zhonglin resolved to consult the limping blind man. After all, the latter was well-versed in various matters and possessed unfathomable strength. At the very least, Zhonglin could not discern the depth of the blind man's cultivation. He planned to set off early the next morning, with still some time left until dawn. In the blink of an eye, Zhonglin arrived at the home of the limping blind man. It was a dilapidated house, with drafts blowing through every crack. Upon his arrival, the blind man emerged from seemingly nowhere. "What do you seek from me?" he inquired. Zhonglin got straight to the point. "I have offended the river god of Linhua County, who has the Qintian monitor as his backing. What should I do?" "Ha ha! Do not be afraid," the blind man chuckled. "The river god of Linhua County is merely a minor deity of the 8th rank. He cannot harm you. I am not afraid of him. I fear the Qintian monitor behind him." Zhonglin emphasized. The blind man, unfazed, replied, "What Qintian monitor? The river god of Linhua County, like you, is also a wild god. He is an impostor." "What?" Zhonglin exclaimed, astonished. "Linhua County is different from Sichuan County. It has a county magistrate. Given that there are officials of the Great Wei dynasty present, how could the river god of Linhua County possibly be an impostor?" The blind man laughed. "You are still too naive. There are many intricate matters at play here that you do not understand. Allow me to explain." Clearing his throat, the blind man began to elaborate. The Great Wei dynasty's realm was vast, encompassing countless deities of mountains and rivers. Yet only a select few were granted official recognition by the dynasty. becoming legitimate divine beings. Almost every wild god yearns for such recognition. However, the bestowal of divine titles is akin to official appointments within the court. There are limited positions available. Consequently, some wild gods resort to deceit, colluding with local officials to pose as recognized deities, thereby openly enjoying offerings. The common folk are unaware of the distinction between wild gods and officially recognized deities. They simply trust what the authorities declare. If the government says it is so, then it must be true. This was precisely the situation with the river god of Linhua County. He had forged an alliance with the county magistrate. The magistrate acknowledged him as an officially recognized deity of the court, while the river god was required to hand over all the offerings he received to the magistrate. After the blind man finished speaking, Zhang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since the river god of Linhua County was also a wild god, what was there to fear? He would certainly not dare escalate the matter, for fear of attracting the attention of the Qintian monitor. Thus, Zhang Lin returned to the river god temple with a sense of calm. The Bowerer and her mother continued to seek refuge within the temple. The man with the pockmarked face had long since bled to death. After using his powers to dispose of the body, the sun gradually rose, heralding a new day. Meanwhile, within Linhua County, several figures clad in black hurried back to the river god temple, reporting everything that had transpired in Sichuan County to a squat, rotund man dressed in purple. This purple-clad man was the temple priest, acting as the river god's representative, and held a position of considerable power in Linhua County, such that even the magistrate dared not offend him. In a low voice, the purple-clad man inquired, "You say the river god of Sichuan County has manifested and killed Limatzi?" Indeed, Limatzi spoke impudently, uttering disrespectful words about the river god of Sichuan County, which provoked the deity to take severe action against him. One of the black-clad men stammered. The purple-clad man responded gravely. Since Limatzi was in the wrong, it is understandable for the river god of Xiushui to punish him. But why did he not bring back Li Zhao and Li Baoer? We were concerned, worried that the river god of Xiushui would become enraged. Thus, another black-clad man explained, his voice shaky. "You bunch of incompetent fools. Imbeciles." The purple-clad man thundered in anger, "Why, Lord Priest, please do not be angry. It is my fault. I shall bring people and make another trip to Sichuan County. I will ensure that we retrieve Li Zhao and Li Baoer," one of the black-clad men hastily assured. Seeing the priest's fury, one of the black-clad figures quickly added, "My Lord Priest, calm down, that we should not provoke the river god of Sichuan County any further. Let us find another maiden and wait for a chance to capture Li Baoer. That I refuse to believe they can hide in Sichuan County forever." "Very well," the priest conceded, and the black-clad figures retreated. The purple-clad man slowly rose and made his way to a hidden chamber within the river god temple. Inside awaited an individual who had been there for quite some time. What shall we do now that a wild god has emerged in Sichuan County? The person, a man in his 40s clad in official robes, was none other than the county magistrate of Linhua. "We shall do nothing, that if we do not provoke him, he will not come to trouble us." The purple-clad man replied indifferently. The magistrate expressed his concerns. "What if he does come to Linhua County?" The purple-clad man remained unfazed. "He will not, I have inquired. The wild god of Sichuan County has only recently come into being and possesses low cultivation. Even if he were to come, he would not be a match for my master, and my master is of the mid-8th rank." The magistrate appeared somewhat feeble, his brow furrowed with worry, "but I am still concerned. What if an inspector from the Qintian monitor arrives?" The purple-clad man, growing impatient, replied, "What business would an inspector from the Qintian monitor have in this remote and impoverished area?" The magistrate sighed. "I mention it merely as a possibility. Recently, there have been disturbances in Kaiyang Prefecture. I have received word that a detachment from the Qintian monitor is in Kaiyang Prefecture and could arrive in Linhua County at any moment." The purple-clad man reassured him, "Do not fret. In a few days, when my master has perfected his skills, even if the Qintian monitor's people do come, we shall not be afraid." The magistrate wished to say more, but the purple-clad man interrupted. "Enough. Your current task is to quickly procure another pair of young boys and girls. Otherwise, my master will not be able to complete his cultivation, and you may also forget about immortality." With a long sigh, the magistrate lamented, "But where am I to find young boys and girls? Families with children have already fled Linhua County. Now, with only a few hundred households left, it is impossible to find even one young boy or girl. The purple-clad man scoffed, coldly stating, "I do not care how you do it, whether through theft or other means. You must acquire another pair of young boys and girls. Otherwise, my master will not be able to complete his cultivation. And you can forget about your immortality." "Fine, I will think of a way," the magistrate replied. Upon hearing the words immortality, a glimmer of greed flickered across his otherwise dull face. Chapter 14. The hunter boy once the magistrate departed. The purple-clad man sneered and muttered a few curses. "Fool! You actually believe that will grant you immortality. If my master had such abilities, he would have long gone to deceive the emperor. Who would bother with you?" With a swift movement, the purple-clad man made his way to the place where his master, the river god of Linhua County, was in seclusion. The river god of Linhua County, towering at 8 feet tall, with a blue beard and a fearsome countenance, demanded in a low voice, "Where are my young boys and girls?" The purple-clad man explained the situation in hushed tones, recounting everything that had transpired. "Umph, a mere newly emerged wild god dares to thwart my plans. Just wait until I finish my seclusion. I will show him how to deal with such insolence." The river god of Linhua County scolded in a low voice. Once the river god finished his tirade, the purple-clad man cautiously suggested, "I heard the magistrate mention that inspectors from the Xinjiang Monitor have come to Kaiyang Prefecture. Should we not avoid attracting their attention?" The river god of Linhua County hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, some trepidation crossed his features. "Very well, let us avoid the limelight for now. However, before we do, we must make a trip to Sichuan County. I have heard that this young wild god has accumulated quite a bit of offering there. We shall seize it." "Ha ha! Yes, master." The rotund figure in a purple robe displayed a joyful expression, chuckling heartily. At noon, the devotees visiting the river god temple to present incense offerings continued to arrive in an unending stream. Zhang Lin reclined on the temple's rooftop, basking in the sun while observing the incense value. Overwhelmed with delight. Incense value 5, incense value 5, incense value 5. Watching the incense value gradually increase, Zhang Lin could hardly contain his elation. To upgrade his cultivation technique, he required 5,000 points of incense value. With just a few more days of accumulation, he would ascend to the mid-stage of the 8th rank. At this rate, he would soon dominate Kaiyang Prefecture. Speaking of Kaiyang Prefecture, Zhang Lin was suddenly seized by the desire to wander through its streets. However, he had heard that many cultivators resided there. His identity as a wild god, designated for extermination by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau of the Great Way, posed a risk if he were to encounter a formidable figure who discerned his true identity. It could spell disaster. Thus, it was better to refrain from aimless wandering and wait until his cultivation was higher, perhaps until he reached the 7th rank. At that moment, Zhang Lin suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of the river god temple. Peering down, he observed a youth clad like a hunter arguing vehemently with Zhang de Kizu. "This is the medicinal herb I painstakingly gathered. How can it not be offered?" The hunter boy, though short in stature, possessed a remarkably sturdy build, his arms nearly as thick as an ordinary person's thighs. Zhang de Kizu replied, "Little one, this is the offering table of the river god. What you hold is clearly a mere tuft of weeds. Not a medicinal herb at all, that if you place that on the altar, you would be mocking the divine. I am merely looking out for your best interests." Uncle Wu interjected from the side. "The river god is benevolent, but you cannot deceive him that if you cannot produce an offering, at least burn 3 sticks of incense for the river god." Others joined in with similar counsel. The divine offering table is not to be trifled with. Not just anything can be placed upon it. If you dare to fool the gods, they will surely punish you. The hunter boy, flushed with urgency, shouted, "This is not wild grass. It is a medicinal herb. Indeed, a legendary spiritual medicine that the immortals adore. You child, always spouting nonsense. You crack me up? What spiritual medicine? It is clearly just a bunch of wild grass that I've seen daily on my mountain excursions." The crowd erupted in laughter at the hunter boy's expense. Only Zhang Lin remained composed. Upon careful inspection, he discerned that the seemingly mundane plant in the boy's hand was, in fact, a genuine spiritual herb. This was a valuable item that a spark of realization illuminated Zhang Lin's mind that I shall not be deterred. Whoever stand in my way should not blame me for my rudeness. The hunter boy drew a hunting knife from his waist, his fierce gaze fixed on those attempting to block his path. Witnessing this reckless youth brandish a weapon, the surrounding crowd seethed with indignation. Zhang de Kaiser coldly remarked, "Do not stop him. If he seeks death, let him have his way." With that statement, the crowd ceased their attempts to restrain the hunter boy. Resolutely, the boy approached the offering table and carefully placed the spiritual herb upon it. "River God, please save my mother. She has been bitten by a poisonous snake in the mountains and is poisoned. She has but a few days left to live. Please save her, and I shall kneel and bow my head before you." As he spoke, the hunter boy dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the temple's tiles with a resounding thud, blood oozing forth after just a few knocks. Snake venom? That is easily remedied. Zhang Lin happened to possess an antidote. The pressing question was how to deliver it to the boy. After knocking his head in supplication, the hunter boy apologized to those around him, to all the uncles and elders. "I am sorry." Zhang Dakezu sighed. "Considering your filial piety, we, as adults, shall not hold it against you. But what of your offering? Do you not fear the river goddess' wrath?" Zhang Dakezu's gaze fell upon the tuft of wild grass that resembled the spiritual herb, his brows knitting together in disapproval. Uncle Wu advised, "Child, the mountains abound with wild boars and chickens. Why not return with some game instead of this worthless grass? You do not understand. This is a spiritual herb, one that even the immortals cherish. The river god will surely appreciate it." The hunter boy insisted stubbornly. Subsequently, he lowered his head, pushed through the crowd, and dashed away from the river god temple towards the mountains. After the hunter boy's departure, Uncle Wu approached the offering table, intending to discard the wild grass the boy had placed there. The river god is far too esteemed a being to be offered mere weeds. At the very least, one should sacrifice a chicken. Alas, children do not understand these matters. Thankfully, the river god possesses a compassionate heart. Just then, a curious thought crossed Wu's mind. Where had the wild grass gone? As Wu pondered, the spiritual herb that had been on the offering table had already been tucked away in Zhang Lin's storage pouch. Thank tea this moment. He was following the hunter boy. The hunter boy, also from Sichuan County, lived in the mountains, relying on hunting for sustenance. As the saying goes, one eats what one lives near. The hunter boy had brought forth the spiritual herb as an offering, likely harvested from the mountains adjacent to Sichuan County. This implied that the mountains harbored spiritual herbs. At this realization, Zhang Lin could hardly contain his excitement. Moreover, how could a boy raised in the mountains possess knowledge about spiritual herbs? This was crucial. Zhang Lin needed to clarify both of these questions as the hunter boy made his way back home. He had to cross a small river a few meters wide. The water was shallow, easily crossed by stepping on stones. The hunter boy, adept in his movements, traversed this river multiple times daily and was well accustomed to it, perhaps due to his anxiety over his mother's dire condition. He lost his footing on the stones today and fell into the river, emerging drenched. What terrible luck! Soaked to the bone, the hunter boy rose from the water and finally reached the shore. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the previously calm river surface to ripple in strange patterns, as if an unseen force were stirring. The grasses along the riverbank rustled, suggesting something was moving within. Yet nothing was visible. The hunter boy anxiously scanned his surroundings, feeling an enigmatic aura enveloping him. That moment, a faint light flickered on the river's surface, seemingly emanating from the depths below. The light pulsated erratically, vaguely outlining a hazy human silhouette, yet its true form remained obscured. Almost immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air that a pill, radiating a soft glow, quietly floated in the water. Before the boy could react, the mysterious force dissipated, and tranquility returned to the surroundings, leaving only the pill as evidence that the extraordinary encounter was not a figment of his imagination. In the water lay the pill. Could it be a gift from the river god? The hunter boy was momentarily stunned, then elated. The river god has bestowed upon me a spiritual pill. My mother will be saved. The hunter boy sprinted joyfully towards home. Zhang Lin followed the hunter boy to a sturdy stone house nestled in the mountains. The house was large and well-constructed, its interior remarkably clean despite its remote location. A woman with a pale complexion lay on the bed, covered with several layers of animal skins. "Mother, I have returned. I asked the river god for a divine pill. Once you consume it, you will recover. Without hesitation, the hunter boy entered his home, took the pill, and shoved it into his mother's mouth. She had not yet regained her senses when the pill was forced upon her. What have you made me eat, my child? The sickly woman inquired. A divine pill. Once you take it, you will be well again, the hunter boy replied. Chapter 15. Feeding the spiritual herb to the pig's foolish child. What divine pill could possibly exist in this world? Just as the hunter boy's mother finished speaking, the pill took effect, and her pale face instantly regained color. Her voice transformed from a weak whisper to one filled with strength. Is this divine pill real? She asked, astonished. Indeed, I even witnessed the divine being manifest, the hunter boy exclaimed. Which divine being? The mother inquired. The deity from the river god temple by Chushui River. Mother, let me tell you, that god is truly miraculous. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to gather more spiritual herbs, the hunter boy declared with a smile. What spiritual herbs? The woman remarked with a hint of incredulity. The young hunter blinked his eyes and replied, Those are the herbs my father often harvested from the mountains. He told me they were spiritual herbs, and that immortals use them to concoct elixirs. The woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, Your father was merely playing a trick on you. Those are not spiritual herbs at all. He brought them back to feed the pigs. Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment. To think they were feeding pigs with spiritual herbs. How wasteful. Is this true, mother? You wouldn't be fooling me, would you? The young hunter asked suspiciously. The woman chuckled. Why would I deceive you? Go take a look at our pig pen. There is still half a basket left to feed the pigs. Without hesitation, Zhang Lin rushed to the pig pen behind the stone house. And indeed, he discovered half a basket of spiritual herbs. What can I say? Such precious herbs wasted on pigs, Zhang Lin thought, feeling both amused and exasperated as he unceremoniously took the herbs. He then returned to the stone house. Son, tomorrow you should set traps in the mountains and bring back a wild boar to present to Lord Hebo. Understood, mother. Observing this, Zhang Lin hurriedly transmitted a message to the young hunter, expressing his admiration for the herbs he had gathered and requesting him to continue collecting them daily. The young hunter was startled by the voice of Lord Hebo whispering in his ear. Mother, Lord Hebo is in our house. He spoke to me. The young hunter scanned the surroundings for Lord Hebo's presence. Son, have you lost your mind? There is no Lord Hebo here. And if he spoke to you, why didn't I hear it? The young hunter scratched his head, bewildered. I don't know. All I know is that Lord Hebo said he likes the herbs I gather, and I must continue to gather them for him tomorrow. The woman sighed. How peculiar of Lord Hebo to favor wild grass meant for pigs. Could it be that he is a wild boar who has cultivated himself to become sentient? Zhang Lin, hearing this, was speechless and quietly left the stone house. From that day forth, the young hunter ascended the mountain daily, bringing Zhang Lin a large basket of spiritual herbs to the Hebo temple. Zhang Lin, in return, would cast spells to reward the young hunter with fish and shrimp, inciting envy among Huan and the others. Realizing that Lord Hebo favored wild grass, many rushed to the mountains to dig for it. Some managed to find spiritual herbs, while others only unearthed common grass. Zhang Lin rewarded those who found spiritual herbs, while those who only found wild grass received nothing for their efforts. Over time, everyone learned to distinguish between spiritual herbs and mere wild grass. Days later, the limping old blind man returned. Upon seeing Zhang Lin's ample supply of spiritual herbs and hearing the story, he exclaimed in astonishment. I thought this place was just a remote village, but I never imagined there would be spiritual herbs growing in the mountains. While their age may be low and they are not particularly rare, they are indeed spiritual herbs. Sell them to me. You have no use for them, and I will pay you with spirit stones. Zhang Lin agreed and sold all his spiritual herbs to the old man for 5 spirit stones. Additionally, the old blind man brought 10 portions of herbs needed for concocting the Peiyuan Dan. Let us stick to the previous arrangement. 5 pills of Peiyuan Dan for the cost of the herbs. And for the remaining 5 pills, I will charge 1 spirit stone per pill. Is that acceptable? That works. Zhang Lin nodded. That be, by the way, Senior, I still did not know your name. May I ask? Zhang Lin inquired. Just call me Old Blind Man or Old Lame Leg. That is what everyone calls me. That I've long forgotten my real name. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Zhang Lin accepted. Taking the herbs and returning to the Hebo temple to refine the elixirs that Bao and her mother still secretly resided within the temple, and Zhang Lin did not drive them away. Ever since Zhang Lin saved them, Bao and her mother would kneel before Zhang Lin's statue every night, sincerely bowing in worship, thus providing him with a significant amount of incense value. This time, the process of refining elixirs was much smoother for him. In less than half an hour, he had successfully concocted 10 Peiyuan Dan. He was not in a hurry to seek out the old blind man, as he needed to deliver the medicine first. Just as he left the Hebo temple, he suddenly received a transmission talisman from the old blind man. Little brother, be cautious. The Hebo of Linhua County has come to your territory, and the visitor does not bear good intentions. Flee quickly. What? The Hebo of Linhua County has arrived in Sichuan County. What does he want? Zhang Lin asked, pulling out the transmission talisman given by the old blind man. What level of cultivation does the Hebo of Linhua County possess? He inquired. Soon, he received the old blind man's reply at mid-8 rank. Are you planning to duel with him? Indeed. What? The old blind man was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Pondering, could this brat have been cultivating for many years, pretending to be a fool to tease me? Regaining his composure, the old blind man said, Very well. If you wish to duel with the Hebo of Linhua County, then go ahead. The opponent has come to your doorstep. How can you act like a turtle hiding its head? I will assist you. If you cannot defeat him, I can lend you a hand. However, if you slay the Hebo of Linhua County, you must share some of the treasures from his storage bag with me. Zhang Lin nodded, agreed, no problem. Just as he was about to step out to confront the challenge, he found that the Hebo of Linhua County was already hovering above the Hebo temple, with azure hair and towering at Zhang. The Hebo of Linhua County waved his hand, and the tranquil Chu Shui River was instantly transformed into a tempestuous torrent. Several fishing boats on the river were capsized, and the fishermen aboard were thrown into the water, their fates uncertain. Zhang Lin, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. How dare he be so arrogant in my territory? Seeking death, without uttering a word, Zhang Lin raised his hand and unleashed a water dragon spear aimed at the throat of the Hebo of Linhua County. The Hebo, feigning nonchalance, raised a hand to block. However, Zhang Lin's spell was no joke. With the backing of his mid-8 rank cultivation, his water dragon spear was virtually indomitable. Underestimating Zhang Lin would surely lead to dire consequences for the Hebo of Linhua County. Chapter 16. Slaying the river god, the water dragon spear surged towards the face of the Hebo of Linhua County. The Hebo, still maintaining an air of indifference, raised his hand to block. But in the next moment, he sensed the overwhelming power of the spell. Wait a minute. The Hebo's expression hardened as he hastily summoned all his spiritual energy, spitting out a sea blue mirror bead from his dantian. This was the Hebo's life treasure, forged over many years. Block for me, the Hebo commanded, and the mirror bead formed a clear and transparent water mirror in front of him. The water dragon spear struck the water mirror of the Hebo of Linhua County and was completely absorbed, like a stone dropped into a river, vanishing without a trace. That was close. The Hebo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thanks to his extensive experience in combat, he had summoned his life treasure just in time. Otherwise, had he been hit by Zhang Lin's water dragon spear, he would have been gravely injured, if not dead. This young man was not only powerful in cultivation, but also wielded spells of remarkable strength. He could not discern the origins of this individual, who almost caused him a great loss due to his underestimation. The Hebo of Linhua County, feeling a surge of apprehension, looked down at Zhang Lin and silently mused. I initially thought this boy was merely a fledgling wild deity. But to my surprise, his cultivation seems to rival my OWN. It appears I must take this seriously. A fierce killing intent erupted from the Hebo's deep blue eyes. Such a formidable treasure. Zhang Lin remained unfazed, murmuring to himself that he then began to circle around the Hebo of Linhua County, simultaneously forming hand seals and continuously launching water dragon spears at him. The Hebo of Linhua County focused intently, the mirror bead emanating a sea blue glow suspended in front of him. The Hebo manipulated the bead with both hands, channeling spiritual energy into it, and soon 8 water mirrors emerged around him. providing comprehensive protection from all directions. Zhang Lin's water dragon spear struck against the Hebo's water mirrors, akin to a meat bun hitting a dog. Utterly futile, if I cannot harm you with my water dragon spears. I refuse to believe that my soul dream kill will not be able to pierce your defenses, Zhang Lin thought to himself, forming the necessary hand seals as he prepared to unleash his soul dream kill. Suddenly, the Hebo of Linhua County burst into laughter. Young man, how does it feel to be unable to harm me? Do not be anxious. What you gave me, I shall return to you. Zhang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. He promptly withdrew, retreating deep into the meandering waters of the river. The river god of Linhua County held his breath, his hands deftly manipulating two distinct incantations. Shifting through them with remarkable agility, he summoned his entire reservoir of magical energy, embedding a mysterious spell into the azure mirror orb. With a thunderous command, he cried, "Kill!" In an instant, the mirror orb erupted with a dazzling blue radiance. Previously, Zhang Lin had unleashed numerous water dragon spears, all of which were wholly absorbed by the reflective water surface created by the Arbita AT. This moment, the water mirror flickered several times before expelling all the absorbed water dragon spears. Pursuing Zhang Lin relentlessly. Little beast, how do you intend to escape now? Weren't you quite formidable just moments ago? The river god of Linhua County observed Zhang Lin's panicked retreat and burst into hearty laughter, mocking him with his words. Not far away, an old man with a limp had somehow procured a bamboo chair, reclining leisurely upon it, with a small stool beside him holding a delicate food box filled with snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, osmanthus cake, chicken feet, and crispy twists. The situation appeared dire. He had long heard of the river god of Linhua County possessing an exceptionally powerful innate magical artifact, and today, witnessing it firsthand, he realized the rumors were indeed true. This artifact could absorb and rebound any spell cast upon it. Such a remarkable item he had only encountered a few times at the auctions of the Linglong Treasure Pavilion in the capital. He never expected that such a treasure would also exist in the remote region of Kaiyang Prefecture. How could a mere 8th-tier wild god possess such a magnificent treasure? It was a gross waste of celestial resources. The old blind man smacked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing across his wrinkled visage as he murmured, "It makes my heart itch. Alas, the river god of Linhua County owes me nothing. I have no means to act against him, that if only everyone in the world owed me something, then I could eliminate whomever I wished. How I long for that moment, rather than feeling this unbearable itch while being utterly powerless." He sighed deeply, contemplating the possibility of avenging Zhang Lin should he perish at the hands of the river god of Linhua County, seizing his magical artifact in the process. Yet, the old man did not desire Zhang Lin's demise. A talent like Zhang Lin, a gifted alchemist, was a rare find in 100 years. The old blind man intended to nurture him, so he could concoct elixirs for him. What a quandary! The old man's grotesque and wrinkled face suddenly wore a mask of profound sorrow. Zhang Lin soared through the air, desperately dodging the pursuing water dragon spears. The spears, rebounding from the water mirror, relentlessly chased him, akin to a relentless parasite. The river god's magical artifact was indeed formidable. It not only absorbed spells, but also reflected them. It was utterly despicable. Observing Zhang Lin fleeing from his own magic, the river god of Linhua County returned to his earlier carefree demeanor. He raised his head, brimming with pride, and proclaimed, "Hee, even if your cultivation and magical prowess are on par with mine, you lack a magical artifact as powerful as mine. I advise you to surrender obediently, handing over your incense offerings and the storage bag on your person. If I am satisfied, I shall spare your life. What say you?" Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and remained silent. He still had one last card to play. Unsure if the river god's innate artifact could withstand his soul dream kill, and no matter, he would gamble everything. The rebounding water dragon spears, having pursued Zhang Lin for a time, dissipated into the void due to their waning magical energy. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Lin swiftly closed the distance to the river god of Linhua County, forming hand seals in preparation to unleash his soul dream kill. Back for more. You are merely courting disaster. The river god of Linhua County scoffed, remaining immobile, taunting Zhang Lin. I stand here without moving. Do you believe you can injure me? Humph. Zhang Lin let out a cold snort, choosing not to engage further. He unleashed a soul dream kill directly upon the river god's head. The soul dream kill, akin to a psychological assault, inflicted direct harm upon the target's psyche. The water mirror could reflect ordinary spells. But could it withstand this mental attack? As Zhang Lin witnessed the soul dream kill pass through the protective barrier of the water mirror unscathed, striking the river god of Linhua County. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Got him. The river god, once filled with self-satisfaction, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, an irresistible urge to sleep washing over him. An inexplicable drowsiness threatened to engulf him entirely. Chapter 17. The Malevolent Tower, just as he could no longer resist the temptation to close his eyes and succumb to slumber, a realization struck him. Something was amiss, with a sharp bite to his tongue. He dispelled some of the drowsiness, regaining a measure of alertness. You! What spell have you cast upon me? The river god of Linhua County bellowed in anger at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin remained silent, continuing to form hand seals, launching another soul dream kill at the river god. Damn it, I'm so sleepy. A wave of astonishing drowsiness washed over him again. The river god immediately began circulating his energy, attempting to shake off the encroaching sleepiness. Yet, Zhang Lin did not relent, continuing to cast soul dream kill after soul dream kill upon him, until finally, the river god could endure no longer and fell into a deep slumber. In the next moment, the river god, oblivious to what transpired in his dreams, suddenly opened his eyes wide, blood spewing from his mouth as he perished. His body plummeted heavily from the sky. The common folk of Sichuan County were unaware of the unfolding drama. They merely observed the sky darkening and the winds rising in turmoil. Fearful, they knelt in prayer, beseeching the river god for protection. Fortunately, it was not long before the strange phenomena subsided. The people of Sichuan County attributed this to the river god's benevolence, deepening their faith in Zhang Lin. Consequently, Zhang Lin received a considerable amount of incense offerings. Incense value 3, incense value 3, incense value 3. However, it was evident that the current priority was not the incense value, but rather the innate magical artifact belonging to the river god of Linhua County. After Zhang Lin had taken the river god's body to a secluded area, the old blind man, who had been silently observing, suddenly appeared beside the corpse of the river god. The sly grin reminiscent of a cunning merchant graced the old man's lips as he rubbed his hands together. Murmuring, "Little brother Zhang, we had an agreement. I would assist you, and you must share a portion of the treasure from this river god of Linhua County with me." "Very well, I will keep my word." "Agreed. Little brother, you are a man of integrity." With that, both fell into a moment of silence, their gazes locked on one another, the corpse of the river god lying between them. "Little brother Zhang, I have examined the river god of Linhua County. He is truly wealthy beyond measure. His storage bag is filled with nothing but valuable items," the old blind man initiated. Zhang Lin nodded indifferently. "I helped you, so it would be improper for me to take too much from spoils. Thus, I only require one item." The old blind man smirked ingratiatingly, extending a withered finger to wave in front of Zhang Lin's eyes. Zhang Lin, fully aware of the old blind man's ulterior motives, replied with a stoic expression, "If you dare to say that the item you seek is the river god's innate magical artifact, do not blame me for losing my temper when I become enraged. Even I fear myself." The old blind man, caught in his deception, awkwardly withdrew his finger. He mused inwardly. It seems this lad is not foolish. He understands that the river god's innate magical artifact is the most valuable possession. Since he could not deceive Zhang Lin into relinquishing the magical artifact, the old blind man remained unfazed, chuckling. "In that case, I shall select another item from this storage bag. That should suffice, right?" "Very well." Zhang Lin assented. He recognized that the old blind man was not without strength, and he anticipated collaborating with him on numerous occasions in the future. Having made a prior agreement, Zhang Lin would never go back on his word. The old blind man rummaged through the river god's storage bag for a while, seemingly unable to find something to his liking. However, he soon appeared to discover something, his face brightening with delight. "Ah, I was curious as to why the river god of Linhua County demanded offerings of young boys and girls. It turns out it was for this. What is it? The words of the old blind man piqued Zhang Lin's curiosity. Hee, do you know what this is? The old blind man produced an object from the storage bag of the river god from Linhua County. Zhang Lin gazed upon it and saw that it was a sinister and unusual pagoda. Its body exhibiting a somber hue with a grayish-black shade subtly tinged with a blood-like dark red. The surface was inscribed with eerie runes, standing about 7 inches tall and feeling notably heavy. Do you know what this is? The old blind man inquired once more. Zhang Lin shook his head. The old blind man smiled smugly. Let me tell you, not only you, but even the wise monk Zhixin from Kaiyan Prefecture would be utterly baffled upon seeing this. Who is the monk Zhixin? Zhang Lin asked. Intrigued, he is the abbot of the Qinglong Temple in Kaiyan Prefecture. He has mastered a peculiar mystical art. Any object that comes into his possession, he can discern its origins to some extent. The old blind man chuckled. This item can only be recognized by someone who has traveled through the countries of the South Seas. What is it then? Please stop keeping me in suspense, Zhang Lin said, somewhat exasperated. This is the evil child binding God Pagoda, a magical artifact bestowed upon devotees by the deities of the South Seas, the old blind man elaborated. The South Seas is said to be home to 8 million deities, most of whom are malevolent and bizarre in nature. But what purpose does this thing serve? Zhang Lin asked, hearing of a place called the South Seas for the first time and eager for more information. The old blind man replied solemnly, it is used to refine evil elixirs. If you offer young boys and girls to this sinister pagoda, it can transmute their flesh and blood into malevolent elixirs that extend one's lifespan and enhance cultivation. It resembles the artifacts of the demonic path. Zhang Lin responded gravely. That sounds rather sinister. Indeed, given the prevalence of evil deities in the South Seas, the old blind man said without reservation, pocketing the named evil child binding God Pagoda. This is a valuable item. I shall not hesitate to claim it. Chapter 18. Spoils of War. Zhang Lin scrutinized the old blind man for a moment before asking, what do you intend to do with this pagoda? The old blind man laughed. Are you worried that I might sell it to some evil cultivator or a rogue deity? Zhang Lin nodded. Precisely. This pagoda, which devours the flesh and blood of young boys and girls, is exceedingly malevolent. If it falls into the hands of an evil cultivator, the people of Dawei may face dire consequences. The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin thoughtfully, then chuckled. The people of Sichuan County were not mistaken. You possess a heart of compassion. Zhang Lin lowered his gaze in silence. The old blind man cheerfully reassured him. Rest assured, I will not sell this pagoda to anyone, but will instead turn it over to the Qintian Bureau. You are affiliated with the Qintian Bureau? Zhang Lin inquired, astonished. The old blind man replied self-deprecatingly, of course not. Why would the Qintian Bureau take an interest in a mere old, blind, and crippled man like me? Zhang Lin was puzzled. Then why would you turn it over to the Qintian Bureau? The old blind man explained, the Qintian Bureau has a policy that allows individuals to receive rewards for surrendering harmful artifacts like this one. Moreover, since you assisted the Qintian Bureau today, they may be lenient with you should you encounter any trouble in the future that I see, Zhang Lin said, nodding thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he asked, do you know how a rogue deity like me might gain recognition from the Qintian Bureau? I do not know. The old blind man shook his head. Disappointment flickered across Zhang Lin's face. However, I can inquire on your behalf, the old blind man sighed. In the land of Dawei, the gods of mountains, rivers and streams are as numerous as the stars. Yet only a select few rogue deities catch the attention of the Qintian Bureau and receive recognition. Sichuan County is remote, and even the county magistrate is reluctant to come here. Naturally, the officials from the Qintian Bureau are also disinclined to visit. You may as well remain here and take your time. There is no need to rush. Very well, Zhang Lin said, the momentary disappointment fading from his eyes. However, he quickly regained his spirits and began rummaging through the storage bag of the river god from Linhua County. The old blind man taught Zhang Lin a simple incantation that would allow him to extract the river god's life artifact from his corpse. Life artifacts are often stored within the Dantian. The river god's life artifact was named the Mirror Pearl, and its magical ability was called the Water Mirror, capable of reflecting spells but ineffective against mental attacks. It was a mid-grade 8th-tier artifact. Zhang Lin held the mirror pearl in his hands, fascinated by its presence. How does one utilize this artifact? After playing with it for a while, he realized he didn't know how to use it, which was somewhat embarrassing. Thankfully, the old blind man did not mock him, but instead instructed him on how to wield the artifact. You must understand, the mirror pearl is powerful in the hands of the river god from Linhua County because it is his life artifact and possesses inherent enhancement effects. If you do not refine the mirror pearl into your own life artifact and merely use it as an ordinary artifact, it will only exhibit 50 to 60% of its potential. The old blind man explained. Zhang Lin frowned. That's quite a difference. How can I refine it into my own life artifact? The old blind man replied, it is a complicated process that requires specialized techniques. When I return next time, I will bring you a book that teaches how to refine life artifacts. Thank you, Elder, Zhang Lin said joyfully. There will be a cost. Nothing is given for free, the old blind man said with a grin. Very well, Zhang Lin replied with a wry smile. Having examined the storage bag of the river god from Linhua County, Zhang Lin found 125 spirit stones, a vial of healing elixirs, a vial of cultivation elixirs, a manual of techniques, a spell book, and various miscellaneous items. He glanced at the technique manual, which was titled the Hebo skill, a lower-grade yellow-level technique. The spellbook was named Water Escape Technique, a mid-grade yellow-level spell that enhanced the user's speed in water. Zhang Lin found it somewhat lackluster. He casually memorized the Water Escape Technique, then looked at the corpse of the river god from Linhua County, preparing to find a place to bury it when he suddenly heard a system prompt in his ears. Would you like to accept all spiritual incense value from the river god of Linhua County, master of the Bar River? Oh, the system has this function. Zhang Lin's face lit up with joy as he unhesitatingly selected YES. In the next moment, spiritual incense value 983, only a little over 900. Zhang Lin was taken aback. The river god of Linhua County had existed for over 100 years. How could he have accumulated so little spiritual incense over that time? Even he, a newly born river god, had more. Oh well, 900 is still better than nothing, he thought. After accepting the spiritual incense value, the corpse of the river god gradually became transparent, vanishing into the void. What is happening? Where did his body go? Zhang Lin asked, puzzled. The old blind man replied, deities are born from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, so naturally, upon death, they must return to the cosmos. If that's the case, won't I also leave no remains when I die? Zhang Lin laughed. That's the idea, but I advise you to refrain from speaking such ominous words, the old blind man remarked, smacking his lips. Zhang Lin responded casually. He then retrieved 10 yuan cultivation pill from the storage bag and handed them to the old blind man. Your alchemical speed is quite impressive. Keep it up, the old blind man said as he accepted the yuan cultivation pills. I need to leave for a few more days. Is there anything you wish for? When I return, I will bring it for you, Zhang Lin replied. Just bring me more spiritual herbs. I have 2 formulas, but have been unable to refine them due to a lack of spiritual herbs. That is no problem. Just write down the spiritual herbs you need on this piece of paper, the old blind man said, producing paper and a brush from his storage bag for Zhang Lin to write on. Zhang Lin listed the required spiritual herbs for the Qingling San and Yi Qi Dan afterward. He returned to his river god temple. Sitting cross-legged beside the alchemical furnace, Zhang Lin's mind was abuzz with thoughts as he meticulously considered his circumstances. The river god of Linhua County was dead. Could he possibly take control of Linhua County? Linhua County was wealthier than Sichuan County, with a larger population. Additionally, it was adjacent to the Ba River, which connected to multiple waterways and was linked to the largest river in Kaiyang Prefecture, the Kaiyang River. If he could gain control of the Ba River, traveling to Kaiyang Prefecture would become significantly easier. The only issue was how to deal with the county magistrate of Linhua County. The river god of Linhua County had dominated the area for so long, relying heavily on the magistrate's support. The magistrate, being a mere mortal, could be crushed with a mere flick of a finger. The critical point, however, was that the magistrate represented the Dawei officialdom, which governed the Qintian Bureau. Oh well, I suppose I should wait a bit longer. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 19. Creating a sensation, a bounty from the heavens. Have you heard? The river goddess abode in Linhua County has inexplicably cracked, It is said that the statue of the river god has split in two. I've long heard whispers that the river god favors young boys and girls. Surely, this is divine retribution for such desires. Within Sichuan County, a crowd of villagers gathered, unable to contain their excitement as they discussed the news. Among them stood Qin Lu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Has the river god of Linhua County truly met his demise? Could it be that the deity who sought his children is no more? At this thought, a smile of elation crept onto Qin Lu's face as he held a fish and hurried toward his wife and child. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to share this splendid news with them. Inside the river god's temple, Bao and her mother paused in surprise upon hearing Qin Lu's words. Does this mean we can return home? Bao tilted her head innocently, gazing at Qin Lu and his wife. Qin Lu bit his lip, respectfully bowing to the statue of Zhonglin beside him. O mighty river god, I humbly bow before you. I know that the incident in Linhua County must be your divine protection over us. From this day forth, my family and I, Qin Lu, shall settle in Sichuan County. Qin Lu turned earnestly to his wife, declaring, we shall not leave, with the river god watching over us. This is truly our home. The woman nodded solemnly. Having endured enough days filled with fear, in contrast, she felt an exceptional sense of security in Sichuan County. Very well, I shall heed your words. Zhonglin, standing as the statue, contemplated the scene before him. The impoverishment of Sichuan County stemmed from a lack of resources and population. The villagers relied solely on fishing for their livelihood. A bountiful catch was a stroke of luck, while a poor haul meant utter failure. To transform the lives of Sichuan's villagers into prosperity, a strategic approach was imperative. That a smile graced Zhonglin's lips. Providing fish was simple, with his current mastery at the 8th rank. He could summon great fish for the villagers at will. However, teaching them to fish was far more beneficial. The river held more than just fish. Zhonglin stepped into the water, meticulously examining the underwater conditions. Due to the fear instilled by the deep sea, few dared to venture into its depths, resulting in a treasure trove of clamshells and pearls lying at the bottom, as he knew. Even a single pearl could equate to 2 months of an ordinary fisherman's earnings. It seemed a spectacle must be created. Zhonglin snapped his fingers, revealing a knowing smile that in the dead of night. Qin Lu found himself amidst a turbulent sea in his dreams, the precarious wooden canoe beneath him threatening to capsize at any moment. Desperately, he fought to steady the canoe, but his efforts felt futile. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he watched as monstrous waves surged toward him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a cold snort dispersed the towering waves in an instant. Qin Lu opened his eyes. Gazing at the imposing figure suspended in midair, I bow before you, mighty river god. Thank you for your benevolent intervention. You saved my wife and child before, and now you have spared my life. My gratitude knows no bounds. Zhonglin regarded Qin Lu, shaking his head slightly, before sweeping his sleeve dramatically. In Sichuan County, no wrongdoing shall be tolerated. No harm shall befall the innocent. Otherwise you shall meet the same fate as the river god of Linhua County, death. Qin Lu's heart raced. Indeed, the river god of Linhua County had perished at the hands of Sichuan's river god. Yet from this revelation, it was clear Sichuan's river god was benevolent. At least he cared for the common people. Since you have entered my Sichuan County, convey this. Every month, 3 villagers may enter the water to harvest pearls, and they shall surely reap rewards. However, they must be individuals who perform good deeds, recognized as virtuous villagers of Sichuan County. As Zhonglin's voice faded, Qin Lu awoke from his slumber, struggling to grasp the reality surrounding him. Moving his wrist, he confirmed that it had merely been a dream. Yet the river god's charge weighed heavily on his mind. Harvesting pearls. Surely it could not be akin to the fate of the river god of Linhua County. Pale, Qin Lu turned to glance at the statue. Husband, what troubles you? Upon hearing his wife's call, he recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, the woman furrowed her brow, regarding Qin Lu with seriousness. Husband, you should not doubt the river god's intentions. If he truly wished harm upon these villagers, he would not go to such lengths to assist them. Moreover, If he required sacrifices, then Bao and I, having remained in this temple daily, would have faced dire consequences. Thus, I suspect the river god merely seeks to reward virtuous villagers in Sichuan County, wishing them to receive their due recompense. Qin Lu, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. Indeed, he suddenly slapped his own face, looking at his wife. "My dear, I have been narrow-minded. I shall inform the villagers at once." In a flurry, Qin Lu rushed to Sichuan County, calling out loudly to the gathered villagers. As the crowd swelled, word of the pearl harvesting spread rapidly. In the past, I contemplated risking it all to die for pearls, but the depths were treacherous, potentially costing me my life. Yet now, with the river god as promise, what do we have to fear? This is a gift from the river god. Thank you, O mighty river god. The villagers knelt in reverence, their gazes filled with adoration. Pearls, whoever was fortunate enough to partake could achieve prosperity in the sky. Zhang Lin observed this scene, a radiant smile gracing his features. Just from the Pearl Initiative, he had instantly garnered 2,000 incense points. Indeed, to accumulate incense points, one must not only consider the population, but also the river god as competence. Can he inspire the people to believe in him? Otherwise, how could the countless citizens of Linhua County yield only 900 incense points, while Sichuan County flourished under his careful guidance? With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhang Lin summoned several columns of water, sending forth a deluge of substantial fish. This miraculous downpour captivated the hearts of countless citizens of Sichuan County, etching an unforgettable impression upon them. Chapter 20. You're a novice? I'll believe you're a liar. In the heavens, Zhang Lin observed the villagers' beaming smiles, nodding in approval. The incense points were soaring at an astonishing rate. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he reached mid-8th rank. Just then, a voice of astonishment broke the air. "You, kind-hearted fellow, for the sake of these villagers, you are quite generous." Turning, Zhang Lin beheld the old blind man munching on a chicken leg nearby, his murky eyes momentarily glimmering with light. Zhang Lin spread his hands. With nothing pressing at hand, it is more practical to ensure the villagers lead prosperous lives. I wonder how fruitful your harvest was this time. The old blind man tossed aside the bone, grumbling. This time, they were exceedingly stingy, offering so little. However, seeing you in a favorable light, I shall gift you something. The old blind man produced a pill formula from his robe and tossed it to Zhang Lin. Startled, Zhang Lin stared at the formula in his hands. Ning Shun Dan, an 8th rank formula. Senior, you seem to overestimate my abilities. This 8th rank elixir is far too challenging for a novice like me. The old blind man rolled his eyes at Zhang Lin. You're a novice? Who are you trying to fool? Even seasoned 8th rank alchemists cannot assure such a high success rate. If you do not wish to accept this formula, you may return it to me. Zhang Lin chuckled silently, hastily tucking the formula into his robe. After this period of alchemical practice, his proficiency had reached a satisfactory level. With just an additional 2,000 incense points, he could elevate his alchemist rank to the 8th. This spirit-concentrating pill may indeed warrant a formal trial. Esteemed senior, I wish to inquire about the purpose of these pills. The old blind man circled around Zhang Lin, scrutinizing him intently, his expression filled with astonishment. Surely, you have not gone without consuming any pills. After all, you are a wild deity of the 8th rank. How could you be oblivious to such fundamental knowledge? The old blind man waved his hand dismissively and shook his head. Alas, this Sichuan County is truly too backward. It is only natural that you have not been exposed to such matters here. To elevate one's prowess, one must rely not only on inhaling spiritual energy, but also on these pills. A high-quality pay-you-on pill can equate to half a month of arduous training. This is precisely why pills have consistently enjoyed such immense popularity. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, taken aback by this revelation. Previously, he had solely relied on incense value to enhance his strength. In hindsight, this seems rather regrettable. I am grateful for your guidance. Esteemed senior, the old blind man tossed a heap of medicinal ingredients before Zhang Lin. Let us dispense with the trivialities. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then concoct this spirit-concentrating pill. The rules remain unchanged. However, the difficulty of the 8th rank is somewhat elevated. I shall provide you with 3 sets of ingredients. And as long as you can successfully produce one, it will suffice. Zhonglin glanced at the ingredients and nodded. Esteemed senior, I shall endeavor to give it my all. With the departure of the old blind man, Zhonglin closed his eyes, preparing to attempt the endeavor. He had yet to experience the effects of the Peiyuan pill. As the pill entered his body, Zhonglin instantly felt a warm current surging within him. He opened his eyes, a look of delight gracing his face. Indeed, the Peiyuan pill is effective. One Peiyuan pill is equivalent to 30 incense values. During this period, he had managed to concoct 50 pills. This translates to a saving of 1,500 incense values. A smile spread across Zhonglin's face. It is worth noting that the difficulty in crafting these pills was not insurmountable. Moreover, the success rate was exceptionally high. This rate, should he wish to break through to the mid-stage, he could accelerate his progress further. His rank as an 8th grade alchemist must be elevated, if 9th grade pills yield such results. How much more can be expected from the 8th grade? With the elevation of his rank, Zhonglin gazed at the formula before him, a smile of satisfaction appearing. With these 3 sets of ingredients, he stands to gain immensely. Meanwhile, Qin Lu was diligently immersed in constructing a dwelling. Following their decision to settle down, he had begun his busy preparations. After all, with the river god of Linhua County having been dealt with, they had settled in Sichuan County, and remaining in the temple was hardly a sustainable solution. That moment, a group of villagers gathered around Qin Lu, chuckling at his efforts. Little Lu, you truly wish to build a house. Why not inform us? Many hands make light work. Qin Lu stood frozen, astonished by the scene before him. In Linhua County, such assistance was unheard of. Without sufficient remuneration, one could expect to abandon the task at any moment. Yet here in Sichuan County, it was utterly remarkable, unbelievable. He had spent a considerable amount of time in Sichuan County previously, but had never encountered such a spirit. Qin Lu turned to glance in the direction of the river god's temple. Perhaps all these changes stemmed from the benevolence of the river god. After all, everyone desired to contribute positively to the community, as doing so could earn them a chance at valuable pearls. Of course, the crux of the matter was that the hardships faced by the populace had previously compelled them to struggle for mere survival. Many had experienced days of hunger, prioritizing their own needs. However, the situation has shifted. With the abundance of fish, the quality of life of the common folk has markedly improved. Thank you all. If there is ever a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall never refuse. Qin Lu spoke with tears of gratitude in his eyes. Beside him, Bao and her mother shared a smile, realizing that they had made the right choice in coming to Sichuan County. Their husband no longer had to bear all burdens alone. With the help of the villagers, the house that would have taken a month to complete was finished in just 3 days. Zhonglin beamed at this sight. The rate of incense value accumulation was accelerating rapidly. This pace. Within a week, he would reach the mid-stage of the 8th rank. The entity behind that water monkey harbors unfathomable strength, likely at least at the 7th rank, affording him some degree of self-protection. Zhonglin furrowed his brow. That fiend's power is not to be underestimated. Sichuan County has already achieved considerable development, while Zhonglin may find a means of escape. While the common folk, without a source of incense value, their path to growth would become exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it is best to take one step at a time. For now, I shall engage the esteemed senior concerning this spirit-concentrating pill. Zhonglin extended his hand, revealing 3 pills that materialized within his grasp. Chapter 21. New Divine Ability. Shake the Divine. Arriving at the abode of the old blind man, Zhonglin was momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The interior was strewn with various food remnants, as the old blind man appeared to possess an exceptional degree of selectiveness regarding his meals. He consumed only the most delectable parts of any dish. You young rascal, you've arrived so soon? I neglected to inform you earlier that the crafting of the spirit-concentrating pill is no simple feat. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter failure. Most 8th-grade alchemists opt to harness the most concentrated earthly and celestial energies at noon, combining their own strengths for the process. The old blind man reclined with his legs crossed, observing Zhonglin with a nonchalant demeanor. Zhonglin had previously encountered remarkable success in pill crafting here. which, paradoxically, was not necessarily a good omen for him. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to subject Zhang Lin to a significant setback, making him acutely aware of how much he still had to learn in this world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin quickly comprehended the old man's intentions, watching him shrug in resignation. However, esteemed senior, I have already succeeded in my endeavor. The chicken leg the old blind man held abruptly fell, and he lost control of himself, tumbling to the ground in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Lin. What did you just say? You've successfully crafted it? Show me. The old blind man snatched the spirit-concentrating pill from Zhang Lin's hand, examining it meticulously as he observed the unique aura emanating from it. The old blind man fell into a profound silence. It is indeed the spirit-concentrating pill. Moreover, he could sense a trace of Zhang Lin's residual energy within it. This was sufficient proof that Zhang Lin was the one who had concocted the pill. Yet the more he realized this, the more his heart was thrown into disarray. This little brat, is he truly merely a wild deity from such a destitute place as Sichuan County? It is hard to believe that even in Kaiyang Prefecture, there are few who can effortlessly concoct a spirit-concentrating pill. This is astonishing. You little rascal, confess honestly, who on earth are you? How is it possible for you to possess the ability to craft this spirit-concentrating pill? Zhang Lin spread his hands, donning an expression of innocence. Esteemed senior, was it not you who provided me with this formula? I merely followed the instructions laid out therein. The old blind man was momentarily left speechless. Conversing with Zhang Lin was a relentless blow to his confidence. At least at this current stage, it would be wise to refrain from discussing formulas with him. Now, tell me, what do you wish to exchange for this time? The spirit-concentrating pill holds considerable value. Even a single one can be worth 1,000 spirit stones. The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin shook his head, looking at the old blind man. Esteemed senior, this spirit-concentrating pill is a humble gift from me to you, a token of my appreciation for your previous guidance, which enabled me to swiftly enhance my abilities. Zhang Lin spoke sincerely, for had it not been for the old blind man's counsel, he might have been in a frenzy when the river god from Linhua County attacked, or perhaps even fled in a panic. Fearing the exposure of his identity, he would certainly not have been able to remain so composed in this place as he is now. The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin with a knowing smile. You rascal, quite cunning. Aren't you? You are well aware of my principle of receiving no rewards without merit, yet you still go and pull this stunt. Very well, in light of your steadfast nature, I shall accept this essence-condensing pill. Simultaneously, I must inform you that the current state of Ishikawa Prefecture, under your influence, has indeed flourished remarkably. However, there exists a matter you may be unaware of. The river god of the county, no matter how powerful, shall never surpass the 8th rank. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes, and oh wonder, the river god of Linhua County has lingered for quite some time, yet he remains unable to transcend the 8th rank and attain the 7th. In his desperate pursuit of breakthrough, he has resorted to unscrupulous methods, even sacrificing the blood of young boys and girls. It appears he seeks to shatter this confinement. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He was unsure if, with the system's assistance, he could directly break through to the 8th rank. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare for both eventualities. Esteemed elder, may I inquire how one might achieve a breakthrough to the 8th rank? Zhang Lin addressed the old blind man with utmost respect. The old man clapped his hands and shot Zhang Lin a glance. Are you not merely at the initial stage of the 8th rank? Nearing the mid-stage? Why the haste? When you reach the pinnacle of the 8th rank, I shall naturally guide you that, of course. Remember to prepare a copious supply of essence-condensing pills. They are indeed invaluable. As Zhang Lin observed the vanishing figure of the elder, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. This venerable figure truly was something. Nevertheless, through the elder's hints, coupled with various historical accounts, Zhang Lin managed to deduce a rough understanding. Countless wild gods vie for recognition, eager to partake in the incense offerings and gain the power of belief, for it enables them to grow stronger. Yet, a county's capacity to accommodate its populace and the power of belief is inherently limited. much like a village bully who, despite their strength, remains confined within the village. Hence, to ascend to a higher tier, one may need to transition from a county to a larger city. Alas, the journey to the pinnacle of the 8th rank is still distant. What should occupy my thoughts now is the divine abilities, Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Ever since his breakthrough to the 8th rank, he had discovered an additional divine ability on his system panel, the soul-shaking spike. Gazing at this ability, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted. During his confrontation with the river god of Linhua County, he understood that certain wild gods possess various means of defense against substantial attacks. However, when confronted with assaults on their spirit and soul, they are rendered helpless. This soul-shaking spike, among the 8th rank, will undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon an opponent lacking the appropriate defenses. Even a 7th rank adversary would sustain considerable injury. Zhang Lin recognized that this soul-shaking spike could serve as his strongest trump card. He understood well that in navigating this treacherous world, one must always keep a life-saving card concealed. Otherwise, one risks suffering significant losses. With this thought, Zhang Lin inhaled deeply and immersed himself in earnest training. As time progressed, he grew increasingly adept. With a powerful shout, the tranquil surface of a lake before him erupted into tumultuous waves at a 2-meter-wide passageway materialized on a mountain situated 100 meters away. The stones within reduced to mere rubble. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin nodded in approval. At last, he had achieved a preliminary mastery. Zhang Lin ventured into Ishikawa Prefecture to assess the condition of the populace. Yet, upon witnessing the transformation within the county, he found himself momentarily stunned. Was this truly the Ishikawa Prefecture he remembered? Chapter 22. Has this lad gone mad? Previously, the villagers of Ishikawa Prefecture donned tattered garments. Their skin and spirits bearing the marks of distress. It was evident they had long suffered from malnutrition. Yet now, their circumstances seemed to have undergone a miraculous transformation. Not only had they donned new attire, but their skin and spirits appeared drastically improved. Now, their faces radiated with brilliant smiles. Zhang Lin was taken aback. Who would have thought these villagers could be so easily content? He felt a surge of emotion. Furthermore, due to the villagers' enthusiastic promotion, many from neighboring counties had relocated to Ishikawa Prefecture with their families. Among them, the residents of Linhua County were the most numerous, primarily families with young boys and girls. Initially, they had fled their homeland to escape the clutches of the Linhua River God. Although the river god was no longer present, their faith in Ishikawa Prefecture had grown stronger. After all, the river god of Ishikawa Prefecture was truly effective in his endeavors. With this influx of people, the population of Ishikawa Prefecture had more than doubled compared to its peak. The disparity was nothing short of astounding. Old Wang, weren't you living quite comfortably in Linhua County? I remember you were among the affluent there. Why did you choose not to remain? Remain in Linhua County. The river god's temple has crumbled, and that vile deity, with its penchant for young boys and girls, has fallen. I have heard tales of the river god in Ishikawa Prefecture. He is truly remarkable. I specifically sought him out for healing. Such dialogues were rampant among the villagers. Many had migrated to Ishikawa Prefecture in hopes of the river god's blessings. After all, in this chaotic world, living in peace is of utmost importance. Moreover, upon arriving in Ishikawa Prefecture, they found themselves enveloped by an atmosphere of camaraderie and mutual support, devoid of deceit and treachery. This transformation was almost beyond belief. This was no backward county. It resembled a veritable paradise. Witnessing this, Zhang Lin nodded. This is what they call reputation. His renown among the surrounding counties was quite commendable. It was only natural that some people would be drawn to relocate here. This scene also prompted him to consider something. The prosperity of Linhua County was largely due to its population. Was it not? In terms of resources, Ishikawa Prefecture was indeed not lacking. Now his task was to initiate the transformation from the ground up. Zhang Lin contemplated, stretching his arms and solidifying his resolve. Thus he commenced, as Zhang Lin surveyed the villagers before him. An idea suddenly struck him. If the incense value could elevate his rank, what if he were to infuse a trace of this incense value in energy form into the bodies of these common folk? Zhang Lin's gaze flickered with intrigue. tea wouldn't hurt to try. With a flourish of his sleeve, torrents of water spiraled into the sky. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes and hurriedly bowed in reverence. Yet, from their expressions, it was clear they were more thrilled than anything else, for this was indeed the river god manifesting his divine presence. Newcomers, witnessing such a scene, trembled with excitement. Incredible! They had seldom encountered such miracles before, only hearing fleeting mentions from others. But now, they were witnessing it firsthand. Countless droplets of water descended from the heavens, cascading upon the villagers. Rather than feeling cold, they experienced a warm current flowing into their bodies. Those afflicted by colds felt their health restored in an instant, while the injured found their wounds healing at an astonishing pace. Children brimmed with newfound vitality. This is a miracle bestowed upon us by the river god. As long as the river god is here, there is nothing to fear. Look, there are pearls in these droplets. My heavens, a pearl like this could fetch a tael of gold if sold in Kaiyang Prefecture. Among the crowd, Qin Lu exclaimed with fervor. Clutching the pearl in his hand, he trembled with excitement. Surrounding villagers eagerly began to search for pearls as well, as more and more people discovered pearls. Their hearts raced with exhilaration. Could these be the very pearls they would later dive for? If they could gather more, it would be a windfall. Qin Lu inhaled deeply, unable to contain his excitement. The life he had led in Linhua County was fraught with anxiety. Yet here in Ishikawa Prefecture, he felt the true warmth of home. And now, with these miracles and pearls, realizing this, Qin Lu addressed the villagers earnestly. Friends, we must not squander the river god's benevolence. I propose we establish a trading association dedicated to selling these pearls and fish, while also providing necessary supplies to our fellow villagers. Upon the utterance of Qin Lu's words, a multitude of citizens nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, we must strive together and absolutely cannot disappoint Lord Hebo." The atmosphere among the gathering was notably solemn and earnest, their thoughts intensely focused in the distance. The old blind man observed this scene, falling silent for a moment before involuntarily glancing towards the sky, his mind racing with questions that, is this brat truly a wild deity? How does he possess such profound understanding of these matters? According to his plan, it wouldn't be long before not only Linhua County, but even the wealthiest counties within Kaiyang Prefecture would find themselves at a disadvantage when compared to Sichuan County. This young man is remarkable. The old blind man gazed at the spirit concentration pill in his hand, shaking his head with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Over the years, he had traversed many lands, witnessing countless people and events. The situation here with Zhang Lin left him unable to calm himself in the short term. This person is extraordinary. Never mind, the old blind man thought. I shall observe further to see what surprises you may bring. A smile graced his face, but it vanished in an instant upon noticing the droplets of water, shock overtaking him as he pointed towards Zhang Lin's direction. Self-damaging one's essence to aid these common folk. Has this boy lost his mind? Even if he wishes to establish a good reputation, must he go to such lengths? Chapter 23. We are people of Sichuan County within Kaiyang Prefecture. Qin Lu and several fellow villagers from Sichuan County, bearing a wicker basket, arrived amidst the bustling throngs as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Qin Lu exhaled. Kaiyang Prefecture is truly vibrant. Indeed, it is said to be the most prosperous place within 100 miles. Another remarked that it not said that Kaiyang Prefecture rivals even the capital city. Upon hearing this exchange, Qin Lu quickly shook his head that we must refrain from boasting. Our sole objective this time is to sell these pearls and procure some supplies. The other two villagers nodded in agreement. Recognizing the importance of not disappointing Lord Hebo, taking a deep breath, Qin Lu was about to step forward when he heard a cacophony of derisive comments from the side. You bunch of country bumpkins. Clearly, you've never seen the world. Indeed, otherwise you wouldn't have uttered such foolish remarks. Turning to face the source of the taunts, Qin Lu and his companions beheld several elegantly dressed young men, fanning themselves with ornate hand fans, their eyes filled with disdain. Clenching his fists, Qin Lu felt a flush of indignation rise to his cheeks. How can you be so presumptuous? The young men shook their heads, scoffing at him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu intervened, attempting to calm the agitated villagers. Let us focus on our business. The others couldn't help but smile at his earnestness that, oh, what business do you have? You look like you've come to sell something. Come, show us. If I find it satisfactory, I might just buy it. Surely, this gold piece is something you've never possessed in your lifetime. The young man laughed derisively. With his head down, Qin Lu led the two villagers forward, soon arriving at the auction house. As they beheld the opulence within, Qin Lu exhaled, turning to his companions. Let us proceed. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a guard stepped forward, blocking their way. Our Shenyuan auction house does not accommodate those in disheveled attire. You country folk should take your wares to the nearby marketplace. This is not a place for the likes of you. The guard regarded them with icy disdain. Clenching his fists, Qin Lu implored, we genuinely possess something of great importance to sell. Please allow us to enter. The guard scoffed, gripping his blade, casting a cold gaze upon them. Scram! At that moment, Qin Lu could no longer contain his frustration. Ever since entering Kaiyan Prefecture, he had felt an overwhelming sense of disdain directed towards them, as if their humble attire marked them as unworthy of respect. I tell you, do not look down upon us. If you do, you will surely regret it later, Qin Lu declared with utmost seriousness. The guard chuckled at this. You, last warning, get lost. At that moment, a cool voice interjected. You really have quite the arrogance at Shenyuan Auction House. If you do not mind, you can come to our Tsangshuan Auction House. Turning around, Qin Lu and his companions saw a sign for Tsangshuan Auction House hanging on a towering building. A smile spread across their faces. There are indeed kind-hearted people in Kaiyan Prefecture. Your Tsangshuan Auction House can only ever play second fiddle because you accommodate anyone and everyone. Accepting all who come is simply disgraceful for an auction house. Scoffed a plump middle-aged man emerging from Shenyuan Auction House. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu approached Tsangshuan Auction House, feeling increasingly disillusioned. This Kaiyan Prefecture was not as splendid as rumored. Instead, Sichuan County provided him with a true sense of home. Upon entering Tsangshuan Auction House, they encountered the woman who had spoken earlier. A lady dressed in red stood at the counter, smiling warmly at them. I am Wunyang. You have items you wish to sell? Please feel free to present them. I will offer you the most equitable price. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu smiled shyly. Yes, we have this. He retrieved the pearls from the basket, placing them on the counter. Staring at the glimmering pearls, Wunyang was momentarily taken aback. It was known that such pearls took over 100 years to achieve this quality. She couldn't help but glance at Qin Lu with renewed curiosity. For such pearls, I can offer you 5 taels of gold each, Wunyang stated earnestly. How many do you have? Qin Lu exchanged glances with the villagers. 5 taels of gold for each pearl. They had struck it rich. There are 80. Qin Lu replied with a bashful smile that Wunyang's previously composed expression transformed into one of astonishment. What? Such pearls should be exceedingly rare. Typically, they can only be found in deep-sea regions. Yet you possess 80. Is your homeland a place where pearls abound? We are all from Sichuan County. These pearls are a blessing from Lord Hebo, Qin Lu proclaimed proudly that Wunyang's eyes widened in surprise. Sichuan County. Where is that? I am familiar with the renowned counties within Kaiyan Prefecture, yet I have never heard of Sichuan County, she asked, intrigued. Indeed, could you provide us with the gold now? We are eager to purchase supplies for our return. Qin Lu rubbed his hands together. Seriousness etched on his face that Wunyang waved her hand. Of course. All this gold is yours. Moreover, as esteemed guests of Tsangshuan Auction House, if you require supplies, you may purchase them here. We can also provide assistance in escorting you. Additionally, I can gift each of you an outfit. Joy illuminated the faces of Qin Lu and his companions. This is wonderful. Indeed, with Lord Hebo backing us. We can hold our heads high in Kaiyan Prefecture. Watching Qin Lu and his companions depart, Wunyang shook her head. Sichuan County. Now, that is intriguing. I must visit someday. Chapter 24. The Transformation of the Spirit in Ishikawa Prefecture. At this moment, Bauer stood outside the city walls, gazing at the scenery beyond, her lips pursed. Mother, when will father return? Upon hearing this, a woman reached out to gently stroke Bauer's head, reassuring her, do not worry. He will be back soon. Bauer nodded vigorously in response. Just then, on the distant horizon, a grand procession appeared within their view. The fluttering banners looked exceptionally resplendent, and the steeds pranced with an air of majesty. At this moment, the citizens of Ishikawa Prefecture began to gather around. Seeing this spectacle, trepidation filled their hearts. Could it be that a distinguished figure is arriving? Such a multitude of people. They wondered, noting how formidable each individual appeared. The armor of the guards clearly indicating their prowess. The villagers felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Ishikawa Prefecture had been flourishing, and any intervention from a prominent figure could lead to unforeseen changes, which they would find hard to accept. Eye in the sky. Zhang Lin observed this scene and shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems they have returned. This trip to Kaiyang Prefecture has yielded bountiful rewards. Zhang Lin understood well that, with those pearls, they would surely procure an abundance of resources. However, he had not anticipated such a greater quantity than he had imagined. As they drew nearer, the citizens of Ishikawa Prefecture, wielding their farming tools, regarded the procession with cautious curiosity. That moment, Bauer seemed to sense something and turned to glance at the woman. "Mother, I feel as though Father and the others have returned." The woman opened her mouth, helplessness evident as she covered her lips. To Bauer, "You must not speak carelessly. This time, it is indeed a true dignitary." To Bauer pouted, looking at the merchant convoy ahead, her heart slightly discontented. At that instant, Qin Lu slowly emerged from the carriage, clad in resplendent attire that exuded an extraordinary elegance. "Fellow villagers, we have returned." The moment Qin Lu stepped forward, the crowd was taken aback. Could this truly be Qin Lu and his companions? When they departed, there were only 3 of them, carrying a basket. Yet they returned with an entire merchant convoy, and it appears to be remarkably prosperous, such an array of goods, not to mention the multitude of guards. This is far beyond what the citizens of Ishikawa Prefecture have ever witnessed. My heavens, it is indeed Xiao Yozi and his companions. As the convoy came to a halt, Qin Lu disembarked from the carriage and approached them. "Esteemed friends, these are the spoils of our journey. This cart is laden with our resources. I have also brought back an abundance of delectable delicacies from Kaiyang Prefecture, and these garments too." Upon hearing this, the villagers surged forward, particularly astonished by the dazzling array of merchandise. "Incredible! These are indeed the gifts of Lord River God. Without the pearls bestowed upon us by Lord River God, we could never have acquired so much. Moreover, upon reaching Kaiyang Prefecture, I realized that, in the eyes of those dignitaries, we possess no dignity whatsoever. Therefore, we must extend our gratitude to Lord River God. Thank him for granting us a chance at rebirth. Let us proudly proclaim to all that we are from Ishikawa Prefecture." As Qin Lu's words echoed, the villagers momentarily stood in stunned silence. Previously, their singular desire had been to survive, as long as they could live. That was sufficient. However, with the river god's intervention, their basic needs had now been met. Now, with Qin Lu's return, they understood a new truth. They should venture beyond Ishikawa Prefecture, allowing more people to know that within Kaiyang Prefecture, there exists Ishikawa Prefecture. "We are all from Ishikawa Prefecture. Thank you, Lord River God." The citizens expressed with utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, the old blind man glanced at Zhang Lin, feeling quite moved. "You young lad, you have indeed revitalized the entirety of Ishikawa Prefecture. They are no longer what they once were. This is a transformation of spirit." The old blind man had witnessed countless grand spectacles and met many individuals. Yet no other county had undergone such a metamorphosis as Ishikawa Prefecture. The rarity of this spiritual transformation was truly remarkable. Even in flourishing counties, such as Kaiyang Prefecture, many individuals remained spiritually impoverished. Without their origins, they would likely hold little worth. However, the spirit displayed by Qin Lu and his companions was entirely different. Astonishing, the old blind man could hardly recall the last time he had witnessed such a scene. "I merely provided them with an opportunity. Yet, I have always wondered why other wild gods have not shown such benevolence towards the common folk," Zhang Lin remarked, perplexed. The old blind man shook his head and replied, somewhat exasperated, "Though I cannot fathom what kind of anomaly you are, allow me to enlighten you. The cultivation of wild gods is a gradual process, akin to water wearing away stone. They are engaged in a relentless contest against heaven and humanity. Fraught with peril, Thus, their sole focus is to immerse themselves in their training. Occasionally, when they awaken and perceive the needs of the populace, they may offer a modicum of response. Furthermore, to them, the common folk are but ants. Why waste time on a mere swarm of ants? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately grasped the implications. Indeed, other wild gods lacked a system. It was inherently arduous to enhance their strength, necessitating a considerable amount of time. Otherwise, so many would not have chosen the path of deviance, resorting to nefarious practices. Such narrow-mindedness is their folly, a pity least in my heart. This is the rightful path. Zhang Lin rose and made his way toward the river god temple. The old blind man observed Zhang Lin's figure, his gaze flickering momentarily. Taking a deep breath, he mused, "This lad is indeed somewhat exceptional. Let us see just how far he can go." Zhang Lin arrived at the river god temple. Witnessing the jubilant crowd of citizens, and a smile graced his face, "It seems this endeavor has succeeded. These pearls will mark the beginning, a commencement for the people of Ishikawa Prefecture to step into a broader world." Chapter 25. Regret Beyond Measure. Within the Zhangshuan auction house, Wu Nyang reclined languidly on a long bench, holding a pearl in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. The quality of this pearl far surpassed those sent by others. Once this batch of 100-year pearls hit the market, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir, especially since Shenyuan Auction House had previously monopolized the pearl resources of Kaiyang Prefecture, acquiring all top-grade pearls. This time, Zhangshuan Auction House is assured victory. As Wu Nyang contemplated this, a subtle smile graced her face. Just then, a flustered servant rushed before Wu Nyang, bowing in greeting. "Mistress, it is grave news. Manager Wang from Shenyuan Auction House has arrived." Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang's eyes narrowed with coldness. For years, she had been in a continuous battle with the wily manager Wang. Now, his sudden visit could only mean he had heard about her hosting the people from Ishikawa Prefecture and had come to mock her. However, this was precisely the moment to show him just how poor his judgment had been. "Let him in." Before long, Manager Wang, his rotund belly leading the way, sauntered in. His gaze was fixed on Wu Nyang, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Wu Nyang, I must say, your attire is rather provocative. Who can resist such allure? Why not abandon Zhangshuan Auction House and become my 170th concubine?" Wu Nyang lifted her head, a dagger appearing in her hand with a flick of her fingers, brandishing it in the air. "Oh, just a word of caution, Manager Wang. You best remain alert for the next 12 hours. Otherwise, should you awaken to find something amiss, do not blame me." The smile on Wang Zhonggui's face gradually faded as he sat across from Wu Nyang, flicking his sleeve. "I have heard that you have summoned a group of unsophisticated bumpkins." "Wu Nyang, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but if you aim to enhance the revenue of the auction house and increase the number of patrons, you cannot resort to such mediocrity. Otherwise, how could the distinguished figures within Kaiyang Prefecture possibly hold the Zhangshuan Auction House in high regard?" Wu Nyang raised the corner of her mouth, gesturing towards a pearl nearby, and pushed it forward. "Indeed, what you say is quite right. Since you seem to have ample free time, why not help me assess the quality of this pearl?" Upon seeing the pearl Wu Nyang presented, Wang Zhonggui's pupils instantly contracted. He could not help but rise to his feet, staring at the scene before him. This pearl, it must be at least a century old. Preliminary estimates suggest it is around 200 years. Its luster is undoubtedly of the finest quality. His astonishment. "Wu Nyang, you possess such a treasure. How about 50 taels of gold in exchange for this pearl?" Wang Zhonggui's demeanor turned exceedingly grave. He was well aware that pearls of this caliber hold immense value among the elite and aristocracy. Securing 50 taels of gold would be a remarkable deal. Moreover, he had been rather troubled lately, as the number of pearls available had sharply declined for reasons unknown this season. Long-time patrons who used to order pearls were growing increasingly impatient, nearly driving him to despair. 50 taels of gold Wang Zhonggui was indeed willing to spend. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was losing out, for this pearl came from those rascals you expelled. Wu Nyang looked at Wang Zhonggui, her eyes glinting slightly. "What?" Wang Zhonggui exclaimed, abruptly standing, gasping at Wu Nyang. "How could they possibly possess pearls of this quality? Where are they from?" Wu Nyang raised her hand, gazing at Wang Zhonggui. Shaking her head, "As for that, I cannot divulge. Guards, escort him out." Wang Zhonggue looked at the approaching guards, his mouth opening in regret. If only he had not been so dismissive, these pearls would have all belonged to the Xingyuan auction house. Indeed, had he secured this batch of pearls, he would have surmounted the challenges he faced. Now he was at a significant loss. In Sichuan County, at this moment, Qin Lu and two other villagers stood at the water's edge, accompanied by a group of fellow villagers. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. For today marked the day that Qin Lu and his companions would venture into the depths of the river to harvest pearls. If they could consistently obtain a bountiful harvest each month at this price, what was there to worry about? They could easily achieve prosperity. Holding a curved knife in his hand, Qin Lu inhaled deeply. In any other place, if a river god had beckoned them to enter the waters, they would have fled far away. After all, those who had ventured into the sea rarely returned. Yet, this was Sichuan County. He had faith in the river god. Qin Lu glanced back at Bauer and her mother, nodded, and then leaped directly into the sea. The other two villagers followed suit, as they submerged into the deep waters. Qin Lu felt his head grow heavy. Breathing became somewhat laborious. With each meter he descended, it felt as though he were fighting for his life. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, determined to dive deeper. He understood well that such an opportunity was indeed rare. Moreover, this was their first time collecting pearls from the depths of the river, and returning empty-handed would dampen the collective spirit. Thus, they had to give it their all. Suddenly, Qin Lu felt as though his body had become lighter. The immense pressure that had previously threatened to overwhelm him seemed bearable now. His vision appeared clearer, and the surroundings were more vivid than before. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes wide. Could it be the river god? Surely, it was the river god's intervention. In that moment, he comprehended why the river god had stated that there would be 3 chosen ones each month, ensuring that they would return laden with treasures. What a jest it would be if such great powers were bestowed upon them, yet they could not return with a bounty, casting aside distractions. Qin Lu focused solely on one thought, to gather as many pearls as possible. This time, he intended to demonstrate to all the villagers just how formidable the river god's blessings truly were. Chapter 26. The River God? How intriguing. My heavens, there must be at least 100 pearls here, at 5 taels of gold each. That totals to 500 taels on the banks of Sichuan County. As Qin Lu and his companions returned triumphantly, the villagers gazed in astonishment at the mound of pearls, completely astounded. It was beyond belief. They never expected Qin Lu and his companions to bring back such an abundance of pearls. Initially, they had anticipated that if the 3 of them could gather more than 10 pearls combined, it would be considered a bountiful harvest. To their surprise, they had exceeded that expectation tenfold. The shock reverberated through their hearts. In disbelief, Qin Lu beamed at the villagers. Friends, these are the gifts of the river god. With the river god's protection, we ventured into the depths of the river, and it was as if we were fish returning to the sea. Our speed and endurance greatly enhanced. Thus, we were able to collect so many pearls. Upon hearing this, the villagers grasped the significance of the river god's selection of the 3 individuals. This was a true opportunity for them to escape poverty. Each face radiated envy. Qin Lu and his companions had indeed struck it rich this time. Qin Lu exchanged glances with the other 2 villagers, nodded, and stepped forward to address the crowd with utmost seriousness. Everyone, I have something to propose. These pearls are not solely our achievement. They're also a testament to the river god's protection and the mutual assistance we share as fellow villagers. Therefore, I suggest that we dedicate 80 of these 100 pearls to the river god to construct a grander river god's abode and maintain the daily offerings. The remaining 20 pearls will be exchanged for a wealth of supplies to be distributed among all. As for us 3 pearls each shall suffice. Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, the villagers were left speechless. They had not anticipated that Qin Lu would forego such a vast number of pearls. It was important to note that with over 100 pearls, even if divided equally among the 3, each would receive more than 30 pearls. This was a substantial fortune. They could easily purchase a residence in the larger cities with such wealth. Yet, the trio had chosen to relinquish such riches. This decision left the villagers in a state of disbelief. Indeed, from this day forth, we must follow this example. Without the river god, many of us would have perished long ago. It is precisely because of the river god's protection that we can enjoy this prosperous life. We must not forget the river god's grace. Xiao Lu has set a commendable precedent. The villagers should all follow suit. At that moment, radiant smiles adorned the faces of the villagers, not far atop a hill. Zhang Lin observed the figures of Qin Lu and the others, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had invested a considerable price to ensure that Qin Lu and his companions could safely navigate the depths of the river. Each individual had absorbed over 100 incense values, resulting in such a transformation. However, through this experience, Zhang Lin discovered something alarming. The depletion rate of incense values among Qin Lu and his companions was exceedingly rapid. In the depths of the river, those 100 incense values would last only about the time of a single incense stick to extend their stay. The consumption rate could even double. This left Zhang Lin feeling quite helpless. Indeed, achieving such miracles required a corresponding price. Zhang Lin sighed softly. Just then the old blind man approached Zhang Lin, observing his worried demeanor, and could not help but shake his head. Do you truly believe that there's a free lunch in this world? You should count yourself fortunate to be the river god. If you were the mountain god, the cost of assisting them in entering the depths of the river would far exceed your imagination. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. Since arriving in this world, he had only encountered the river god of Linhua County. He had not had any interaction with other wild deities. The old blind man's recent remarks had stirred a sense of peculiarity within him. Predecessor, are you suggesting that if we venture into someone else's territory, attempting to manifest these so-called divine miracles would become exponentially more challenging? Does this not imply that in a contest of powers, there would be corresponding repercussions? The old blind man nodded, stifling yawn. Indeed, once you step onto another's territory, you will naturally face appropriate constraints. This is why it is said that among wild deities of the same rank, it is exceedingly difficult to truly determine life and death due to the influence of territory. Hearing this, Zhang Lin blinked in realization that, oh wonder, during his previous confrontation with the river god of Linhua County, despite the advantage of spiritual attacks that left the river god defenseless, the primary reason for his relatively weaker performance was the limitations imposed by the territory. It was likely that the river god of Linhua County never anticipated the presence of an 8th-tier wild deity within Sichuan County. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Zhang Lin clasped his hands in respect towards the old blind man. The old blind man waved dismissively, casting a glance towards the villagers, and replied nonchalantly, "Do not blame me for not warning you. Pearls are considered luxury items, and if their quantity becomes excessive, it will inevitably impact the price. If Sichuan County produces hundreds of pearls each month, it won't be long before their value begins to decline." Zhang Lin fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. He understood this principle well. However, Sichuan County still needed some time. Let us discuss it when the prices fall. Worrying about such matters now serves no purpose, does it? Zhang Lin remarked with a faint smile at the old blind man. The old blind man snorted, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Lin, shaking his head in disbelief. That I can only say, you are quite the oddity, who would willingly diminish their own resources for the sake of these common folk. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Lin gazed at the jubilant crowd of Sichuan County, his expression contemplative. Predecessor, since I am the river god of Sichuan County, I must protect them. Otherwise, it would be a dishonor to be referred to as their river god. The old blind man opened his mouth, shook his head, and walked away with his belongings. The longer he spent with Zhang Lin, the more he felt that this young man was quite extraordinary. River God, how intriguing. Chapter 27. Is this a medicine jar? In the River God Temple, Zhang Lin observed the elixirs before him, inhaled deeply, and consumed them all, just as he was about to close his eyes to meditate. A villager rushed into the temple, anxiously bowing before Zhang Lin's statue. River God, please save me. I cannot bear to lose my child. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Lin's brow furrowed as he concealed his presence. Observing the kneeling woman, River God, my little Linzi entered Longning Mountain out of sheer curiosity. It has been 3 days, and he has yet to return. I implore the River God to lend a hand and rescue my Linzi. Upon hearing Longning Mountain, Zhang Lin immediately understood the situation. There were no particularly famous mountains near Sichuan County, but Longning Mountain was certainly one of them. It possessed a unique characteristic. There was a wild deity residing there. Zhang Lin had sensed an unusual aura when he previously passed by Longning Mountain, and now he was certain of it. After contemplating for a moment, he waved his sleeve, causing the incense flames to blaze even brighter. I must venture to Longning Mountain. The woman, witnessing the suddenly intensified incense, quickly straightened up and fervently bowed in gratitude. Thank you, River God. Zhang Lin exited the River God Temple, not heading directly to Longning Mountain, but instead making his way to the old blind man first. The old blind man was quite surprised by Zhang Lin's hurried arrival. Why are you here, lad? Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man with respect, bowing slightly. Predecessor, I wish to inquire about the wild deity of Longning Mountain and their strength. The old blind man glanced at Zhang Lin, somewhat displeased. You truly are restless. Are you intending to venture to Longning Mountain to rescue that child from the wild deity? I must inform you. That wild deity is at the mid-8th tier. Furthermore, due to the terrain advantage and the various arrangements they have in place, even a peak 8th tier would struggle to gain an upper hand. It is rather unrealistic for you to think you can snatch something from their jaws. Zhang Lin shook his head slightly, maintaining an air of calm. Predecessor, how can one know the outcome without attempting? The old blind man, noticing the determination in Zhang Lin's eyes, suppressed his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. You truly wish to try. Zhang Lin nodded and slowly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the old blind man. Predecessor, I still believe in the adage that human effort is paramount. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Zhang Lin's retreating figure, the old blind man's previously vacant eyes seemed to flicker with intrigue. This young man was becoming increasingly interesting at the foot of Longning Mountain. Zhang Lin gazed at the mountain shrouded in dark clouds, his expression turning grave. His purpose for coming to Longning Mountain was not solely to rescue the child. There was a more critical reason. He sought to engage in a contest of powers with the mountain god. Recently, Zhang Lin had encountered a daunting issue. Though his cultivation had steadily progressed, his combat experience was lacking. This was inconsequential against weaker opponents, but when facing foes of equal or greater strength, such a deficiency could prove fatal. Without any hesitation, Zhang Lin plunged into Longning Mountain. He journeyed deep into the mountain's heart until he stumbled upon a dilapidated mountain god temple. The sign above the entrance appeared precarious, as though it might fall at any moment. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before approaching the temple's entrance. Raising his hand, he summoned a water vortex that slowly coalesced in the sky. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. You have crossed the boundary. This is my territory. Zhang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. A child from Sichuan County has inadvertently entered Longning Mountain. I have come here with a singular purpose, to bring him back. Moments later, a figure emerged from a nearby mound of earth, a soil-crafted elder, leaning on a cane as he approached Zhang Lin. Once you enter Longning Mountain, everything here belongs to me. If you wish to take someone away, you must pay the price, as the elder spoke. Hundreds of stone spears materialized beneath his feet, all aimed directly at Zhang Lin. It was as if, with a single command, these stone spears could pierce Zhang Lin through and through. Zhang Lin's expression turned serious. The mountain god's powers were indeed remarkable. The old blind man's previous warnings had proven accurate. Within Longning Mountain, the mountain god could leverage the terrain to maximize their strength. Just like now, the power contained in those stone spears was formidable enough to make even Zhang Lin feel trepidation. The might of this divine ability, augmented by the terrain, undoubtedly exceeded the limits achievable by a mid-8th tier deity. Predecessor, perhaps we should give it a try. Zhang Lin wasted no time. Hastening his movements, countless water vortices began to coalesce, forming a defensive line of a dozen or so before him. Zhang Lin's strategy was straightforward. If he could not match the power of a single attack, he would rely on sheer numbers to prevail. While the stone spears posed a threat, his water vortices were equally formidable. The most crucial aspect was, he even went out of his way to prepare a surprise for the mountain deity. That surprise was a mental attack. For these types of wild gods, they possess no means of spiritual cultivation whatsoever. Thus, to deal with them, a mental assault is undoubtedly the most effective strategy. He could hardly believe that the refined spirit condensation pills could outlast a mountain god. Upon witnessing Zhang Lin's actions, the old man felt a sudden stiffness envelop him. What was the situation with this river god? He merely intended to extort a bit, and yet here he was, creating such a grand spectacle. Was he truly prepared to fight? Furthermore, as a wild god, from where did he acquire such an abundance of pills? Over the years, the old mountain deity had scrimped and saved to amass merely a handful of pills. He would only use them in dire situations. For each pill held the potential to save his life at a critical moment. Yet, Zhang Lin seemed to regard these pills as if they were worthless trinkets. What kind of wild god was this? The old mountain deity's face darkened, and he quickly raised his staff, gazing at the figure of Zhang Lin before him, and spoke with palpable urgency. Wait a moment. Chapter 28. The well-fed know not the hunger of the starved. You seek that child, do you not? You may take him away. There is no need to let such a trivial matter ruin our harmony. The old mountain deity regarded Zhang Lin with great intensity. Hearing this, Zhang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had assumed that the old mountain deity was no pushover, but to his surprise, this fellow turned out to be someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Wasn't he the one who wanted to resort to violence in the first place? And now, at this moment, he spoke of maintaining peace. Zhang Lin replied with calm composure. However, in stark contrast to his tranquility was the swirling water vortex hovering in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the old mountain deity's lips twitched slightly. Instantly, all the stone spears beside him vanished into thin air. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhang Lin. Friend, we are both unfortunate souls. Why must we make things difficult for one another? In this world, every wild god treads on thin ice, fearing the hunters sent by the court. Why must we resort to mutual destruction? Zhang Lin gazed at the old mountain deity before him, his eyes flickering slightly. After a moment of silence, he dissipated the water vortex. I have one matter that puzzles me. The Longning Mountain has no offerings. Why have you chosen to reside here? The old mountain deity sighed, casting a glance at the nearby temple, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The mountain god is different from you river gods. As the saying goes, the common folk live by the mountains and waters. Longning Mountain lacks abundant resources and fertile lands. Over time, the populace has gradually moved away from here. I too wish to leave, but every well-known mountain has already been claimed by other mountain gods. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin understood, in essence, the old mountain deity lacked the strength to seize a better territory and was thus trapped in a vicious cycle. Zhang Lin surveyed the surroundings, his eyes shimmering slightly as he revealed a faint smile. Friend, what if we were to collaborate? You could allow the people of Sichuan to enter Longning Mountain to mine the relevant resources. And in return, I would guide them to renovate a temple for you, ensuring that your offerings are ceaseless. Upon hearing this, the old mountain deity was momentarily stunned. Collaborate. Do you hold such weight in the hearts of these people? For them, Longning Mountain is a place of danger. Hardly anyone dares to venture here. The old mountain deity regarded Zhang Lin with a hint of annoyance. What if I manage to do so? Zhang Lin replied, his demeanor unruffled. The old mountain deity fell silent for a moment before chuckling softly. If you succeed, then this collaboration may indeed continue. It's a deal as Zhang Lin prepared to depart. The old mountain deity quickly gestured. Friend, I have another matter that puzzles me. You are merely a wild god of Sichuan. Without the court's recognition, how do you possess such an abundance of pills? In my recollection, Sichuan is a barren land, where the populace struggles for survival, and one wishes to take the position of county magistrate in such a poverty-stricken area. The old mountain deity was genuinely perplexed. Zhang Lin smiled, his hands clasped behind his back. It's quite simple. I possess another identity as an 8th-grade alchemist. The old mountain deity was utterly taken aback. An 8th-grade alchemist? And so young. Your future is boundless. How could such a talent remain in a place like Sichuan? What a pity. Very well, I am willing to cooperate, but I have one condition. You must provide me with 3 9th-grade pills each month. As for the materials, I will ensure they are all prepared. The old mountain deity spoke with fervor. Zhang Lin regarded the old mountain deity with surprise. You are already at the 8th grade. Why do you need ninth-grade pills? The old mountain deity looked at Zhonglin with a mix of indignation and sorrow. You are a typical well-fed person who knows not the hunger of the starved. You see, cultivation is inherently against the heavens. A moment's carelessness can lead to injury. Moreover, relying solely on the inhalation of spiritual energy, it takes over 100 years for an 8th-grade practitioner to break through to the next small realm. Ninth-grade pills, while slightly less effective, are affordable enough to gather a few. The old mountain deity sighed deeply. This was precisely why so many wild gods sought the recognition of the heavenly path and the court. Not only would they be free from the threat of being hunted, but they would also enjoy a stable source of offerings and pills. Zhonglin suddenly comprehended the old mountain deity's plight. However, if he did not have the system's assistance, his own circumstances would likely not be much better than those of the old mountain deity. I understand now. Rest assured, as long as you provide the necessary materials. The pills will not be an issue. Within Sichuan, a woman stood at the doorway, gazing into the distance. Her hands were tightly clenched as she stared ahead. The river god has manifested. He will surely help me retrieve Shaolin. She murmured to herself. The river god is immensely powerful. He must be able to bring Shaolin back. In that moment, she had but a single hope to cling to. Just then, a small child approached her, rubbing his eyes. Upon seeing the woman, the child widened his eyes and displayed a pitiful expression. "Mother, I'm hungry." Hearing his voice, the woman could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward and embraced the child. "You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Why did you run off to Longning Mountain without a word? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is there?" As she scolded him, she meticulously examined the child's body for any injuries. The child looked up at her and softly replied, "Mother, I don't think Longning Mountain is as terrifying as they say. There are so many fun things there. I even saw a mountain temple. I was a bit tired, so I thought I'd go in and rest for a while. But then I overslept." The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Longning Mountain is fun? How naive. Listen well. Without my permission, you're not to go to Longning Mountain again. If I find out, I will break your legs." The woman spoke with fervor. In the distance, Zhonglin observed this scene. His eyes narrowing slightly, it seemed he had to enter their dreams. Chapter 29. Longning Mountain? It doesn't seem as terrifying as the rumors suggest. Late at night, Zhonglin stood suspended in midair, gazing at the scene below, his eyes flickering slightly. This time, he intended to attempt something new, a collective entry into dreams. Previously, he had chosen only one person for dream entry. But now, to alleviate the fears surrounding Longning Mountain and to encourage belief among the people, it was imperative they trust him wholeheartedly. Zhonglin closed his eyes, and his dream-invoking ability began to envelop the dreams of 10 individuals. Within this dreamscape, the participants beheld the colossal figure hovering above and instinctively knelt in reverence. River God, during this period, we owe our tranquility to the benevolent protection of Lord Hebo. Otherwise, how could we possibly enjoy such peace? Indeed, even the pearls alone would suffice to cover the expenses of our entire Sichuan County for quite some time. Zhonglin's imposing figure hovered in the air, surveying the gathered populace. "Esteemed citizens, the mountain deity of Longning Mountain has granted permission for you all to enter. From now on, all residents of Sichuan County may access Longning Mountain without fear for their lives." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Longning Mountain. This was a place shrouded in taboo. Countless lives have been lost here in the past. Now, Lord Hebo claimed to have negotiated with the mountain deity. How utterly astonishing. The crowd's breaths quickened with excitement. All hail Lord Hebo. The following day, as dreams faded with the dawn, the townsfolk began to share the extraordinary events of the previous night. Upon hearing their accounts, Qin Lu and his companions exchanged glances, a mix of disbelief and astonishment reflected in their eyes that it was truly incredible. Lord Hebo had forged an alliance with the mountain deity of Longning Mountain. Such a delightful surprise. I have long yearned to witness what Longning Mountain holds that diverges from the legends. Yet concerns for personal safety lingered. However, with Lord Hebo's assurance, what fear could remain? The citizens of Sichuan County surrounding Qin Lu could not contain their excitement. Qin Lu regarded them with a smile. Lord Hebo is evidently concerned for our well-being, striving diligently to reach an accord with the mountain deity. His intentions are crystal clear. He wishes for us to live prosperous lives. His words resonated, prompting nods of agreement from the villagers. Indeed, otherwise there would be no need for Zhonglin to exert effort in negotiating with a mountain deity. We must not disappoint Lord Hebo. Consequently, I plan to assemble a hunting party dedicated to venturing into Longning Mountain, that if we can capture suitable prey, it may yield a handsome reward. Agreed. As the voices of support grew louder, Zhonglin in the distance smiled broadly. With these offerings, we finally have enough. As Zhonglin closed his eyes, he sank into deep contemplation, his aura exuding an immense strength. Bang! With a resounding crash, a flicker of joy crossed Zhonglin's face. Having ascended in rank, he could feel a profound transformation within himself. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, releasing a sigh of relief. I have reached the mid-stage of the 8th tier, just one step away from the 7th tier. The mark left by the demon behind the water monkey remained vivid in his memory, and if he did not hasten his advancement beyond the 7th tier, a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. A wild deity above the 7th tier? I am eager to see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Zhonglin clenched his fists, his gaze deep with determination. Meanwhile, under Qin Lu's guidance, a multitude of citizens made their way toward Longning Mountain, their curiosity palpable as they beheld the majestic landscape. This Longning Mountain appeared no different from other ranges. Why had it previously been cloaked in such mythos? Such is the power of tales passed from person to person. Yet I must admit, I have spotted many medicinal herbs here. If sold, they would surely fetch a considerable sum. Additionally, there are creatures within these woods that must be worth their weight in silver. The villagers chattered excitedly, marveling at their surroundings. At that moment, before the mountain deity's temple, the elder deity observed the scene unfolding in the distance, his mouth agape in disbelief. Incredible. Zhonglin truly leads such a multitude of citizens here. It was astounding. As a wild deity, he felt akin to a rat scurrying through streets, while Zhonglin was revered as Lord Hebo in the hearts of the people. No one could match his standing. The mountain deity could distinctly sense the profound respect emanating from the citizens whenever Zhonglin's name was mentioned, such a rare occurrence. It seemed that collaborating with him was indeed a wise decision. A radiant smile graced the elder deity's face. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed several citizens approaching a nearby pool. If his memory served him correctly, a giant python resided in that very pool. This python had developed shape-shifting abilities and had bested him in numerous encounters in the past. How could they venture there now? Damn it! If any harm befell these citizens, the deal with that young man would undoubtedly fall through. With newfound resolve, the mountain deity sprinted toward the pool at breakneck speed on the other side. The citizens stood invigorated by the sight before them. Within Longning Mountain lay a picturesque pool. The verdant hills and serene waters lent an air of poetic beauty to the scene. Astonishing, Longning Mountain bore no terrifying presence. Rather, its scenery was remarkably exquisite. This was the influence of Lord Hebo. Had he not intervened, we might have encountered peril the moment we stepped foot in Longning Mountain. Indeed, upon returning, we must present our findings as offerings to Lord Hebo. Absolutely. Only in this way can we honor Lord Hebo's nurturing of us. The villagers chimed in excitement, oblivious to the 10-meter-long python lurking in the shadows, its tongue flicking as it fixated on them. Chapter 30. Witness the thickness of the skin. Look. Over there seems to be something. One villager pointed curiously at the thicket nearby. The others turned their gazes in that direction, their eyes widening in shock as a python, as thick as a stone pillar, emerged from the underbrush. Fear gripped their hearts at the sight. Run! Qin Lu shouted urgently. The villagers fled without a backward glance. As hunters, they understood the reality. This python had transcended to a formidable entity. In terms of power and defense, it was beyond their capability to confront. Staying any longer would mean certain death. Boom! The sound of the python crashing through trees echoed, filling the villagers with despair. Wasn't it said that Longning Mountain posed no dangers? At that moment, all hearts turned to Lord Hebo for salvation. In their minds, he was their only hope. Within the temple of Lord Hebo, Zhang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Despite the distance, he could distinctly sense the cries for help emanating from the villagers. Normally, if one strayed too far from Sichuan County, such signals would be faint. Yet the sheer number of distress calls now was overwhelming. Zhang Lin exhaled deeply and soared into the air, certain that the citizens of Longning Mountain were in peril. He could only hope to arrive in time to see the entrance of the pool. Qin Lu and his companions had narrowly escaped. Unable to resist glancing back, he called out, "Is everyone all right?" Just as he spoke, he turned to find the giant python a mere meter away. At such close proximity, he could even catch a whiff of its blood-stained scent that a chill ran down his spine. Clenching his fists, Qin Lu steeled himself, gazing resolutely at the python. "You all run ahead. I will hold off." He grabbed a nearby sickle, his expression grave as he faced the python. This is it. At that moment, Zhang Lin also arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the sight of a man and a giant python locked in a gaze, Zhang Lin's pupils contracted. Had he arrived just a moment later, Qin Lu would undoubtedly have become the python's prey. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Lin unleashed a powerful strike, the shocking god stab, towards the giant serpent. The python, which had previously been glaring at Qin Lu with intent, suddenly went into a frenzy, thrashing its tail wildly. Qin Lu was flung into the nearby clearing. As he watched the python flee in a panic, Qin Lu found himself momentarily stunned. He had prepared himself for death. Yet unexpectedly, the python seemed to have gone mad and escaped. This feeling of having narrowly avoided disaster stirred an indescribable sentiment within him. Luck? Surely, this was the protection of Lord Hebo. What Lord Hebo had said was indeed true. There was no danger in Langning Mountain, for he was under the divine protection of Lord Hebo. There was no need for worry and no threat to life. Qin Lu felt an overwhelming excitement. At this moment, the other villagers shared his sentiments. During the frantic escape, none of them had sustained any injuries. The only one who had suffered was Qin Lu himself, due to his own carelessness. One could only say they were exceedingly fortunate. Observing the villagers' elated expressions, Zhang Lin could not help but exhale a sigh of relief from a distance. Yet, in his gaze, there lingered a hint of suspicion. What manner of being was this giant python? Why had his full-force attack failed to slay it? That was Zhang Lin's ace in the hole. Even an 8th-grade peak-wild deity would have been grievously injured by such a blow. Yet, astonishingly, the python had managed to withstand it, suffering no apparent damage aside from an initial moment of chaos. "Dao Yu, what brings you here?" At that moment, the mountain god elder approached Zhang Lin, a somewhat awkward smile gracing his features. Zhang Lin glanced at the mountain god elder and shook his head. "Had I not come, I fear they would have all perished here. Our collaboration would have been rendered meaningless." The mountain god elder's heart quivered, and he quickly gestured dismissively. "Dao Yu, this is all a misunderstanding. The situation is not as you perceive." The mountain god elder was clearly agitated. The giant python was indeed an anomaly within Langning Mountain. It was the undisputed tyrant that he had clashed with it numerous times. Yet the beast's tough hide and resilient flesh rendered his stone spear utterly ineffective against its defenses. Instead, it had wreaked havoc upon his mountain god temple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was not at all surprised. After all, the python had withstood his shocking god stab and managed to retreat unharmed. Just that feat alone was beyond the capabilities of the mountain god elder. Most critically, this was a mental attack. If it had been a physical assault, overcoming the python's formidable defenses would have been a Herculean task. As long as the giant python remained unresolved, it would pose a persistent threat. "Very well. You take care of these villagers. I shall personally confront it." Watching Zhang Lin's departing figure, the mountain god elder opened his mouth, revealing a rather helpless smile. Let him try, lest a rift develop between him and us due to this python. The mountain god elder gazed ahead, his expression profoundly contemplative. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin hastened deeper into Langning Mountain at an astonishing speed, for he had left traces on the python from the outset. He did not anticipate that these marks would prove useful at this juncture. As he approached, the silhouette of the python came into view at this moment. The python appeared markedly different from its initial state. Its colossal body writhed uncontrollably, with numerous wounds oozing blood. Observing this scene, Zhang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that his shocking god stab had indeed inflicted harm on the python. Realizing this, a smile broke across Zhang Lin's face. This was sufficient. One shocking god stab could render the python severely injured. Another strike would surely vanquish it. With this thought, Zhang Lin held his breath and cautiously approached the location of the python. 100 meters, 10 meters. As he drew nearer, he could feel the immense intimidation radiating from the giant serpent. In that moment, Zhang Lin found himself believing the mountain god elder's words, that if that were the case, he would see just how thick its hide truly was. Chapter 31. The Death of the Giant Python. As he closed the distance, Zhang Lin became exceedingly cautious that he needed to execute a surprise attack. Delivering the most lethal blow at the moment the python was most complacent, just as Zhang Lin was nearing, the giant python seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head to fixate on his position. Upon meeting the python's gaze, Zhang Lin felt a jolt of shock. The python was indeed a demonic entity. It could discern his presence with alarming clarity. The fury evident in the python's eyes was palpable as it lunged at Zhang Lin with blinding speed. Zhang Lin retreated, summoning several water whirlwinds from the sky. However, as he had anticipated, these whirlwinds posed no real threat. Instead, they merely revealed the extent of the python's injuries. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the python bore numerous wounds. A testament to the fierce battles it had endured against the mountain god elder over the years, it was not as invincible as the mountain god elder had claimed. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered with determination. He took a deep breath and unleashed another shocking god stab. This strike penetrated the python's body. The intense pain caused its eyes to swell with blood. In the next moment, the giant python plummeted to the ground. The resounding crash drew the attention of the villagers in the distance. Qin Lu looked anxiously towards the direction of the water pool, his heart filled with unease. Surely, the python wouldn't pursue again. Would it? Qin Lu's trepidation towards the creature was palpable. This beast was not only swift, but also possessed a tough hide, making it far beyond their capacity to contend with that a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Do you think it's possible that Lord Hebo or the mountain god intervened and dealt with the giant python? At that moment, one villager suggested, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Qin Lu and the others paused at this notion. Had Lord Hebo truly intervened, there was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could they have escaped the recent chase with merely minor injuries? The absence of casualties was nothing short of miraculous. If Lord Hebo had truly acted, then the beast was surely doomed. Stay here. I will investigate. If the situation seems dire, you must flee. Qin Lu's demeanor turned grave and serious. The others, upon hearing this, immediately shook their heads. How can we allow you to face this danger alone? We should go together. Exactly. If we go as a group, we can look out for one another. It is far too perilous for you to go alone. Qin Lu shook his head. If we all fall, no one will be left to warn the people of Sichuan about the fierce giant python in Langning Mountain, though we must ensure that at least one of us survives. The group fell silent, each lowering their heads and uttering not a word. Observing this, Qin Lu picked up a sickle and marched forward. As he drew closer, he felt his palms begin to sweat. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of blood. Arriving at the edge of the water pool, he gazed upon the lifeless body of the giant python, its breath extinguished. Qin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was true. The formidable python that once ruled here had indeed met its end. Qin Lu's mouth fell open, and a look of astonished joy spread across his face. It must have been Lord Hebo's intervention. Exhaling deeply, he scrambled away from the scene. The villagers, initially anxious about Qin Lu's safety, became tense upon witnessing him in such a frantic state. Had the python returned to pursue him? However, after observing for quite some time, they heard not a single sound. Instead, Qin Lu had already approached them. Xiao Yozi, what on earth is happening? Qin Lu gazed at the elderly man beside him, along with a crowd of curious villagers, and he could not help but take a deep breath. The giant python is dead. I suspect it was the river god who intervened. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. The invincible giant python has perished? By the water's edge, as they beheld the carcass of the python, shock washed over them. It was indeed true. More astonishingly, they noticed that the python bore no apparent wounds, suggesting that it had not engaged in combat with anyone. Yet, despite this, the giant python lay lifeless. The villagers pondered, and the only conclusion they could reach was that the river god had acted. Only the river god possessed such extraordinary means. Qin Lu looked at the giant python's corpse before him and smiled. "Everyone, let us take this treasure back with us. Our harvest this time will undoubtedly be immense. The python's skin, along with its flesh and organs, will surely yield abundant resources." The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. Such a transformed beast, if taken to a larger city, would fetch an astronomical price. As Qin Lu and his companions cheerfully hoisted the python's corpse to leave, the mountain god elder's mouth twitched slightly. This giant python was a treasure trove in itself. Even he yearned to possess it. Yet, Qin Lu and the others simply took it away. The mountain god elder turned to Zhonglin beside him and sighed. "Friend, you seem rather generous. Do you not realize the immense value of this creature's corpse?" The mountain god elder gazed at Zhonglin with a hint of reluctance. Zhonglin cast him a sidelong glance. "And so what? It is merely a corpse. If I could hunt one, I can certainly hunt a second." Zhonglin appeared remarkably composed. I could see that moment. A mechanized voice echoed in Zhonglin's mind. "Host's incense value has reached 10,000 points. System upgrade available." Zhonglin paused, taken aback. The system can be upgraded. This revelation surprised him greatly. A sense of uncertainty washed over Zhonglin. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The incense value could be earned again. But opportunities for upgrades were rare. Thus, there was no need for hesitation. Zhonglin clenched his fists, his expression turning serious. The system's upgrade process unfolded even faster than Zhonglin had anticipated. Upon successful completion, he found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 32. The skin is incredibly thick after the upgrade. Zhonglin discovered that his attribute panel had undergone a comprehensive transformation. Name: Zhonglin Territory. Sichuan Province Identity: River God. Wild Deity, mid-8th, rank, 10.01. Cultivation Method: Undying Scripture, 6th layer spells, Water Dragon Whirlwind, Soul Dream Kill, Fire Control Technique, God-Shattering Strike Incense Value. 898. Zhonglin could clearly see that corresponding upgrade options had been added after both the cultivation method and spells. Additionally, he noticed a replacement option in the cultivation method section, sparking his curiosity. He understood that this cultivation method was merely a low-grade one, that if he could exchange it for a more powerful technique, it would undoubtedly propel his strength to an entirely new level in a remarkably short time. Just as Zhonglin was about to click on it, a notification sounded. Insufficient incense value. A replacement of the cultivation method requires 5,000 incense points. Zhonglin opened his mouth, feeling a wave of frustration. The system was becoming increasingly greedy. Just to replace one system, it demanded such a large sum of incense value. How infuriating! Yet he found himself powerless against this system. With a resigned sigh, he felt vexed. "Friend, the giant python has been vanquished. Why do you appear so troubled?" The mountain god elder observed Zhonglin's expression with curiosity. Zhonglin glanced at the mountain god elder. The sorrows and joys of humanity are often incomprehensible to one another. Now that the giant python has been eradicated, is there anything else in Longning Mountain that poses a threat? The mountain god elder fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Not for now. I can manage the other wild beasts here." Zhonglin nodded in response and turned to leave. Watching Zhonglin's retreating figure, the mountain god elder felt a mix of emotions. The giant python, which had posed such a challenge for him, had been resolved effortlessly by Zhonglin. This signified one important fact. Zhonglin's strength might surpass what he had previously imagined. Fortuitously, he had not engaged in a desperate struggle. Otherwise, he might not have escaped unscathed, and perhaps he would have perished alongside the python. The river god of Sichuan Province was indeed remarkable. He hardly resembled a mere wild deity. The mountain god elder sighed in admiration that in Sichuan Province. The citizens gathered around as Qin Lu and his companions returned with the giant python's corpse. My heavens, such a massive python. It must have attained a level of sentience. Previously, I had only seen ones about 3 meters long. This 10-meter-long python is a first for me. It must indeed be sentient. I can't believe Qin Lu and the others were able to hunt such a creature. The villagers marveled at their prowess. With them around, Longning Mountain is truly a treasure trove. Finally, we can savor some meat. The villagers couldn't help but express their excitement. Upon hearing their words, Qin Lu quickly shook his head and addressed the crowd earnestly. Everyone, this giant python was not hunted by us. That it was the river god who dealt with it. We merely stumbled upon it and brought it back. When we entered Longning Mountain, we encountered this python and nearly lost our lives. Had it not been for the river god's protection, we would have surely faced dire consequences. The crowd was taken aback. The river god intervened. This is unexpected. So that's how it is. The river god truly protects us in Sichuan province. Indeed, with the river god around, we need not worry about anything. Thank you, river god, for your blessings. The villagers couldn't help but bow in gratitude. The emergence of the giant python infused them with renewed hope for the future of Sichuan province. With the river god watching over them, other concerns paled in comparison. Seeing their expressions, Qin Lu couldn't help but smile. Everyone, the meat from this giant python is quite valuable, so I propose we sell half of it in Kaiyang Prefecture and share the other half among ourselves. This marks our hunting team's first harvest, and I hope everyone can partake in this joy. The villagers nodded enthusiastically in agreement. All right. As they began to cut up the giant python's carcass, they encountered a particularly vexing problem that left them speechless. The python's skin was incredibly tough. Despite their best efforts, they found it impossible to cut through the python's body. Against the python's hide, their blades seemed utterly ineffective. The treasure lay before them, yet they were powerless to access it, leaving them all feeling immensely frustrated. This is truly infuriating. Qin Lu stood before the giant python's corpse, feeling utterly helpless. I humbly request the river god to bless us. Please help us resolve the issue with this python's corpse. We have exerted ourselves, but the skin is too tough for us to penetrate. Inside the river god temple, Zhang Lin surveyed the expanded temple with satisfaction. The river god temple now resembled a small yet complete establishment. It was equipped with various spaces for meditation and cultivation. The continuous flickering of candle flames showcased the reverence of the citizens of Sichuan province. To the current pace, he anticipated being able to replace his cultivation method in about a month. With this thought, excitement gleamed in Zhang Lin's eyes. Cultivation methods and spells were of utmost importance. Zhang Lin understood well. Had it not been for the God-shattering strike spell, which directly attacked the minds of his enemies, this would undoubtedly have been a fierce battle. Moreover, this fierce battle will most likely conclude with his retreat. After all, the mountain god had engaged in numerous encounters with this colossal python, yet he could never find a way to subdue it. Let alone in this situation, without the advantage of terrain, breaching the defenses of this gigantic serpent proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. However, fortune smiles upon him. Suddenly, Zhang Lin keenly perceives the scene of Qin Lu and others in conversation. This revelation causes his vision to darken momentarily to think he could penetrate the skin of this python. He muses that not only the villagers, but even he himself had been unsuccessful. Otherwise, he would have simply taken the serpent's skin when he was by the pond. There would have been no subsequent events to unfold. Zhang Lin rubs his forehead. Nonetheless, at this juncture, there seems to be no alternative. He must take a gamble. Employing this magical artifact, coupled with his cultivation, if he still cannot contend with the python's hide, then what hope is there? Suddenly, a teasing voice breaks the silence that you become quite remarkable. Haven't you? To think you could deal with such a beast. I underestimated you before. The old blind man appears at the entrance, a playful smirk on his face. Chapter 33. The Trade of the Giant Python Senior. What brings you here? Zhang Lin greets the old blind man with a radiant smile. The old blind man glances at Zhang Lin and takes a step back. You rascal, whenever you wear that expression, it invariably means you need to trouble this old man. Zhang Lin shakes his head, clearing his throat as he addresses the old blind man. Senior, the colossal python I encountered in Longning Mountain has proven exceedingly tenacious. It took considerable effort to bring it down, that I believe you might find its carcass quite intriguing. The old blind man sits on the ground, producing a wine flask, taking a hearty swig while observing Zhang Lin. Your luck is indeed commendable. This python possesses a trace of dragon bloodline and has embarked on the path of transformation. If it were to cultivate for another 300 to 500 years, it might very well evolve into a true dragon. In contrast, I am quite curious as to how a mid-tier wild god like yourself managed to slay this giant python that I dare say, even with the mountain god of longing by your side, you too would struggle to pose a threat to such a creature. The old blind man raises his head, fixing his gaze on Zhang Lin as he speaks solemnly. Senior, everyone has their secrets. Do they not? What matters now is that the python has been dealt with. If you're interested, perhaps you might consider accepting its carcass. The old blind man claps his hands, setting the wine flask down. You clever lad. Speak up. What do you desire in exchange? But let me make it clear, your request must not exceed the value of this python. The old blind man glances towards the python's body, estimating its worth at approximately 300 mid-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nods. Senior, just take a look. Trade for some worldly goods with these villagers. The old blind man is momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Zhang Lin. What did you just say? You intend to give the carcass of this python to the villagers. Do you understand the significance of 300 mid-grade spiritual stones? If utilized for cultivation, you could reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier in no more than 50 years. Even if you were to exchange it for 8th tier spiritual artifacts, you could acquire premium quality ones. The old blind man stands up, pacing around Zhang Lin, taking a long, incredulous look at him. Unbelievable. You truly astonish me. Senior, the python's carcass rightfully belongs to the villagers, as they were the ones who brought it back. As for the elevation of my cultivation, there is no rush. Zhang Lin shakes his head, chuckling softly. 50 years. With sufficient incense value, I could achieve that in just a few months. Elevating my realm is not a daunting task for me. At this moment, it would be better to allow these villagers to prosper a bit more. The old blind man exhales a deep sigh, waving his sleeve dismissively. Very well, you reckless lad, who knows what has possessed you. Since you wish to proceed, I shall support your decision. However, let it be known that I do not have an abundance of worldly goods at hand. I will need some time to gather them. Not a problem. Zhang Lin watches the old blind man depart. A subtle smile graces his lips. The decision to gift the python to the old blind man comes after considerable contemplation. It is undoubtedly the optimal solution. Currently, he is incapable of breaching the creature's defenses. Rather than let this treasure languish, it is far wiser to allow the old blind man to handle it. This way, not only would it elicit gratitude from the villagers, but would also bind the old blind man with a sense of obligation. This is truly a venture that promises considerable returns with minimal risk. Within Sichuan County, the townsfolk gaze at the giant python's carcass, their expressions fraught with concern. Over the past few days, they have exhausted a myriad of methods, yet they find that the python's hide cannot be cleaved by axe nor burned by fire. With no solutions forthcoming, one suggests, shall we simply deliver this python's carcass to the River Lord's temple? Aside from the River Lord, I doubt anyone else could resolve this matter. Qin Lu observes his fellow villagers with a sense of resignation. I suppose that is our only option, and besides, the carcass rightfully belongs to the River Lord. Without his intervention, we would never have been able to bring it back. The villagers nod in agreement. At that moment, the old blind man appears, now clad in resplendent silk garments, his belly protruding, striding towards Qin Lu and the others. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lu furrows his brow and steps forward, positioning himself in front of the old blind man. Who are you? Qin Lu's voice is grave, his gaze fixed intently on the old blind man. Should there be any hint of abnormality, he would seize the old blind man without hesitation. The old blind man regards the vigilant villagers and shakes his head. You common folk have no means to deal with this giant python's carcass. Moreover, the flesh is imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Consuming it would lead to your demise. Hearing this, the villagers' faces blanch. Demise? This is a notion they had never contemplated, causing their hearts to tighten. Senior, what do you imply? Qin Lu stammers, his demeanor earnest as he bows slightly in respect to the old blind man. Since you cannot manage this carcass, why not consider selling it to me? Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. 5,000 taels of gold. Here are the banknotes. Upon hearing this, the villager's eyes widen in astonishment. What? 5,000 taels of gold? that surpasses the entire income of Sichuan County for a decade. The value of this python is astonishing. Qin Lu swallows hard, his confidence wavering. This sum is simply 2,500 taels of gold is a true fortune, and we hardly exerted ourselves to obtain it. Merely bringing it back. The thought that they could receive such a bounty feels surreal. The old blind man stands with his hands behind his back, head held high, displaying a hint of disdain. A mere 5,000 taels of gold. If you are willing, this sum is yours. Qin Lu opens his mouth, casting a glance back at the villagers, then takes a deep breath and nods that it's a deal. But we do not want banknotes. We want gold. The old blind man rolls his eyes at Qin Liu that ITS simply because banknotes would incur some losses when exchanged for gold. Very well. I shall grant you 5,000 taels of gold. Chapter 34. It is you who have given up as the old blind man departs. Qin Lu and the others stare at the giant python's carcass. Still in disbelief, 5,000 taels of gold. It feels as though fortune has rained down from the heavens that I must have been dreaming just now. Right? Qin Lu glances at the villagers, uncertainty clouding his expression. One of the villagers steps forward and pinches Qin Lu. Ouch! I can feel pain. This is no dream. Qin Lu clapped his hands, the joy on his face utterly uncontainable, with this windfall of 5,000 taels of gold. Numerous plans could finally be set in motion. He gazed earnestly at the villagers and declared, "Dear friends, before the transaction of this colossal python's carcass is finalized, I propose that we all remain here to guard it. We must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur." The villagers nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves, each brimming with enthusiasm. Naturally, whoever dares to disturb the remains of this giant serpent shall face our wrath. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu surveyed the scene before him. Feeling invigorated, 3 days swiftly passed, during which the villagers took turns vigilantly guarding the python's body. Old blind man arrived at the square and, upon witnessing the villagers' fervor, found himself at a loss for words that is it really necessary. With you, Lord River God, present, who would dare to stealthily steal this carcass away? Old blind man remarked with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu quickly shook his head. Sir, such a notion cannot be entertained. If we must trouble Lord River God with even the most trivial matters, it would be most inappropriate. Moreover, Lord River God is undoubtedly occupied with myriad affairs. We should strive not to burden him with our minor concerns. Have you prepared the gold? Qin Lu asked respectfully. Looking at old blind man with a resigned sigh, old blind man replied, "The gold is in the cart." Qin Lu and the others approached the carriage and examined it closely. One villager even took a piece of gold and bit into it with determination. It is indeed gold. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lu stepped down from the cart and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Then the carcass of this python belongs to you, sir. However, it seems you alone may struggle to move it. Shall we assist you in transporting it? Old blind man shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is unnecessary. I have my own methods to carry away this python's body. He approached the massive serpent, grasped its tail, and began to walk away. The once mountainous carcass of the python began to shift under old blind man's pull. Qin Lu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment to think that on their return journey, it took a dozen men to carry this python's body, yet now, old blind man managed it single-handedly. What immense strength he possesses! Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a mere pint. Qin Lu mused with a hint of admiration. Old blind man's figure faded from view. Qin Lu finally exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the surrounding villagers, exclaiming with excitement, "My friends, this 5,000 taels of gold is ours. Now, let all the villagers gather, and we shall divide this gold according to our numbers." Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into radiant smiles. Excellent. Within the confines of Kaiyang Prefecture. At the Xinyuan auction house, Manager Wang's expression was particularly grim. Staring at the pearls before him, he clenched his fists. The quality of the pearls collected during this period paled in comparison to those sent by the folks of Sichuan. If these pearls were to be presented to the dignitaries, they would surely fail to meet expectations. The thought left Manager Wang feeling exceptionally vexed. Damn it, why didn't I clarify things that day? Had I known those rascals were selling pearls, I would never have chased them away. With this in mind, Manager Wang turned to a nearby guard and asked earnestly, "How is the task I assigned to you progressing? Have you spotted those individuals reappearing in Kaiyang Prefecture?" The guard hesitated before shaking his head. Reporting to the manager, "We have not found any trace of them, but we have scoured the larger counties of Kaiyang Prefecture. Yet still, there is no sign of them. Could it be that they are not from Kaiyang Prefecture?" Manager Wang's eyes narrowed. "Not from Kaiyang Prefecture? The likelihood seems slim. If they are not locals, they would need to register to conduct a transaction. I inquired previously, and there were no findings on the registration side." The guard scratched his head, utterly bewildered. If they are not locals, then where did these individuals come from? Just then, a guard rushed in. Breathless, "Manager, the individuals you instructed us to keep an eye on have appeared." Manager Wang's pupils widened in shock, and he sprang to his feet, rushing toward the guard. "Where are they now? Take me to them at once." Manager Wang could hardly contain his excitement. At once. Manager Wang hurried to the entrance of Xingyuan Auction House, where he finally spotted Qin Lu and several villagers on the street. Unlike their previous visit, this time Qin Lu and his companions were adorned in splendid attire, making it impossible to discern their earlier shabby appearance. Manager Wang stepped forward, seriousness etched on his face as he gestured to Qin Lu. "Esteemed warrior, please hold. The last incident was a failure on our part at Xingyuan Auction House. Rest assured, it shall not happen again. As a token of our apology, here is a VIP token from Xingyuan Auction House. Simply present it, and we shall fulfill your requests unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Qin Lu shook his head. "I apologize, but we have already entered into a partnership with Sangshuan Auction House." Manager Wang clenched his fists, looking at Qin Lu with utmost sincerity. "Our Xingyuan Auction House boasts a comprehensive array of resources that, if you choose to collaborate with us, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. We can offer you a generous discount of 30%. Qin Lu raised an eyebrow at Manager Wang. "Manager, I made it clear before that it was you who rejected our proposal. Thus, this can only be regarded as you forfeiting this opportunity." Chapter 35. Regrets so profound they turned green. Manager Wang stood there, struck dumb, realizing they had indeed missed out on Qin Lu and his companions. Just then, Wu Yang emerged, swaying gracefully. Upon seeing the scene outside, she raised an eyebrow, revealing a radiant smile. "Manager Wang, I didn't expect you to come here to compete for business with me. However, as Brother Qin rightly pointed out, it was your people who looked down upon them and sought to chase them away. You even declared that they would never be allowed to enter Xingyuan Auction House in this lifetime." Wu Yang scoffed, positioning herself before Qin Lu and regarding Manager Wang with an icy gaze. Manager Wang opened his mouth, exhaling heavily, his expression laden with bitterness. "It was our mistake. Had I known this would be the outcome. Young brother, we acknowledge our previous shortcomings. I implore you to show mercy and not hold our past transgressions against us." Manager Wang bowed deeply before Qin Lu and his companions. The two newly arrived villagers watched in astonishment, their eyes wide. Clearly, Manager Wang was a figure of considerable stature, yet here he was, publicly apologizing to them. The scene was undeniably dramatic. Qin Lu turned to Wu Yang, offering a calm smile. "Manager, we are prepared on our end. May I inquire when we can commence the acquisition?" Wu Yang nodded and waved her sleeve. "We can begin at any time." "Then let us proceed to the transaction." Qin Lu pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. He gestured to the two villagers and then made his way toward Sangshuan Auction House. Manager Wang slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. What a monumental loss! And now, he found himself in a position where he could only swallow his bitterness in silence. With no outlet for his grievances, inside Sangshuan Auction House, Qin Lu glanced at Wu Yang in the distance. "Manager, I find it curious that Xingyuan Auction House has always been so haughty, seemingly looking down on others. Why do they now adopt such a humble demeanor?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yang covered her mouth and let out a suppressed chuckle. "Mr. Qin, you may not be aware, but the Xingyuan Auction House is currently in desperate need of pearls. Especially after learning that you possess a substantial quantity, they are practically regretting their oversight. So, what do you say? Have you considered collaborating with them?" Wu Yang teased as she gazed at Qin Lu. Qin Lu shook his head, his expression resolute. "Their business is vast. They do not require our offerings. Furthermore, if we lack pearls and resources, should we simply accept their scorn? In this world, such notions are utterly absurd. Rest assured from now on, all goods from Sichuan will be sold exclusively to you, Qin Lu stated solemnly. Wunyang regarded Qin Lu with a knowing look. Despite his youth, his perspective on matters was remarkably astute. Now that you've expressed your stance, I am completely reassured. You need not worry. Should Sichuan require any resources in the future, feel free to approach me. I assure you, I will find a way to meet your needs, she replied with utmost seriousness. Qin Lu and the other two villagers nodded in agreement. This outcome was indeed mutually beneficial. However, there's one matter I would like your assistance with. Would it be possible for you to spare some silver and arrange for a few individuals to escort us? I suspect that the Xingyuan auction house will not let this matter rest easily, and we will need additional hands to ensure our safe return, Qin Lu explained, fully aware of the importance of discretion. Wunyang chuckled softly. I asked that all? You needn't worry. We will handle such matters efficiently. I will arrange for the guards, ensuring your safety without any threat, she assured him. Seeing this, Qin Lu signaled to the other villagers to bring forth all the pearls. Upon witnessing the hundreds of pearls, even Wunyang was momentarily taken aback. After all, Qin Lu had already presented a substantial quantity just a month prior. To her surprise, he had amassed even more, 132 pearls in total. After Wunyang's personnel finished counting, she looked at Qin Lu with a rather amused smile that I suspect that if Manager Wang were to witness this scene, he would likely faint from shock. Qin Lu scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I cannot speak to that. As long as we can sell these pearls, that is all that matters. Wunyang carefully examined the pearls before finalizing the arrangement. How about this? For these over 100 pearls, I will offer you 1,000 taels of gold. Should you acquire more pearls in the future, do not hesitate to send them my way. I promise to prioritize your transactions, she declared. Qin Lu and the villagers widened their eyes in surprise. 1,000 taels of gold. So the price has increased. Qin Lu inhaled deeply, looking directly at Wunyang. Then I must trouble you with this. As Wunyang prepared the necessary items at the counter, she casually remarked. I've heard of Sichuan before. You rely on fishing for a living, and your lives hardly seem affluent. Many are barely making ends meet. How has such a transformation occurred so suddenly? Your recent hauls are figures that most households would scarcely dare to dream of. Qin Lu looked up with excitement. It is because of the protection of Lord Hebo. As long as he is here, nothing is insurmountable. Wunyang stared at Qin Lu in astonishment. What? Lord Hebo? In a place like Sichuan? No one previously wished to venture there. Could it be that someone is impersonating him, seeking to exploit the populace for some nefarious purpose? She nodded solemnly at Qin Lu. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Here, I assure you, as long as you do not provoke trouble, I have the means to protect you from any adversary. In Kaiyang Prefecture, no one dares to lay a finger on the esteemed guests of our Sichuan auction house. Qin Lu clenched his fists, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Manager. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 36. A quantum leap within the Xingyuan auction house. Manager Wang wore an expression of profound displeasure, surrounded by shattered, exquisite vases strewn across the floor. You incompetent fools! It is because of you that I have suffered such immense losses. The guards who had previously obstructed Qin Lu and his companions now knelt on the ground, bloodied and trembling with fear. Blood dripped steadily from their faces. Please spare me. Manager, I never anticipated that they would possess pearls. I beg you, grant me another chance, and I will surely locate their dwelling. I will retrieve all the pearls. Hearing this, Manager Wang furrowed his brow. Very well, I shall grant you this final opportunity. If you fail to bring back the goods, do not expect to return, with a dismissive wave of his hand. The guard limped away, clutching his wounds. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Manager Wang clenched his fists, snorting in contempt. What a bunch of fools! And that Wunyang, daring to provoke me so brazenly. She courts disaster. Once my superior ascends to power, I will ensure that the entire Sichuan auction house is obliterated from Kaiyang Prefecture. Manager Wang scoffed coldly, indifferent to the fate of the villagers that I am curious to see where they hail from. Once I locate their origins, they shall meet their demise. Meanwhile, Qin Lu and the merchant convoy were fully loaded with goods, slowly making their way toward Sichuan. Qin Lu surveyed the surrounding scenery, exuding an air of tranquility. A stark contrast to the anxiety he felt during his initial visit on his first trip to Kaiyang Prefecture had endured disdain and condescension. Had it not been for Wunyang, they would have returned in disgrace. This time, with Wunyang at their side, they were treated with respect from the outset. Even Manager Wang of the Xinyuan auction house had issued an apology, something that would have been unimaginable before. One could only say that with the formidable support of Lord Hebo, everything had changed. Rest assured, Lord Hebo, we shall not squander your nurturing. We will rise to greatness. In due time, we will demonstrate to all of Kaiyang Prefecture that no one from Sichuan is inferior. Qin Lu declared, his determination unwavering that moment. A guard approached Qin Lu with a grave expression. Mr. Qin, as we were advancing, we discovered a spy who had been trailing us. We have apprehended the individual, and I request that you take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu felt a jolt in his heart as he glimpsed the capture guard being brought forth. His eyes narrowed. The Xinyuan auction house. Indeed, these individuals are relentless. Their intent is clear. They aim to ascertain our origins. Should they succeed, they will surely dispatch many to Sichuan, placing everything, pearls and lives, under their control. We must eliminate any traces of this encounter. Qin Lu instructed the guard sternly. The guard nodded in understanding. Understood. As the guard departed, Qin Lu took a deep breath. It appeared that any future visits to Kaiyang Prefecture would require heightened caution. He shook his head, his expression graved. In Sichuan. Zhang Lin gazed at the Dharma wheel before him, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. After considerable effort, he had finally amassed 5,000 incense points, compelling him to immediately try his luck at the Dharma draw. If he were to obtain a valuable technique, it would be a breakthrough of monumental proportions. May the system bless me. One must produce a rare treasure. Zhang Lin murmured to himself, unable to contain his excitement. As the roulette spun, he observed the pointer whirling rapidly. Various techniques began to appear on the wheel, one after another. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the 8th tier technique, Ice Frost Formula. Upon seeing the techniques displayed on the wheel, Zhang Lin opened his mouth, feeling rather helpless. 8th tier? Well, better than nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to switch. As the technique changed, Zhang Lin's pupils constricted instantaneously. This 8th tier technique, the spiritual energy within him surged, doubling in an instant. Most importantly, at that moment, the spiritual energy within him seemed to carry a chilling essence. The hint of ecstasy spread across Zhang Lin's face. That 5,000 incense points were indeed worth it. He exhaled as he gazed at the surface of the lake, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a water tornado rose above him. However, this water tornado had undergone a transformation, exuding an aura of coldness. Merely approaching it sent shivers down one's spine. The edges shimmered with ice, as if falling upon someone would pierce them like a shard of ice. This what an 8th tier technique entails. Zhang Lin took a moment to steady his emotions. By now, he understood a crucial truth. Among the 8th tier practitioners, strength varied significantly. If one merely possessed the 8th tier realm, then such wild gods are the weakest, lacking substantial combat capability that a stronger 8th tier wild god, possessing several divine abilities and a few 8th tier artifacts, could engage in battles beyond their rank. Above that, there were those like him, equipped not only with formidable divine abilities, but also without any weaknesses in techniques or artifacts. He could be deemed a true hexagonal warrior. If he were to face the river god of Linhua County now, he was confident he could defeat him in a single strike, with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Lin's gaze deepened. Just then, the old blind man arrived at the lakeside, observing Zhang Lin's demeanor with surprise. "You lad, your strength has undergone a qualitative leap," the old blind man remarked, puzzled. Zhang Lin's rapid transformation was astonishing. While others cultivated steadily, it seemed Zhang Lin was leaping forward. Each time he encountered him, he could distinctly sense Zhang Lin's tremendous growth in strength. "Senior, if I were to stagnate, would that not betray your guidance?" The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a look of annoyance, gesturing dismissively. Enough with the flattery. I sought you out today for a matter of great importance that I've received word that the new magistrate of Sichuan County is coming. Zhang Lin paused momentarily. A magistrate. Previously, due to Sichuan County's backwardness, no one was willing to come here. Now, a new magistrate was arriving. Could it be that he intended to take action against him? Zhang Lin's heart tightened. Chapter 37. This must be sheer luck. Senior, Sichuan County is a remote area, and many court officials are reluctant to come here. Why is there suddenly a magistrate arriving? Zhang Lin inquired gravely, looking at the old blind man. The old blind man chuckled lightly, his hands clasped behind his head as he teased Zhang Lin. Oh, you're actually afraid? Rest assured, he is not here to investigate you. To my knowledge, this person is named Zhou Chuan. A flower scholar, he is known for his integrity, which has led to him offending powerful figures in the court, resulting in his suppression and eventual arrival here in Sichuan County. For now, he poses no significant threat to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not targeting him, there was still hope. Thank you, Senior, for the information. I owe you a favor. The old blind man stroked his chin, eyeing Zhang Lin. You know, there's indeed a matter I need your assistance with. I have a new alchemical formula that requires you to refine some pills. If you can succeed, consider it a repayment of this favor. A formula? Zhang Lin looked at the old blind man with some hesitation. Senior, I can only refine 8th-tier pills now. They should hold little value to you. The old blind man shook his head in annoyance. There is a secret realm that requires the Qingling pill to safeguard the mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste this favor. In any case, as long as you can refine this Qingling pill, the benefit shall be yours. Zhang Lin took the herbs and formula tossed by the old blind man and examined them closely. This made him draw in a sharp breath. Although the Qingling pill was classified as an 8th-tier pill, its complexity was several times that of the spirit-gathering pill. Had his proficiency in alchemy not recently improved, Zhang Lin would not have felt confident at all. Senior, I can only promise to give it my best effort. Zhang Lin stated earnestly. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. Understood. As the old blind man departed, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. He hoped this magistrate would not interfere with his upcoming plans. Otherwise, he might have to resort to entering dreams to alter his memories. Outside Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan, carrying a bamboo basket and riding a donkey, ambled toward the county point. One hand held a book, while the other held the reins. Observing the winding road ahead, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but sigh. The situation in Sichuan County was worse than he had anticipated. I fear that the villagers here struggle even for their basic needs. Well, since I have arrived in Sichuan County, I must think of ways to secure their livelihoods. Zhou Chuan set down his book and tilted his head, pondering deeply. Just then, he noticed a group of Sichuan County citizens bustling by the shore, their fishing nets continuously being pulled back. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Chuan frowned. Relying solely on fishing for sustenance relies heavily on timing, location, and harmony. A slight misstep could lead to financial loss. It is imperative to instill in these villagers the importance of diversifying their crops to ensure they have returns regardless of the weather. Before Zhou Chuan could finish his musings, his eyes widened in astonishment. The villagers had already reeled in their nets, each brimming with dozens of fish. Seeing this, Zhou Chuan was momentarily dazed. When did fishing become so effortless? Or perhaps he had simply stumbled upon an unusually bountiful catch? Zhou Chuan opened his mouth and hurriedly urged his donkey towards the villagers. However, at that moment, the donkey's pace was rather sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as the villagers dragged their catch away from the shore. Standing at the water's edge, Zhou Chuan shook his head. Given the current of the water, fishing should not be so simple. It seems this was merely a fluke, he mused. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice called out to him. Hey there, what are you doing standing by the shore? Don't do anything rash. If you have troubles, feel free to share. No need to contemplate such dire measures. Zhou Chuan turned around, revealing a helpless smile as he prepared to greet the person. Suddenly, the donkey seemed startled and abruptly shoved Zhou Chuan into the water. Help! Zhou Chuan splashed and struggled in the water. In the distance, Qin Lu noticed this and hurriedly quickened his pace to the shore, leaping down. After rescuing Zhou Chuan, Qin Lu lay on the bank. Exhaling deeply, since Zhou Chuan couldn't swim. Rescuing him had taken considerable effort from Qin Lu. Lying nearby, Qin Lu looked at Zhou Chuan, exasperated. "Brother, you are still young. Why contemplate such drastic measures? You should cherish those around you to avoid any regrets." Zhou Chuan coughed up water, glancing at Qin Lu with some embarrassment. "I was just pushed in by this donkey." Qin Lu wore an expression of knowing without saying. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling quite helpless. By the way, brother, I'm curious. Sichuan County seems a bit different from my expectations. It appears the living standards of the people here are not too bad. Qin Lu could not help but chuckle as he gazed into Zhou Chuan's eyes. "My dear brother, it is evident that you are an outsider. Let me enlighten you. Previously, Ishikawa was indeed the most remote and desolate region, where every citizen toiled relentlessly for their livelihood. Until one day, our Lord River God seemed to undergo a transformation. Since then, the entire development of Ishikawa has entered a period of rapid progress." Zhou Chuan's eyes widened. "Lord River God?" He mused with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "In this Ishikawa, there can be a river god? This is simply absurd. After all, Ishikawa is a place where even court officials hesitate to tread. How could there possibly be a deity?" Zhou Chuan shook his head. Understanding the villagers' hopes in this barren land, attributing their fleeting good fortune to the so-called river god. Looking at Qin Lu, Zhou Chuan spoke earnestly. "You possess hands and feet. Your life should be forged by your own efforts. Why place your hopes in this so-called river god? I see you have commendable skills. Why not serve in the court or enlist in the military? You could achieve great things." Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's expression darkened. He looked sternly at Zhou Chuan and reprimanded. "Silence. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully of Lord River God again, do not blame me for expelling you from Ishikawa." Chapter 38. Unveiling his true identity. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Zhou Chuan glared at Qin Lu, his temper flaring. Having been subjected to the whims of the powerful in the capital, and now finding himself in this forsaken place, he was incredulous that a commoner would dare to address him so insolently. "I care not who you are. In Ishikawa, anyone who disrespects Lord River God becomes the enemy of us all. I assure you, I have been quite patient. Had it been those hotheads, your disrespect towards Lord River God would surely have resulted in dire consequences." Qin Lu snorted coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, incredulous. "This is utterly absurd. Were it not for the fact that this person is my savior, I would certainly retaliate. But alas, I am disinclined to stoop to your level. In due time, you shall come to realize whom you have disrespected today." Zhou Chuan chuckled, recognizing that he had encountered a formidable opponent in this county magistrate. "That I perceive that you are not a bad person. Heed my advice. Regardless of your status elsewhere, you must never show disrespect towards Lord River God in Ishikawa. As for the reasons, once you mingle with the locals, you will comprehend this truth." Qin Lu sighed lightly, his tone earnest. Seeing Qin Lu's grave demeanor, Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your reminder, brother. I am indeed a newcomer, unfamiliar with many matters. I have only heard of Ishikawa's reputation, which drew me here." Qin Lu placed a hand on Zhou Chuan's shoulder, revealing a radiant smile. "There is no need for such formality. In Ishikawa, we are all brothers and sisters. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek assistance from the locals. They will all be eager to help you." Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Qin Lu's words. Even in the capital, one cannot expect everyone to harbor goodwill. This is likely mere self-aggrandizement. However, this thought was swiftly dispelled as he observed something truly astonishing. Since his arrival in Ishikawa, every local had been exceedingly warm and welcoming, whether it was dining, lodging, or seeking directions. Each person was attentive and caring, seemingly fearful of any hardship he might face. This left Zhou Chuan in a state of silence. Especially after checking into an inn, he had cautiously locked the doors and windows, anxious about potential thieves. Yet the entire night passed without a single sound. In fact, as he strolled through the streets, he encountered no arguments or quarrels. Everyone appeared to be in harmony. Zhou Chuan was taken aback. Ishikawa was not at all as he had imagined. Particularly striking was the absence of beggars. Every individual seemed well-fed and warmly clothed, leaving him profoundly astonished. How could this be? Was Ishikawa truly a mere border county? Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, grappling with disbelief. The scene before him felt surreal, akin to a dream. Ishikawa had bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. Following the crowd, he arrived at the newly constructed river god temple. Upon witnessing the throngs of people, Zhou Chuan found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he grasped the significance of Qin Lu's earlier remark. Should he speak ill of the river god, he would not escape Ishikawa. After all, with such a vast crowd, even a single spit from each person could drown him, leaving no room for resistance. Zhou Chuan pondered, perplexed by how the river god had managed to achieve such unwavering devotion. People are inherently diverse. While some may adore the river god, surely others must harbor disdain. Yet, why was it that within Ishikawa, no one dared to utter a word against him? Could it be that the river god had employed some form of enchantment? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Chuan's expression turned grave. Ishikawa was, after all, his domain. If all the citizens were subjugated under his nose, how could he justify this to the emperor? How could he uphold the dignity of his official position? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan fixed his gaze on the crowd. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. He was determined to uncover how this river god had bewitched the hearts of the people. Following the throng, Zhou Chuan approached the river god temple at that moment. The incense burner was already piled high, with offerings that a few villagers were guiding the newcomers, and upon seeing Zhou Chuan, they greeted him with faint smiles. Young brother, is this your first visit? If you seek assistance from Lord River God, simply close your eyes and sincerely express your wishes. Lord River God will surely find a way to fulfill your needs. Of course, your requests must be reasonable. Otherwise, they will not be entertained. Zhou Chuan felt a ripple of intrigue at their words. The river god had crafted a rather convincing facade, and no wonder so many citizens devoted themselves to him. However, this time, he was resolute in exposing the truth, ensuring that the people of Ishikawa recognized that this river god was merely a charlatan. Kneeling before the river god temple, Zhou Chuan clasped his hands together and began to silently recite. You deceiver, you may fool these citizens, but you cannot deceive me. You merely wish to exploit their faith to satisfy your vanity. I shall unmask your true self and reveal your ugliness for all to see. Inside the river god temple, Zhang Lin observed this spectacle, raising an eyebrow. This newly appointed magistrate is indeed ambitious. Does he intend to overturn everything in front of the crowd? Zhang Lin shook his head in amusement. What a pity! Zhou Chuan will soon be disappointed. Raising his hand, Zhang Lin remained remarkably calm. As the candle flames flickered, the entire river god temple was bathed in a radiant glow. Chapter 39. Something is amiss with the river god. The river god has manifested. The villagers exclaimed, Young brother, you have gained the river god's favor. If you require any assistance in Ishikawa, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will find ways to help you this moment. The villagers gazed at Zhou Chuan, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. As long as they could gain the river goddess approval, they were considered kin. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, surveying the surrounding populace. Momentarily at a loss for words, had he truly earned the river god's recognition? Just moments ago, his thoughts had been aimed at undermining the river god's esteemed position in the hearts of the people. If this river god indeed possessed extraordinary abilities, he ought to have sensed Zhou Chuan's inner musings. How could he possibly grant him recognition? Clenching his fists, Zhou Chuan realized he must first bide his time, gradually eroding the river god's standing among the villagers. Dear friends, you are far too gracious. If you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to speak. Zhou Chuan said earnestly, bowing slightly. The crowd chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. As Zhou Chuan settled into his new life in Sichuan County, he observed everything around him, increasingly feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Even during meals, he could overhear villagers discussing the river god's name. Sitting at the table, he looked around and could not help but sigh. Just then, Qin Lu approached Zhou Chuan, noticing his furrowed brow, and could not help but chuckle. You've already gained the river goddess acknowledgement. You are now part of Sichuan County. What is there to lament? Zhou Chuan stared at his teacup in silence for a moment, his emotions swirling as he regarded Qin Lu. Brother Qin, I am curious. How is it that someone like you can so firmly believe in the legend surrounding the river god? Qin Lu shook his head, his gaze unusually solemn. It is not a myth. It is a reality. I was not originally a citizen of Sichuan County. I hailed from neighboring Linhua County that time. I was relatively successful in my career and had a happy family. However, my child caught the attention of the river god of Linhua County. In the end, I had no choice but to flee with my entire family, eventually finding refuge here in Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan listened intently, but the more he heard, the more troubled he became. Defeating other river gods, protecting the lives of Qin Lu's family, establishing a merit selection event to allow people to collect pearls, the miraculous fish that descended from the heavens, aiding the villagers in improving their living conditions. Each of these claims presented no flaws. That it was as though the river god of Sichuan County truly had the welfare of the people at heart. Clenching his fists, Zhou Chuan raised his head to pursue the already departed Qin Lu. Brother Qin, I must admit I was narrow-minded previously for doubting the river god's deeds. Now, I only wish to learn more about Sichuan County and the illustrious exploits of the river god. Qin Lu patted Zhou Chuan's shoulder. There is no need to rush. There is much to uncover. One day, you will understand why the river god has so many followers. Zhou Chuan forced a smile of resignation. I see. In the following half-month, Zhou Chuan shadowed Qin Lu, getting acquainted with all aspects of Sichuan County while gathering ample evidence to reveal the truth to everyone. Yet this period of interaction left Zhou Chuan feeling increasingly perplexed. According to the villagers, not just others, but even he himself could not truly embody such selfless service to the people without seeking any form of recompense. This river god was nothing like the one portrayed in books. The literary river god would undoubtedly demand the villagers to do this or that, leaving them in perpetual unrest. However, the river god of Sichuan County exhibited none of these traits. What then were his true intentions? Zhou Chuan had initially believed that the river god might be coveting worldly riches and resources. Yet throughout the entire process, the river god had never requested anything. Even the river goddess temple was built voluntarily by the villagers. Since I have come to Sichuan County, I shall not stand idly by. Regardless of your ulterior motives, I will unmask your false facade, Zhou Chuan murmured resolutely to himself. Just then, a cry for help echoed from nearby. Help! Zhou Chuan's pupils dilated as he raced toward the source of the voice. Upon arrival, he beheld a young girl trapped beneath a long stone pillar, blood streaming from her ankle. Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in alarm. If the girl was not rescued immediately, her foot would be irreparably damaged, and her life could be in peril. Realizing this, Zhou Chuan turned to a nearby woman, speaking earnestly, "Please hurry and gather more villagers to assist." Approaching the stone pillar, Zhou Chuan scrutinized it carefully until he discovered the best angle to lift it with minimal delay. At the very least, he needed to alleviate some of the girl's suffering. Zhou Chuan exerted all his strength, yet the pillar remained immovable, stirring a sense of despair within him. How can this be possible? He thought, fists clenched, his expression darkening. River God, if you truly care for the people, then I implore you to lend your aid and save this child. She is merely 7 or 8 years old. Her life has only just begun. Zhou Chuan's voice rose in a fervent plea. In the distance, Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan's outburst, unable to suppress a smile. Finally, he has thought of himself. Zhang Lin raised his finger slightly. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan, who had been struggling against the stone pillar, felt a mysterious force envelop him, making the pillar feel lighter, or perhaps lending him newfound strength. He was able to shift the stone pillar. The pillar gradually rose under his efforts. Zhou Chuan's heart swelled with excitement. With a resounding crash, the stone pillar was finally cast aside. Zhou Chuan knelt before the child. Remember to rest well when you return home, and do not overexert yourself. The child, her lips slightly pale, nodded weakly in acknowledgement. Other villagers arrived one after another. They marveled at Zhou Chuan's remarkable feat, young brother. Your strength is astonishing. That pillar must weigh at least 200 pounds. We owe you a great debt today. This is merely what I ought to do. There is no need for such formalities, Zhou Chuan replied earnestly to the villagers. Hearing this, the villagers shook their heads in unison. Young brother, our motto in Sichuan County is that as long as one does good deeds, they are our friend. Hence, there is no such thing as obligation. Zhou Chuan found himself at a loss. The villagers' overwhelming enthusiasm posed a challenge for him to navigate this situation. Just then, as he turned his head to glance at the stone pillar, an inexplicable feeling washed over him. Could it truly be that he alone possessed the strength to lift it? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan approached the pillar once more, attempting to move it. Yet this time, it remained steadfastly unmoving, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Perhaps, as he had just conjectured, the reason he could lift the stone pillar was due to the river god's intervention. Realizing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but smile wryly. This river god is truly becoming more intriguing by the moment. Observing the excitement of Qin Lu and the others, his heart gradually found peace. For him, as long as the child was unharmed, that was sufficient. Qin Lu approached Zhou Chuan, patting him on the shoulder, and smiled. Young brother, I knew I was right about you. Today you have accomplished something great. Perhaps next month's good deed selection will see you in the top 3. Zhou Chuan's mouth fell open in surprise. Really? Brother Qin, are you saying I might have the chance to die for pearls? Zhou Chuan had long been curious about this activity, eager to see if the river god was indeed as illustrious as claimed. Qin Lu shook his head slightly. I fear that may not be the case. With your current stature, it is evident you lack training, martial skills, and experience in such endeavors. The most crucial point is that you are a non-swimmer. Do you truly wish to plunge into the depths and never resurface? Zhou Chuan forced an awkward smile, realizing he had forgotten this vital detail. He could not swim. Brother Qin, I must entrust that matter to you, Zhou Chuan said, looking earnestly at Qin Lu and bowing respectfully. Rest assured, all the pearls I collect will belong solely to you. Qin Lu replied with a reassuring clap of his hands in the dead of night. Zhou Chuan took out a letter and sat at the wooden table. Observing the brightly lit surroundings, his movements slowed significantly. Ordinarily, someone reporting for duty like Zhou Chuan would need to relay the current state of the city to the appropriate authorities. However, Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that any report he made would inevitably bring calamity upon the common folk. In the eyes of those officials, the lives of the populace were of little significance. What mattered most was ensuring that their own interests remained unscathed. Otherwise, regardless of who was responsible, they would not hesitate to retaliate. With a deep sigh, Zhou Chuan folded the letter and placed it on the flames nearby, watching as it turned to ash. Clenching his fists, he gazed out at the scene beyond, murmuring to himself, "As long as I am here, no one shall desecrate this sacred land." During his time here, Zhou Chuan had grown fond of Sichuan County. Here, he felt an unparalleled sense of freedom, and he could sense the inherent goodness in humanity. There were no schemes or machinations. Everything felt so harmonious. In the distance, Zhang Lin observed the scene before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Zhou Chuan was not as naive as he appeared. This could very well be an opportunity for him. Zhang Lin recalled the river god of Linhua County, who had managed to convince the local populace that he was sanctioned by the court. And the reason was simple: the support of the county magistrate. If he could reach an understanding with Zhou Chuan, perhaps he too could replicate the success of the river god of Linhua. With this thought, Zhang Lin clasped his hands behind his back. Fortunately, he had made new progress in the art of dream manipulation, dream creation. Whatever Zhang Lin envisioned, he could perfectly replicate it. He would become the true master of the situation. Moreover, he could glimpse fragments of the memories of those who entered the dream state. Zhang Lin snapped his fingers, casting a glance at Zhou Chuan, who was slumped over the table in slumber. A flicker of intrigue in his eyes. In the realm of dreams, Zhou Chuan surveyed his surroundings, his fists clenched tightly. Within the Prime Minister's residence, a cadre of officials regarded him with cold indifference. As though he were a mere specter, standing at the center, the Prime Minister had his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze upon Zhou Chuan laced with scrutiny. Zhou Chuan, I believe you to be an intelligent man. You should know what decisions would serve your best interests. Zhou Chuan regarded the Prime Minister with a cold smirk. Interests? To forsake one's dignity and become the Prime Minister's lackey for personal gain? to bring calamity upon the court, to disregard the survival of the common people? He would not accept such a fate then, nor would he now. You wish for me to serve you? Begone, Zhou Chuan replied indifferently. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed through the in Sichuan County. Such a thing shall never transpire. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in shock that a beam of light flashed across the distant sky, and the figures of the prime minister and the others vanished without a trace. Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, struggling to comprehend the reality before him, especially at the moment that voice had resonated. His very soul felt as though it were quaking. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, his breath quickening. Who are you? Are you the river god of Sichuan County? He called out repeatedly, yet received no response. The next moment, Zhou Chuan sprang up from the table. He gazed at the window, now ajar and swaying, his mind somewhat disoriented. It had merely been a dream. Yet the vividness of this dream was almost too much to bear. Zhou Chuan felt a tumult of emotions within him. During this time, he had felt increasingly stifled and thwarted. Despite possessing lofty ambitions, he had found no opportunity to realize them. Ultimately, he had been cast into Sichuan County, relegated to the position of a mere county magistrate. This injustice was intolerable. However, now, Sichuan County might be better than the chaotic capital. Chapter 41. It turns out I am the most impoverished. The following morning, Zhou Chuan packed his belongings and made his way toward the magistrate's residence. After a period of observation, he felt fully prepared to commence his official duties. Along the way, the townsfolk greeted him warmly, waving as he passed. Isn't that Xiao Chuan? Where are you off to this fine morning? You seem to be carrying quite a lot, Qin Lu remarked with a smile as he spotted Zhou Chuan approaching. Hearing this, Zhou Chuan pointed toward the residence ahead. Brother Qin, it is time for me to take up my post. I am grateful for your care during this time. This kindness I shall forever hold dear. Zhou Chuan spoke with utmost sincerity. This. Qin Lu paused, momentarily taken aback. What? That residence ahead. You mean to say you are the new magistrate? Qin Lu looked at the magistrate's residence. Disbelief etched across his face. Xiao Chuan, you are the new county magistrate. Don't scare me like that. My heart can't handle such shocks. Zhou Chuan smiled. Brother Qin, you may not know, but I am the flower of the court, and I should have a place in the capital. Alas, I was driven away by treacherous officials and have come to Sichuan County. I am truly grateful for your assistance here. Qin Lu shook his head, lightly punching Zhou Chuan on the shoulder. Look at you. What does this mean? Are you saying you won't be here in Sichuan County anymore? As long as you remain here, we shall always be friends, and friends ought to help each other. The final stone of worry in Zhou Chuan's heart fell away. His greatest fear had been that Qin Lu and the others would distance themselves from him upon learning of his identity. Brother Qin, your words are more than enough, Zhou Chuan exclaimed. Moreover, I can assure all the villagers that I will strive to lead the people of Sichuan County toward prosperity. Qin Lu cleared his throat. Sir, do you have an understanding of the income of the villagers in Sichuan County? Zhou Chuan paused at this question. Income? This was something he had not meticulously calculated. However, according to previous statistics from court officials, the people of Sichuan County were barely able to meet their basic needs. The total annual income of the county should not exceed 10 taels of gold. He mused, offering a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Chuan, or rather, should I say Magistrate Zhou, let me tell you, last month, each household earned at least a tael of gold. And that doesn't even include the income from fishing. If you factor that in, the total could easily double. Zhou Chuan's pupils widened in astonishment. What? A tael of gold? For each household? How is that possible? He was utterly flabbergasted. Qin Lu chuckled softly. Magistrate Zhou, that is the current state of affairs in Sichuan County. With the protection of the river god, each family no longer needs to fret about their basic sustenance. The income is steadily on the rise. Zhou Chuan quickly raised his hand to rub his forehead, still trying to process the astonishing news. This revelation was simply too explosive to owe his knowledge. There were at least 200 households in Sichuan County. This meant that last month, the county's income surpassed 200 taels of gold. For a backward county, this was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, if the population were to increase further, it might even surpass that of Kaiyang Prefecture. Wait, I am genuinely curious. How could the river god have elevated your income to such heights? And you mentioned that it is steadily increasing. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Lu promptly informed Zhou Chuan about the pearl trade. After listening, Zhou Chuan's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. He was certainly aware of the pearls. Many esteemed nobles regarded them as treasures. If these pearls were indeed over a century old, those dignitaries would undoubtedly be willing to pay astronomical sums for them. To his surprise, Shi Chuan had turned out to be entirely different from what he had imagined. Speaking of which, last month when we visited Longning Mountain, we stumbled upon the corpse of a giant python, which was worth 5,000 taels of gold. The overall yield from Longning Mountain was quite commendable. Suddenly, Qin Lu had a thought and continued to gaze at Zhou Chuan. 5,000 taels of gold. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, lowering his head to feel his pocket. As the county magistrate, he found that he possessed a mere 5 taels of silver. It dawned on him that he was, in fact, the poorest person in Shi Chuan, without exception. Brother Qin, I appreciate your sharing this with me. However, the day will inevitably come when these pearls are completely harvested. For Shi Chuan to achieve sustainable development, it is imperative to expedite agricultural efforts. After all, as the saying goes, people regard food as paramount. Grains have always been indispensable. Zhou Chuan organized his thoughts and spoke earnestly. Qin Lu shook his head, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. County Magistrate Zhou, you may not realize this, but the arable land in Shi Chuan is exceedingly scarce. If we intend to invest our energy here, it may be exceedingly challenging to see significant progress. Zhou Chuan fell into silence. Agricultural land. It appeared that the development of Shi Chuan would require a gradual approach. One must not act in haste. Lest the efforts yield little fruit, I understand your point. Let us prepare. Starting tomorrow, I shall thoroughly investigate the path to prosperity for Shi Chuan, Zhou Chuan declared gravely. Within the river god temple, Zhonglin had just finished concocting a batch of spirit-nourishing pills. He gazed at the somewhat precarious and seemingly fragile alchemical furnace before him, feeling rather helpless. Having refined 8th-grade pills too frequently, the furnace was nearing its breaking point that it was likely that after 2 or 3 more uses, the furnace would be utterly rendered useless. It seemed he would need to purchase another furnace from the old blind man. Turning his head, Zhonglin overheard the conversation between Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu, which caused his eyes to flicker slightly to establish a more stable source of income for Shi Chuan. Agriculture, while that was certainly necessary, it was not an immediate solution. The time investment was too lengthy, and the returns too slow. Zhonglin glanced at the offering table beside him, where wine cups lay, and a faint smile graced his lips. In terms of profit, there have always been 2 products that have consistently reaped exorbitant returns: women's skincare products and men's fine wines. If wine were to become the flagship product, it would surely suffice to resolve issues of sustenance, and could even elevate Shi Chuan to remarkable renown. Chapter 42. Destitute as a beggar county magistrate, Zhou stood within the magistrate's residence, surveying the somewhat dilapidated estate before him, a slight grimace forming on his lips. This magistrate's residence was intended to be the most opulent place in the county, yet now it paled in comparison to the homes of some common folk. Zhou Chuan shook his head, revealing a rather resigned smile. I must be the first county magistrate to be poorer than the commoners. Although Zhou Chuan lamented, there was still a trace of amusement in his expression. At that moment, a guard approached him, bowing respectfully. "My lord, as per your instructions, we have prepared the items needed for the magistrate's residence. However, this will require a considerable amount of silver. Initial estimates suggest that to fully renovate, 5 taels of gold will be necessary." Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, pulling out the 5 taels of silver from his pocket and rubbing his hands together repeatedly. Did the previous magistrate have any savings? Or when would the court's subsidies arrive? He had never anticipated being so financially constrained. He never imagined he would one day have to bend a mere grains that, "My lord, the previous magistrate passed away due to chronic hunger. So there are naturally no savings," the guard informed. Eliciting a widened gaze from Zhou Chuan, it appeared that he would need to secure some funds first. "No matter. Just proceed with the arrangements. I will find a way to address the financial issue," Zhou Chuan declared, taking a deep breath, his expression turning exceedingly serious. As you command. With the guard's departure, Zhou Chuan gazed at the residents once more, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, while other villagers can catch abundant fish daily to sustain themselves, I refuse to believe I cannot. During his time in the capital, he had been a skilled fisherman. Confidence surged within Zhou Chuan's eyes. Arriving at the riverside, he observed villagers continuously hauling in large catches of fish. Stirring a mix of emotions within him, he had not expected fishing to be so effortless. It seemed that the fish here should be quite easy to catch. However, the ensuing events left Zhou Chuan utterly bewildered. He sat by the riverbank for 3 whole hours, without a single fish biting. Meanwhile, the villagers nearby were constantly reeling in their catches. This was truly disheartening for Zhou Chuan. Isn't that County Magistrate Zhou? Why is he fishing like us? You don't understand. We fish for survival, while County Magistrate Zhou fishes for leisure. But why won't the fish bite? County Magistrate Zhou has been here for so long without a single catch. A group of villagers could not help but discuss amongst themselves, occasionally witnessing a couple of fish being caught. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chuan's face turned shade of green. These fish are truly outrageous. Are they discerning enough to judge their anglers? Clearly, those villagers have no fishing skills. He recalled that just moments ago, a villager had casually tossed a net into the water, and a multitude of fish had surged toward him. The efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, when it came to his turn, he had caught absolutely nothing. Isn't that County Magistrate Zhou? What brings you here? Qin Lu approached, surprised at Zhou Chuan's predicament. Zhou Chuan glanced around before leaning closer to Qin Lu. Speaking earnestly, I merely wish to understand why these common folk can effortlessly catch fish, while I, despite employing every possible tactic, have yet to land a single one. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite simple. Before you go fishing, you must first pay respects at the River God Temple. If you neglect to do so, your chances of success will be akin to that of an ordinary person, exceedingly difficult. Typically, one could catch 1 or 2 fish after a day of drifting on the water. Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, finally grasping the situation. It turned out his lack of success stemmed from not paying homage to the river god. Such a notion. Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, his expression turning serious. Pay homage to the river god? No. Even if I only catch 2 fish a day, I will persevere here. Zhou Chuan raised his fishing rod, gazing ahead with unwavering determination. Brother Qin, fishing inherently tests one's patience, and my greatest virtue is my patience. Qin Lu patted Zhou Chuan's shoulder and sighed softly. County Magistrate Zhou, heed my advice. Pray to the river god. You have nothing to lose. Moreover, if you genuinely wish to develop Sichuan, establishing a consensus with the river god would be beneficial. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, pondering the notion of reaching a consensus. Clenching his fists, he fell silent for a moment. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Noticing Zhou Chuan's resolve, Qin Lu chose not to linger and began counting the day's catch, with the daily yield of fish rapidly increasing. Neighboring counties were beginning to receive shipments of fish. Should the quantities remain this high, it might soon be time to consider sending fish to Kaiyang Prefecture. As time slowly passed, Zhou Chuan remained by the river for an entire day. Unsurprisingly, he left empty-handed. After sitting there for so long, Zhou Chuan found himself famished. Yet, staring into the empty bucket, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Should I perhaps visit the river god temple? Otherwise, if this continues, will I become a laughingstock for failing to afford the repairs for the magistrate's residence? Zhou Chuan sighed, feeling utterly helpless. What a predicament! The position of a county magistrate seems rather humble. As Zhou Chuan entered the river god temple, his eyes widened at the sight of the offerings on the altar. With the expansion of the temple, the main hall had become considerably more spacious. The altar was adorned with an array of fruits and exquisite delicacies. It appeared that my magistrate's residence pales in comparison to the grandeur of the river god temple. Without lingering on such thoughts, Zhou Chuan approached the prayer mat and respectfully knelt, bowing his head in reverence. Great river god, I am Zhou Chuan, the magistrate of Sichuan County. I have come here today to seek your blessing for a fishing endeavor. I hope you will grant me your protection so that I may catch some fish and alleviate my financial woes. Upon finishing his plea, the candle flames flickered slightly. Observing this, Zhou Chuan blinked in astonishment. It must have worked. He rubbed his hands together, eager to witness whether the miraculous claims of Qin Lu and others held true, that simply bowing before the river god would enable one to fish at will. If so, he would certainly return daily. Chapter 43. A slap in the face, it worked. I have finally caught a fish. The river god truly is effective. Had I known it would be this easy, I wouldn't have wasted an entire day. Zhou Chuan, now holding a 5-pound fish, wore a look of sheer delight. This was the first time he nearly shed tears of joy over a catch. Coming to Sichuan County had proven to be entirely different from his initial expectations. Everything felt as though it had slipped beyond his control. Unbelievable. Especially upon seeing the fish, he was overwhelmed with emotion. No wonder the villagers held such faith in the river god. With such miraculous powers, it would be difficult not to believe. Quickly, strike while the iron is hot. I must catch a few more to earn as much as I can. Zhou Chuan murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the river god temple, Zhang Lin gazed towards the riverbank. A faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Zhou Chuan was not as formidable as he had initially imagined. Setting aside the matter of silver, it was evident that Zhou Chuan was expending considerable effort just to secure that. Moreover, during this period of observation, Zhang Lin concluded that Zhou Chuan was fundamentally good-hearted. Having him serve as magistrate brought Zhang Lin a sense of reassurance. Just then, the voice of the old blind man broke the silence. Observing Zhou Chuan, the old blind man's gaze flickered. Your skills have advanced swiftly. It seems you will soon reach the late stage of the 8th rank. Without turning his head, Zhang Lin replied nonchalantly, Senior, it is merely a stroke of luck. The old blind man rolled his eyes at Zhang Lin. His frustration barely contained. This brat always dismisses my observations with talk of luck. Does he truly believe I would fall for that? He cleared his throat. You should recall what I previously mentioned. If you wish to continue enhancing your strength, you must break free from the confines of the county and enable Sichuan to achieve a qualitative leap. Hearing this, Zhang Lin lifted his gaze to the old blind man, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Senior, do you mean I should leave Sichuan County for a larger place? The old blind man nodded, regarding Zhang Lin with a hint of confusion. Are you truly content to remain in such a small place for the rest of your life? Your talent in alchemy is remarkable. If you dedicated yourself to the craft, you could very well become a master in the future. If you are willing, I can take you to a place where you may train for a time. Zhang Lin looked up at the old blind man and merely smiled faintly. Senior, I currently have no intention of leaving Sichuan County, so there is no need to elaborate. The old blind man's lips twitched in exasperation as he regarded Zhang Lin, muttering to himself, this infuriating brat. I can't believe he is so obstinate. I have no interest in your affairs. Just remember to refine the elixirs you promised me. The old blind man spoke with a chill in his voice. Zhang Lin nodded, suddenly recalling something, and extended his hand toward the old blind man senior. My previous alchemy furnace was merely a 9th grade one, and it struggles to withstand the explosive power of 8th grade elixirs. Would you be able to provide me with an 8th grade furnace? Otherwise, while repeated failures do not concern me, the impact on your reputation would be significant. The old blind man opened his mouth. Realizing that Zhang Lin was quite audaciously attempting to take advantage of him, yet he found himself at a loss for an effective means to counter this. Unless, of course, he chose to forego the 8th grade elixirs altogether. With a cold snort, the old blind man remarked, You crafty little fox, scheming so cleverly. I will procure an 8th grade furnace for you as soon as possible. But let me make it clear. This furnace will not be given for free. You must refine a sufficient quantity of elixirs to repay your debt. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. Rest assured, Senior, that as long as you provide ample materials, I will refine the corresponding quantity of elixirs as for their quality. I assure you, it will not disappoint. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a sidelong glance. You had better live up to that promise. By the way, regarding Zhou Chuan, it would be wise to limit your interactions with him. According to rumors, he has offended someone from the Chancellor's faction, which is why he has been exiled to Sichuan County. If you become too entangled with him and the Chancellor's faction takes notice of you, I believe you can imagine the consequences. After all, he is a colleague. You are not. Zhang Lin's heart sank. The sensation of having one's life in the hands of another was indeed unsettling. This was precisely why he had been striving to elevate his strength, in this ruthless world. Only by becoming powerful could one fear nothing. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, for the next batch of elixirs. I can increase the quantity by 30%. T. Kaiyang Mansion. The shopkeeper Wang stared at the disfigured corpse before him, his expression twisted in rage. His initial intention had been to glean information through this guard. If he could uncover the origins of Qin Lu and his associates, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative gain. However, to his dismay, before he had even left the confines of Kaiyang Mansion, he encountered such a calamity. This was infuriating. The guard's death, while trivial in itself, was a direct affront to his authority. A bunch of useless fools. You boast endlessly, yet now you can't even handle a group of villagers. If that's the case, what good are you to me? Wang pointed an icy finger at the guards before him. The guards, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, afraid to meet Wang's gaze. This moment, anyone daring speak up would be courting death. I'm giving you 3 days and no matter the means you employ, you must uncover their origins. Additionally, determine how they managed to gather so many pearls. If you fail, do not bother returning. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness, and sighed before turning to leave. Wang remained rooted in place, his fists clenched as he gazed at the fiery Songshuan auction house across the way. Everything that was supposed to be his had been snatched away. All because of Wu Wang. He was determined to see how a mere woman would dare to compete with him. Once the situation in the capital was settled, they would all be nothing more than pawns in his game. Wang's voice dripped with cold malice. Chapter 44. A personal visit within the Songshuan auction house. Wu Wang held a pearl in her hand, her gaze fixed on the envelope before her, astonishment etched across her face. The new magistrate of Sichuan County is actually Zhou Chuan. Could it be that Zhou Chuan is the one orchestrating all of this from the shadows? A heaviness settled in Wu Wang's heart. She had retained some impression of Zhou Chuan's name. After all, he was the only one bold enough to confront the Chancellor's faction. Although his ultimate fate had been rather tragic, she had a premonition that Zhou Chuan would inevitably return to the capital. If it were true that everything happening in Sichuan County was part of Zhou Chuan's grand design, if he is the one who has revitalized the entirety of Shikawa Prefecture, then this Zhou Chuan will undoubtedly be even more formidable than the intelligence suggests. Such individuals, if encountered excessively, may not necessarily bode well. The shopkeeper has already arranged, per your instructions, for the necessary supplies to be transported to Shikawa Prefecture. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang raised her head, gazing at the attendant before her, and revealed a faint smile. Pray tell, what is the true state of Shikawa Prefecture? Is it as barren as the legends depict? The attendant opened his mouth, coughed lightly, and promptly lowered his head, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the shopkeeper, based on my observations, Shikawa Prefecture is rather extraordinary. It gives me the impression that the populace here functions as a cohesive whole. Within this unity, there is no distinction among them. Hence, their cohesion is remarkably strong, that if all goes as expected, it will not be long before Shikawa Prefecture experiences a qualitative leap. That Wu Nyang's lips curled slightly upward, and she suddenly stood up. Witnessing this scene, the attendant appeared momentarily dazed, unsure of Wu Nyang's next move. Having heard much about Shikawa Prefecture, yet never having visited, I find today opportune that I wish to see for myself what unique charm the Shikawa Prefecture possesses that has garnered such reverence from so many. The attendant, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished that Wu Nyang intends to personally visit Shikawa Prefecture. Should this news leak, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. After all, Wu Nyang's status is exceedingly prestigious. Shopkeeper, wouldn't this be overly risky? If anything were to occur here, I would find it quite difficult to explain. Wu Nyang cast a sidelong glance at the attendant, her demeanor remarkably serene. I am well aware of these matters. You need only prepare promptly. The attendant, with a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth, nodded helplessly. Understood. As the attendant departed, Wu Nyang languidly leaned against the window's edge, her expression hinting at amusement as she surveyed the surroundings. Xingyuan Auction House, this time, I shall ensure that you are left with no opportunity whatsoever. As dawn began to break, Zhou Chuan surveyed a pile of fish before him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. After a night of toil, he had managed to catch dozens of fish. If he could maintain this momentum, perhaps the renovation issues at the county magistrate's office could soon be resolved. Just then, an incredulous voice broke the silence. "County Magistrate Zhou, why are you still here? Surely you haven't spent the entire night here." Zhou Chuan turned to see Qin Lu not far away, smiling as a newcomer. "I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the lives of the people in Shikawa Prefecture. After all, as a county magistrate, I cannot simply bask in the fruits of others' labor." Qin Lu shook his head, a mild smile on his face. "County Magistrate Zhou, you need not bear too great a psychological burden. Historically, county magistrates have seldom intervened in the overall development of Shikawa Prefecture. Moreover, the prefecture's overall revenue is steadily increasing, which is certainly a positive development at this rate. It won't be long before County Magistrate Zhou is promoted." Zhou Chuan paused, intrigued by Qin Lu's words. "You know about my situation?" Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Gazing at Zhou Chuan, "I have only heard your name, never seen your face. They say the current top scholar is devoted to the people, prioritizing their safety, and has clashed with the Prime Minister's faction. I never imagined they would send you here." Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead. "I was not solely motivated by the welfare of the people. My family was also a consideration. I do not wish to disappoint them. Now that I am here in Shikawa Prefecture, I find myself quite content. It seems that serving as an official is entirely different from regular training." Zhou Chuan clapped Qin Lu on the shoulder, his expression turning serious. "Currently, my county magistrate's office is in dire need of talent. Would you be interested in assisting me?" Qin Lu quickly waved his hands, his head shaking like a rattle. "County Magistrate Zhou, please do not frighten me. I am not suited for such a role. If you're unaware of the current state of Shikawa Prefecture, allow me to share something with you." Zhou Chuan nodded, listening intently to Qin Lu's description, that he could vividly recall the scene of Linhua County's defeat before Lord Hebo. "I understand your point. Rest assured, what I intend to do is quite simple. I must find a way for Shikawa Prefecture to firmly establish its footing." Zhou Chuan flicked his sleeve, exuding a sense of grandeur. Qin Lu glanced curiously at the fish beside Zhou Chuan. "County Magistrate, do you have any special purpose for catching so many fish?" Zhou Chuan looked at Qin Lu, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "What is the price of fish here? I merely wish to experience firsthand how much silver the common folk can earn daily." Qin Lu regarded Zhou Chuan with skepticism, pondering for a moment before responding gravely. "County Magistrate, you may be unaware, but the price of fish is quite low. Not only in Shikawa Prefecture, but also in several neighboring counties. Fishing is a primary livelihood. Thus, the supply is abundant, and prices are correspondingly low. The total value of your catch is likely no more than 1 or 2 taels of silver." Zhou Chuan's mouth fell agape upon hearing this. "What? After a night of tireless effort, I only earned 1 or 2 taels of silver. At this rate, how can a county magistrate's office afford renovations? This is utterly dire. Is there no way to transport these fish to a farther market? Surely the price would be higher." Qin Lu shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "By the time we transport them, the fish will have perished. At that point, they will indeed be worth next to nothing." Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. Lord Hebo should have a solution. Chapter 45. Finalizing cooperation outside Shikawa Prefecture. Wu Nyang peered out from the carriage, her eyes widening in surprise at the scene before her. Shikawa Prefecture was indeed quite different from the rumors she had heard. The spirit and vitality of the populace here were exceptionally vibrant. Having presided over the Tsangxian auction house for many years, Wu Nyang possessed a unique ability to assess people to gauge a city's prosperity and future development. One must observe the state of its people rather than mere infrastructure. The thriving scene in Shikawa Prefecture left her feeling invigorated by the noticeable transformation. Reporting to the shopkeeper, all the inhabitants of Shikawa Prefecture adhere strictly to several key principles that I must admit, I admire them for this. That Wu Nyang's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. "What principles?" The attendant looked at Wu Nyang and chuckled softly. "Unity and mutual assistance, refraining from wrongdoing, fairness and justice, without favoritism." Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang's eyes widened, and she exhaled sharply. Indeed, County Magistrate Zhou is exceptional. He seeks to create a true sanctuary. Wu Nyang shook her head, disembarking from the carriage and making her way towards Shikawa Prefecture. Along the way, villagers cast curious glances at Wu Nyang, for her beauty was strikingly extraordinary, clad in a magnificent silk red garment. Her noble and aloof demeanor was on full display, causing hearts to flutter with just a single glance in the distance. Qin Lu's expression shifted upon spotting Wu Nyang, and he hastily tugged at Zhou Chuan's sleeve. County Magistrate Zhou, a noble from Shikawa Prefecture, has arrived. That is the esteemed Wu shopkeeper from the Tsang Xian auction house. Zhou Chuan, previously engrossed in weeding, looked up in astonishment at the approaching Wu Nyang. Wu shopkeeper, are there so many shopkeepers at Tsang Xian auction house? Qin Lu paused, then burst into laughter. County Magistrate Zhou, you certainly have a sense of humor. The Wu shopkeeper refers to her surname, not her rank as the fifth shopkeeper. Zhou Chuan then understood, offering an awkward smile. You ought to be clearer in your speech. Indeed, I comprehend your meaning. Zhou Chuan set aside the weeds in his hands and brushed off the dust from his clothing. Let us proceed together to meet this esteemed Madame Wu. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tavern, Zhou Chuan beheld Madame Wu approaching, and subtle smile graced his face. It is truly an honor for me that the esteemed manager Wu of the Tsang Xian auction house would visit our Sichuan County. May I inquire what guidance you may offer? Madame Wu regarded Zhou Chuan, her brow slightly furrowed. For some reason, upon seeing Zhou Chuan, she felt that the changes in Sichuan County could not possibly be attributed to this individual. For he lacked the most crucial element, charisma. Zhou Chuan resembled more of an executor. Zhou County Magistrate, you jest. I merely wish to seek your wisdom on how to catalyze the transformation of a backward border town into its current state of flourishing. Madame Wu gestured toward the tavern beside them, chuckling softly as she continued. Shall we step inside to converse further? Zhou Chuan glanced at Qin Lu and nodded in agreement. Once inside the tavern, as Zhou Chuan sat across from her, Madame Wu lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. I must express my gratitude for the pearls of Sichuan County, for they have enabled me to firmly establish my footing. In this regard, I owe my thanks to you, Zhou County Magistrate. Zhou Chuan offered a somewhat resigned smile. Madame Wu, I believe you have misdirected your gratitude. It is solely the efforts of the local populace. To be candid, I have always felt that I, as the county magistrate, am the most ineffectual of all. Compared to them, I am merely someone who has read a few more books. Madame Wu smiled silently, receiving a piece of paper from an attendant nearby. Zhou County Magistrate, I am exceedingly intrigued by the development of Sichuan County, and thus I have a proposition that I wonder if you might find feasible. Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow and regarded Madame Wu. Please do not hesitate to speak. Madame Wu composed her expression, looking at Zhou Chuan with utmost seriousness. It is quite simple. I wish to establish a branch of the Tsang Xian auction house in Sichuan County. Our auction house can supply a vast array of goods to the citizens of Sichuan County, all priced at least 20% lower than the market rate. This would ensure that every citizen of Sichuan County can enjoy this unique benefit. Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He had not anticipated that Madame Wu would propose such a thing. It was truly remarkable, for it was no trivial matter. The population of Sichuan County was significant. To offer goods at a price below the market rate by 20% was astonishing. Moreover, what captivated Zhou Chuan even more was the prospect that if the Tsang Xian auction house were to establish itself in Sichuan County, a steady supply of goods would be assured. The overall quality of life for the citizens would experience a substantial enhancement. This unexpected turn of events left Zhou Chuan astounded. After regaining his composure, Zhou Chuan spoke in a deep tone. In light of this, I am curious to know what you, Madame Wu, seek in return. I cannot believe that a merchant would act without seeking profit, solely out of a desire to contribute. Since we are discussing business, it is prudent for you to clarify your intentions. Madame Wu's lips curled into a smile as she placed her hand upon her knees. Gazing intently at Zhou Chuan, it is quite straightforward. Aside from the pearls, should there be any other precious items in Sichuan County, I would like them to be prioritized for my Tsang Xian auction house. I assure you, the prices I offer will not disadvantage you. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan came to a realization. Madame Wu intended to monopolize the business in Sichuan County. However, as she had stated, this would indeed save him considerable trouble. In the short term, it was undoubtedly a beneficial arrangement. I understand now. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest, Madame Wu. Zhou Chuan raised his cup, a smile adorning his face. Qin Lu, beside him, scratched his head, feeling somewhat sentimental. What a pity! If only Madame Wu had arrived sooner, we could have sold you the corpse of the giant python we salvaged from our village. Madame Wu chuckled lightly, covering her mouth with curiosity as she looked at Qin Lu. Mr. Qin, may I inquire what sort of giant python has captured your attention so thoroughly? Qin Lu clapped his hands together and sighed. It was merely a 10-meter-long giant python, thicker than my waist at the time. We employed various blades but could not breach its defenses that we struggled for several days without success. Madame Wu's smile abruptly vanished as she stood up, looking at Qin Lu with excitement. Was there not a bulge on its forehead? Qin Lu, taken aback, responded, How did you know? Madame Wu. Madame Wu took a deep breath, disbelief etched upon her features. What of the giant python's corpse? I am willing to offer a high price for it. Chapter 46. The Incomplete Treasure. Madame Wu, you have arrived too late. The corpse of the giant python has already been sold to a merchant. He offered us 5,000 taels of gold. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly at the side. 5,000 taels of gold. He would toil his entire life and never earn such a sum. It was indeed true. He was the poorest county magistrate. This was utterly disheartening. Madame Wu displayed a look of regret. Exhaling softly, Mr. Qin, you have truly suffered a great loss. Madame Wu gazed at her teacup, her voice dropping as she spoke. This giant python contained the bloodline of a dragon. It must have begun to undergo transformation. Not only could its hide be fashioned into armor, but its flesh also holds tremendous value. If utilized properly, the corpse of this giant python could be worth as much as 100,000 taels of gold. Should I be the one to acquire it, I could offer you 50,000 taels of gold. Qin Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, these merchants are truly ruthless. However, Madame Wu, previously we were unaware of the intricacies involved, which left us with no recourse, should we encounter such precious items again. We will certainly seek your assistance. Qin Lu spoke earnestly. Madame Wu nodded, turning her gaze to Zhou Chuan. Zhou County Magistrate, you have provided us with an abundance of surprises. I hope our forthcoming collaboration will proceed more smoothly. Though Zhou Chuan's mind was still reeling, he could only muster the courage to raise his cup. Of course, that shall not be an issue. Before the river god temple, Zhang Lin stared at the alchemical furnace before him, perplexed, for this furnace was not only rusted in many places but even had one of its ears broken off. It looked rather pitiful. Zhang Lin weighed the furnace in his hands and, curious, looked at the old blind man across from him. Senior, you are not trying to deceive me with this, are you? This furnace is of the 8th rank? I must inform you that should I fail in my endeavors, it will not yield any benefits for you. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin an incredulous glance. You young man, what has happened to the fundamental trust between people? How can you harbor doubts here? The old blind man spoke with some indignation. Zhang Lin coughed softly, casting a somewhat bashful glance at the old blind man. Senior, I am merely exercising reasonable skepticism. Furthermore, I am doing this for the sake of our alchemical products. The old blind man snorted dismissively, reclining on a nearby mat with his legs crossed. I tell you, this furnace is no ordinary item. In its prime, it was a 7th rank alchemical furnace and ranked among the top 3 in the entire Kaiyang prefecture. Its unique efficacy lies in its ability to concentrate the mind. It can enhance the success rate of alchemical creations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan was quite taken aback. So, as the rank of the furnace increases, it can also provide additional effects. But how did this furnace end up in such a state? What has it endured? The old blind man glanced at his fingers, picking at the dirt beneath his nails. At one time, I encountered a formidable adversary, and lacking proper tools, I resorted to using this furnace as a weapon, which is why it is now in this condition. Zhang Lin's lips twitched slightly. He now understood the old blind man's words. One could not believe everything he said. His mix of truth and deception made it exceedingly difficult to discern the reality. Zhang Lin tucked the furnace into his robe. Very well, it is settled then. This furnace shall be mine. Rest assured, I shall swiftly concoct the appropriate 8th rank elixirs. The old blind man cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Lin, slightly shaking his head. Hold your horses, young lad. There is still a matter I wish for you to attend to. Should you succeed, the rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. Zhang Lin squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment as he regarded the old blind man. What is it? After ensuring there were no other souls around, the old blind man spoke with gravity. From my observations, beneath the Sichuan County lies another relic. Within that relic, there may be treasures. Thus, I hope you can accompany me to investigate this site. Zhang Lin looked at the old blind man in surprise. Senior, with your prowess, why would you need my assistance? Isn't that a bit redundant? The old blind man fumbled slightly, gazing at Zhang Lin as if he were both exasperated and indignant. You incessantly question everything. I clearly intend to help you strike it rich, yet here you are doubting my intentions. If you are unwilling, I can find others, and you can forget about any benefits. Zhang Lin chuckled softly. Senior, I understand your intentions now. Rest assured, I will take care of it from here. I will inform you of any news at the earliest opportunity. With that, the old blind man turned and departed from the Hebo temple. Standing at the temple, the old blind man found himself in a moment of doubt. Could it be that this lad might uncover my intention to make him the scapegoat? Bah! Regardless, there are indeed significant treasures within that relic. How much he may gain will depend on his own capabilities. Besides, the burden of blame I carry is far heavier than his. Shaking his head, the old blind man hummed a little tune as he made his exit. Inside the temple, Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes. A relic? Previously, he had not thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding Sichuan County. However, based on his impression, the old blind man was certainly not so benevolent. It seemed that this relic might harbor dangers, that a moment's carelessness could lead him in a peril, and no need to rush. Let me examine this alchemical furnace first. Zhang Lin retrieved the furnace and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a 7th rank heart refining furnace. Damage can be repaired. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The only thing that excited him was the fact that it could be repaired. Drawing a deep breath, he tapped the word repair. Ding! Repair 7th rank heart refining furnace. 50,000 incense points. Zhang Lin's eyes widened further, disbelief washing over him. 50,000 incense points. You gotta be kidding. He glanced at his incense points panel. After laboring hard, he had only accumulated 12,000. He was still more than halfway from the required 50,000. Was this not sheer exploitation? In a short time, how could he gather so many incense points? More critically, with 50,000 incense points, he could break through to the 7th rank. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and exhaled sharply, his eyes turning red. 50,000 it is. I refuse to believe I can't gather that many incense points. Chapter 47. System's new upgrade outside the Hebo temple. Wu Nyang gazed at the splendid edifice with surprise. Turning to look at Qin Lu and Zhou Chuan not far off, she couldn't help but smile. County Magistrate Zhou, I never imagined that the Hebo's status in Sichuan County would be so elevated. If I remember correctly, even your county magistrate's residence cannot compare to the opulence of this Hebo temple. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, feeling as though a knife had been thrust into his heart. This was not merely a matter of his magistrate's residence being inferior to the Hebo temple. Even the homes of some local gentry surpassed his official residence in grandeur. What you may not know, Master Wu, is that I have grown accustomed to modest living, hence my aversion to lavish residences. I have always used my current magistrate's residence as a reminder to lead the people of Sichuan County toward true prosperity. Our county, relying on the sea, is under the protection of Lord Hebo, our guardian deity, and thus deserves corresponding respect. Hearing this, Wu Nyang's eyes flickered slightly. For some reason, she felt that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Sighing, she looked at the Hebo temple and blinked. Lord Zhou, I should pay my respects to Lord Hebo, especially since I will be relying on his protection for the future branch of the Song Xian auction house. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan nodded. Of course. Inside the Hebo temple, as Wu Yang took in her surroundings, her eyes sparkled. The temple was entirely different from her previous impressions. It was luxurious, majestic. Every brick and tile revealed the immense effort invested in its construction. Even the patterns on the columns were intricately carved. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Hebo temple could reach such heights? It was truly awe-inspiring that Wu Yang accepted the incense and performed a slight bow. I am Wu Yang, hoping to establish a branch of the Zhangxian auction house here in Sichuan County, and I seek Lord Hebo's protection. Her words fell. The flame of the candle flickered slightly. Observing this, the guard behind Wu Yang tensed, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Tension hung thick in the air. Master Wu, you have already gained Lord Hebo's recognition, and we hope our future cooperation will go smoothly. Zhou Chuan stepped forward, a light smile gracing his features as he addressed Wu Yang. That is certain. Wu Yang rose and nodded at Zhou Chuan. As the group departed, Zhang Lin's figure slowly emerged. He watched Wu Yang's retreating silhouette, furrowing his brow. For some reason, the aura emanating from Wu Yang filled him with trepidation. This individual was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Her background was exceedingly formidable. Indeed, as Sichuan County flourished, those drawn here were not of ordinary lineage. If he could not enhance his strength, the situation could turn dire. Zhang Lin clenched his fists, his expression grave. Enough, it's time to break through. Zhang Lin closed his eyes, carefully sensing his surroundings, and thus upgraded his cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the 8th rank peak. The system will undergo an upgrade. The novice phase is about to conclude, though we hope the host will continue to strive. An unexpected notification startled Zhang Lin. He had not anticipated that upon reaching the 8th rank peak, he would encounter a system upgrade. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The distinction between the 8th and 7th ranks was stark. The 7th rank wild deity possessed the fundamental ability for self-preservation. They could anchor a fragment of their blood and soul to a specific location. As long as that source remained intact, the wild deity could be reborn. This was why wild deities above the 7th rank were exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Moreover, receiving feedback from the system reassured Zhang Lin considerably. It appeared that elevating his strength would not be constrained. Even in Sichuan County, it was achievable. This aligned with his intentions, spending some more time in this small locale. Once his strength was formidable, he would be better prepared for ventures to other cities. Just right, he thought. He could take advantage of the system's upgrade to explore that so-called relic. Zhang Lin murmured to himself. As he descended into the deep waters. Surveying his surroundings, he felt an entirely different sensation. Previously, he could blend into the water, harnessing a portion of its power. Now, he felt he had transformed into the master of the water. Everything within it was under his control. This transformation stirred emotions within Zhang Lin that if the 8th rank peak granted him such capabilities, what could the 7th rank accomplish? Zhang Lin took a deep breath and began to scrutinize his surroundings carefully. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no abnormalities. There was not even a hint of a relic, let alone any suspicious locations. This caused Zhang Lin to frown deeply. Could it be that the old blind man was deceiving him? Yet that seemed implausible. The old blind man had no reason to mislead him on this matter. Was there something he had overlooked? Could it be that the relic was not submerged in the water? Zhang Lin, upon contemplating this, felt a jolt within his heart. If it were not beneath the water, it must lie within some part of Ishikawa Prefecture's land. The realization of this notion left Zhang Lin somewhat troubled. If it were indeed on the surface, he lacked the ability to discern what lay beneath. Suddenly, Zhang Lin clapped his hands that I cannot, but others can. Gazing towards the direction of Mount Longning, he revealed a knowing smile. Within Mount Longning, the mountain god elder stared in astonishment at the array of elixirs before him, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Zhang Lin. How could this be? How did you acquire such an abundance of elixirs? Is this the 8th grade spirit concentration pill? The mountain god elder was utterly dumbfounded. They were both 8th grade wild gods. Yet why was there such a vast disparity between him and Zhang Lin? Moreover, your realm has reached the peak of the 8th grade. The mountain god elder found himself at a loss for words that he could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Lin. If previously he believed he could contend with Zhang Lin, Now he felt that Zhang Lin could easily vanquish him with just a few moves, that a slight breakthrough was insignificant compared to this. In contrast, your own strength seems to have progressed commendably. You are nearing the late 8th grade, correct? With these elixirs, I suspect it won't be long before you achieve a smooth breakthrough. The mountain god elder displayed a sincere smile. Rubbing his hands together, you are right. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me, and I assure you I will meet your expectations. Chapter 48. The Specialist in Seizing Opportunities Beneath Ishikawa Prefecture. There is indeed something peculiar that it feels as if an invisible barrier is concealing something in the streets of Ishikawa Prefecture. The mountain god elder frowned at the scene before him, glancing back at Zhang Lin, a slight tension gripping his heart. This barrier instilled within him an acute sense of danger. Please investigate. As long as you identify the general area, your task will be complete, and all those elixirs shall belong to you. Zhang Lin remained remarkably calm, as he had anticipated. This relic was hidden beneath Ishikawa Prefecture. Upon hearing this, the mountain god elder clenched his fists, his staff emitting an invisible wave that rapidly spread outward. In an instant, the entirety of Ishikawa Prefecture fell within his encompassing reach. After a while, the mountain god elder looked at Zhang Lin with a smile. That I have found it. The location appears to be the magistrate's office in Ishikawa Prefecture. Zhang Lin was taken aback. He had not expected the relic to be located within the magistrate's office. That I see. Then your task is complete. You may return now. The mountain god elder nodded, hesitating for a moment before cupping his hands in respect. This place is somewhat strange. It would be wise for you to proceed with caution. Here is a teleportation talisman I have crafted, which allows movement within this limited area. I believe it may prove useful to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin accepted the teleportation talisman and handed over the elixirs to the mountain god elder. Make sure to devote your time to cultivation. Your current realm is still rather low. The mountain god elder's mouth twitched slightly. I do not possess such an abundance of elixirs. Achieving a breakthrough is not so simple. Thank you. After the mountain god elder departed, Zhang Lin fell silent for a moment before slowly approaching the magistrate's office. Having spent considerable time in Ishikawa Prefecture, this was his first visit to the magistrate's office. Observing the somewhat dilapidated structure before him, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered. Previously, he had not felt much by keeping his distance. But now, as he drew near, he could indeed sense a remnant of an unusual aura emanating from the office's signboard. It was as if the magistrate's office had been deliberately refined by a profoundly powerful entity. At that moment, Zhou Chuan emerged from the courtyard of the magistrate's office. Stretching his limbs and surveying his surroundings, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but yawn. Finally, the collaboration with the Tsangshuan auction house has been finalized. With the Tsangshuan auction house's involvement, Ishikawa Prefecture's development can be considered somewhat stabilized. Next, he merely needed to spread the news to the surrounding counties, attracting more citizens to engage in trade in Ishikawa Prefecture, thereby further promoting its economic growth. Just as Zhou Chuan finished speaking, he noticed something unusual around him. Odd. Why do I feel as if someone has been watching me? After uttering these words, Zhou Chuan shook his head, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Truly, I must be imagining things. Everyone in Ishikawa Prefecture is busy with their own affairs. Who would waste time observing me? Zhou Chuan exhaled and moved forward, observing Zhou Chuan's figure. Zhang Lin's presence materialized. Narrowing his eyes, he approached the magistrate's office. The moment Zhang Lin stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming pressure. This pressure far exceeded the 8th grade, comparable even to the aura of the figure behind the water monkey he had encountered previously. The most alarming part was that this pressure was merely a remnant. Had it been complete, a mere glance would have sufficed to shatter Zhang Lin's body. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Lin produced a multitude of elixirs and began to consume them. His heart racing. A living person should not be intimidated by mere inanimate objects. I am curious to see what lies within a magistrate's office. Zhang Lin clenched his fists and stepped through the grand entrance of the magistrate's office. As he entered, he felt a tremor within as he observed the surroundings. The spiritual energy within the magistrate's office was exceedingly dense. If one were to remain here long term, their cultivation could advance rapidly. However, there was a downside. The spiritual energy seemed to have been calibrated for human beings, rather than beings of their kind. the wild gods. The court truly has made a significant investment. Not only have they conferred titles upon numerous wild gods, but they have also established such barriers within every magistrate's office. The intention is clear, to prevent wild gods from directly threatening the safety of the magistrates. With this thought, Zhang Lin exhaled. His eyes flickered momentarily. The old blind man must be aware of this. However, he did not caution me, which indicates a certain truth. The relic the old blind man referred to is certainly not the magistrate's office itself. In that case, it must lie beneath it. Zhang Lin's figure flickered as he descended below the magistrate's office. After an indeterminate period of stealth, he finally encountered a sight that left him astounded. Beneath the magistrate's office lay a grand palace. Although the palace showed signs of decay and many areas bore traces of rot, its former grandeur sent a shiver down Zhang Lin's spine. The surroundings were still infused with remnants of elixirs and treasures. Though most were incomplete, Zhang Lin thought of the heart refining furnace, and his eyes gleamed. Perhaps these treasures could also be restored. If so, the gain from this venture would be extraordinary. With that in mind, Zhang Lin hesitated not a moment longer and began to take action. In merely half an hour, he had collected over 100 damaged treasures. Arriving at the main hall of the palace, Zhang Lin was about to take a step forward when he suddenly felt a tightening in his body. His gaze fell upon a large character nearby. Zhang Lin's pupils constricted as he quickly retreated. Blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Above the 7th grade, this character, Zhun, was inscribed by a wild god, and the realm must be above the 7th grade. Zhang Lin took a deep breath. Indeed, the task the old blind man entrusted me with is far from simple. What a trap! Had he not been cautious and prepared numerous defensive measures in advance, that last encounter could have left him severely injured. Alas, this relic is no longer something I can continue to explore, that I shall return once I have achieved a breakthrough to the 7th grade. Otherwise, it would merely be a reckless offering of my life. Zhang Lin shook his head. Speaking with solemnity, he turned and hurriedly made his exit. Just as he left, the character Zhen suddenly emitted a bright light, and a virtual figure appeared above a wild god. How intriguing! Chapter 49. The Flower Explorer. An impressive existence. Within Ishikawa County, Zhou Chuan observed the bustling townsfolk around him, a wave of emotion washing over him. No, I must devise a means to earn some silver. Otherwise, how could I maintain my dignity as the county magistrate? Just then, Bauer approached him, holding a candied hawthorn skewer, gazing at him with curiosity. Are you the county magistrate? Zhou Chuan looked at the young girl, momentarily taken aback. With a hint of curiosity, he replied, Little one, I am indeed the magistrate. What do you wish to discuss? Bauer pouted, her expression one of innocent distress. I heard that the county magistrate is a top scholar, well-versed in many characters, so I hope you could teach me to read and write. Magistrate, I can give you this candied hawthorn. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan felt a slight tremor in his heart. Indeed, Ishikawa County, previously a remote town, had scarcely any exposure to systematic education. Very few individuals in the entire county had the opportunity to attend school and learn to read. While the economy had indeed flourished and the townsfolk lived in harmony, there remained a critical issue. There were no teachers to instruct these children. They're the future of Ishikawa County. Could it be that the entire county would remain as it once was? Devoid of books? Contemplating this, Zhou Chuan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and gently ruffled Bauer's hair, displaying a radiant smile. What is your name? Bauer looked up at him, her expression earnest as she replied. My name is Bauer. At that moment, Qin Lu rushed over, looking apologetic as he addressed Zhou Chuan. County Magistrate Zhou, I sincerely apologize for Bauer disturbing you. Zhou Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Bauer is quite delightful. Moreover, at such a tender age, she possesses a genuine thirst for knowledge that is truly commendable. Qin Lu, holding Bauer, bowed respectfully. What you may not know, Magistrate, is that Bauer has never had the opportunity to attend school since her birth. This has left her yearning for education. Recently, she inquired about you, and I, fearing she might offend you, informed her of your illustrious achievements. I did not expect her to seek you out today. Zhou Chuan chuckled softly. Shaking his head, Bauer has reminded me that Ishikawa County indeed requires teachers to guide these children in reading and writing. This matter is urgent and must be prioritized. You might contact the Songshian Auction House to see if they can recommend any suitable teachers. We can offer a generous fee as long as they are willing to come to Ishikawa County to educate the children. Qin Lu nodded, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Understood. I shall reach out to them immediately. And I assure you, Magistrate, I will not let you down. Zhou Chuan stepped closer, playfully tapping Bauer on the nose. For the time being, gather all the children of Ishikawa County, as I shall personally instruct them. This inaugural lesson shall be taught by me. Qin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Chuan. The magistrate himself would teach these children. What an extraordinary opportunity. Rest assured, County Magistrate, I will arrange everything at once. You shall not be disappointed. With that, Qin Lu hurriedly embraced Bauer and dashed off into the distance. As they ran, he called out to the townsfolk in excitement. Everyone, the county magistrate will teach the children to read and write. Quickly bring your children to the square. County magistrate, he is a top scholar. Hurry, send the children over. What is a top scholar? Oh, a top scholar is someone immensely distinguished, far superior to the esteemed young lousy from the neighboring county. As the villagers heard Qin Lu's words, they instinctively began to mobilize. Many among them were unfamiliar with the term top scholar. Yet they understood the profound impact a teacher could have on their children's futures. This was a chance for their children to embrace a new destiny. In the square, Zhou Chuan sat cross-legged, observing the hundreds of children seated before him. With townsfolk gathered around, a smile gracing his lips, I am aware that many of you may not even comprehend the purpose of reading and writing. Allow me to enlighten you. It is because human potential is finite, and learning enables us to glimpse the truths of the world. Zhou Chuan's words left the children somewhat bewildered. The truths of the world? It was Zhang Lin, observing from a distance, who was taken aback by this profound insight from Zhou Chuan. He had not anticipated such depth of understanding from him in this regard. Unfortunately, the audience he chose was inappropriate. Thus, his words were destined to fall on deaf ears. As expected, one small child raised a chubby hand, staring at Zhou Chuan with wide, curious eyes. County Magistrate, what good is seeing the world if we cannot fill our bellies? I was hungry this morning. Zhou Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. As a top scholar, he was rendered at a loss for words by the childish bluntness. Here he was, discussing lofty ideals, while the children were grounded in reality. Zhou Chuan sighed, realizing he had overthought the matter. Not only the children, but even the nearby villagers and countless townsfolk were living in pursuit of their immediate needs. Truly, those who chase ideals are a rarity. With this in mind, Zhou Chuan adjusted his perspective and addressed the chubby child earnestly. Of course, once you learn to read and write, you will have the means to earn more silver, and then you shall enjoy endless delicacies. I suspect your culinary experiences are quite limited. No. Imagine the majestic tiger, the dragon emerging from the water, the birds of prey soaring above. Each morsel is exquisitely rich, ensuring that once you taste it, you shall be forever enchanted. Beyond Ishikawa County, there exists a plethora of delectable dishes awaiting your discovery. Zhou Chuan's words ignited excitement among all the children. Even the surrounding villagers found themselves salivating at the thought. This was no mere lesson. It was an enticing invitation to indulge their appetites. What might the dragon taste like? If only they could savor a bite, it would be a life fulfilled. Qin Lu witnessed this scene and smiled broadly. A top scholar indeed. His knowledge knows no bounds. In the distance, Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan's stirring rhetoric and gestures, shaking his head in disbelief. A dragon emerging from the water, a tiger like a mountain. Without a doubt, Zhou Chuan has only encountered such creatures in books, for these mythical beasts are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. If Zhou Chuan possessed such resources, how could he endure such hardships in Ishikawa County? Furthermore, Zhang Lin sensed no corresponding transformation in Zhou Chuan. His physique appeared to be that of an ordinary mortal. Consuming such meat would surely catalyze a transformation within him. Just then, the old blind man approached Zhang Lin. Astonished, you young man, your aura has changed again. Zhang Lin regarded the old blind man with irritation. Senior, you misled me. That so-called relic is not in the water at all. The IT lies beneath the county magistrate's residence. The old blind man chuckled awkwardly. As the saying goes, even the best of us can stumble. But tell me, have you ventured inside the magistrate's residence? The old blind man's eyes widened, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. What else could it be? I find a magistrate's residence rather peculiar. Why does it feel so oppressive? It seems to possess a natural restraint against wild deities. Zhang Lin looked at the old blind man. Perplexed. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the situation. The old blind man circled around Zhang Lin, marveling, "It has only been a short while, and you have already reached the peak of the 8th tier. No doubt, I could deduce your level with ease. Unless you reach the 8th tier pinnacle, it would be impossible for you to emerge unscathed." The old blind man, upon perceiving Zhang Lin's seemingly predatory gaze, cleared his throat with a hint of reluctance. "Allow me to explain," he began, "for initially, I never anticipated you would venture to the magistrate's office. The court, in an effort to safeguard various cities from the incursions of wild gods and to prevent local magistrates from being demonized, has fortified the magistrate's offices across the regions with protective barriers. The potency of these barriers varies according to the local conditions that in Sichuan County. Due to its underdeveloped state, the barrier's pressure can only deter wild gods below the peak of the 8th rank. Had you gone to Kaiyang Prefecture, unless you attain the 6th rank, your journey would be akin to a death wish." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin felt a jolt of realization. Fortunately, there had been no magistrate in Sichuan County previously, and he had not been overly curious to investigate. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Indeed, the old blind man was merely laying a trap. He had no intention of forgetting, but rather sought to instill in Zhang Lin a sense of trepidation, to make him aware that in this world, danger lurks everywhere. Without his intelligence, one's safety here is utterly compromised. This was merely a strategy to make Zhang Lin overly reliant on him. Zhang Lin exhaled deeply. "Senior, I have fulfilled my promise. Should you desire the treasures within that ruin, feel free to retrieve them yourself. Rest assured, I shall not contest you." The old blind man's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. You may attend to that later. As for me, I have only just disposed of the serpent's carcass. The harvest this time was considerable. I shall gift you a talisman. In a critical moment, it may just save your life." Zhang Lin gazed at the talisman in his hand, reflecting silently for a moment, now understanding one crucial truth. The ruin was likely a fade. The old blind man intended to assess him through this ordeal, seeking to determine whether he possessed any value worthy of cultivation. Zhang Lin was acutely aware that such trials could lead to death, without the system's support, had he not broken through to the 8th rank. The consequences would be dire. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Lin inhaled deeply. One day, I shall grasp my own fate firmly in my hands, be it him or the court. I shall act without hesitation. Zhang Lin tightened his fists. Gazing into the distance, suddenly a light sound echoed in his mind. System upgrade complete. Multiple auxiliary systems have been added. Additionally, the method of acquiring incense values has been adjusted. Only the incense values obtained on the 15th of each month will be counted as valid. Zhang Lin's eyes widened, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he opened his personal panel. Host. Zhang Lin Realm. Peak of the 8th rank. Breakthrough possible. Wild God spells. Water tornado. Great success. Soul dream kill. Beginner. Dream creation. Beginner. God shaking stab. Beginner. Magic treasure. Refining heart furnace. 7th rank alchemy furnace. Damaged. Reparable. Incense value. 15036. Seeing this, Zhang Lin was momentarily stunned. The spell section now contained numerous descriptions. To his surprise, the only spell he had reached great success in was Water Tornado, while all others remained at the beginner level. Ding! Spells of the same tier are classified into beginner, minor success, great success, peak, and completion. Achieving completion allows one to fight across ranks. With this revelation, Zhang Lin finally grasped the significance of spells as an important criterion for assessing combat strength. Although he appeared to be at the peak of the 8th rank, with the enhancement of these spells, he could potentially escape even from a 7th rank opponent. The crucial aspect was that this realm was indeed breakable, alleviating some of the pressure on him. However, The method of acquiring incense values left Zhang Lin feeling regretful. Had he known this earlier, he would have slowed his pace in rising through the ranks, thereby obtaining a greater amount of incense values during the system upgrades, rather than enduring the current hardships. Shaking his head, Zhang Lin slowly rose to his feet. At this juncture, regrets served no purpose. The most vital task was to swiftly consolidate his strength, since the incense values were now fixed to a specific time. He needed to maximize the incense values received on the 15th day, ensuring that all the citizens felt a sense of reverence. Only then could he guarantee absolute security. Simultaneously, he aimed to elevate the population of Sichuan County to the next level. As long as the numbers were sufficient, there remained hope. With this thought, Zhang Lin's gaze became resolutely steadfast. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, "No one shall impede my breakthrough." Chapter 51. She must not escape few. Teaching these children is truly no simple task. In the square, Zhou Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the crowd of citizens gradually disperse, letting out a sigh of relief. Over the past 2 hours, he had been astounded by the boundless imagination of these children. Regardless of the subject he broached, the children would invariably produce unexpected remarks. Had it not been for his profound knowledge, he might have found himself at a loss for words. However, during this time, Zhou Chuan deeply recognized that such open-minded thinking might be the most beneficial for the children. County Magistrate Zhou, you have truly worked hard today. Here is some warm tea I prepared for you. It may soothe your throat, Qin Lu said with a smile as he approached Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan looked at the teacup before him, taken aback by Qin Lu's unexpected gesture. What prompted you to think of this? Qin Lu gazed at Zhou Chuan, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. County Magistrate Zhou, I must apologize for my prior offenses. Back then, I believed you learned scholars had no real skills and could not endure hardship. I thought your role as our magistrate might even influence Lord Hebo's perception of Sichuan County negatively. However, I later realized that my perspective was too narrow. You possess true talent and knowledge, and you are willing to impart these lessons to the children. Hearing this, Zhou Chuan responded with a resigned smile. He couldn't blame Qin Lu for such thoughts, as many shared similar sentiments that in the capital city, one often encountered the saying, all professions are inferior. Only learning is exalted in the eyes of those learned individuals. Aside from knowledge found in books, everything else was hardly worth their time and energy. They often believed that spending time on the common folk was far less valuable than immersing themselves in books to broaden their horizons and strive for the emperor's favor. Reflecting on this, Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu on the shoulder. And oh, harm done. Just remember to find some teachers soon. Otherwise, relying solely on my limited abilities will be quite challenging. You wouldn't want me to be completely overwhelmed by these matters, would you? After all, I still need to lead the entire Sichuan County towards prosperity. Qin Lu nodded vigorously, turning to bow in the direction of the Hebo temple. Thank you, Lord Hebo, for your protection and for bringing us such an excellent magistrate. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched. How did his presence in Sichuan County become viewed as a blessing from Lord Hebo? He waved his hand, abandoning the struggle. Why now? He had come to terms with it. There was no need to dwell excessively on this issue, especially since he had been under protection during this period. Otherwise, he might have found himself homeless due to poverty, since you all hold Lord Hebo in such high regard. Why not designate a specific day each month to honor him? Zhou Chuan suggested after pondering for a moment. Qin Lu clapped his hands, nodding in agreement. Indeed, County Magistrate Zhou is absolutely right. The reason we hadn't decided earlier was that no one could take the lead. Thus, even if we had such an idea, it was ultimately a case of ambition without capability. Zhou Chuan patted Qin Lu's shoulder. That's simple. Let us choose the 15th. It is said that the 15th day is a day of reunion. Therefore, it would be wise to offer sacrifices to the River Lord on this day, which would undoubtedly strengthen the bond between the common folk and His Excellency. A radiant smile spread across Qin Lu's face. I understand now. In the distance, Zhang Lin, upon hearing Zhou Chuan's words, momentarily froze, his hand holding the tea trembling slightly. Originally, he had planned to enter Zhou Chuan's dreams and reveal the scheme for the 15th day. To his surprise, Zhou Chuan had brought it up himself. This was entirely unexpected. Indeed, having such a county magistrate made things considerably easier if, in the future, the management of Sichuan County could flourish even more. It would surely attract a multitude of citizens to this place. At that time, the offerings would undoubtedly be plentiful. Zhang Lin could not help but murmur to himself. It appeared that in order to break through to a more profound realm, the scale of the populace would be of paramount importance. Perhaps there was potential to explore some opportunities with its Songxian auction house. Outside Sichuan County, at this very moment, Wu Yang sat within her carriage, observing the scenery before her, her eyes glinting with excitement as a brilliant smile graced her features. Sichuan County was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that choosing to come here was an exceedingly wise decision. Just as Wu Yang was about to raise her wine cup, a thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to glance back toward Sichuan County. Was Zhou Chuan truly the leading figure of Sichuan County? Or was he, perhaps, the legendary River Lord? Wu Yang shook her head, unable to suppress a sigh. Although Zhou Chuan was a formidable individual, he was fully aware that someone was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Wu Yang shook her head again, these thoughts lingering in her mind. Yet for the moment, she resolved to focus on her responsibilities. As a merchant, she understood well that while some matters could be inquired about or engaged with, others were entirely different. Just like the auction house, now establishing a branch here, it was bound to be a profitable venture. The shopkeeper, someone has just delivered a letter. Shall I fetch it for you? Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. The letter at this moment. Just as she was about to open it, a gleaming knife suddenly lunged toward her. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yang's eyes widened in shock in a swift motion. She kicked the guard away. The sounds of struggle erupted around the carriage, sending Wu Yang's heart plummeting. There was trouble. She had never anticipated that the Xinyuan auction house would resort to such unscrupulous means to achieve their objectives, even willing to spend exorbitantly to ambush her on this road. Without hesitation, Wu Yang leaped into the nearby river. At this juncture, she had to take a chance. If she could return to Kaiyang Prefecture, she would ensure that these individuals paid dearly for their actions. As for the present, her priority was to survive. As Wu Yang fled, the expressions of the other guards shifted dramatically, each intent on pursuing her. However, the swift current of the river left them feeling uncertain. No, we absolutely cannot let her escape. Chapter 52. Committing evil and still wanting to flee. On the banks of Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan gazed contemplatively at the flowing river. In terms of scenery, Sichuan County was unmatched by any other county. Especially with the river and the verdant mountains on either side, it offered a refreshing sense of tranquility. If this natural beauty could be harnessed, it might usher in a qualitative leap in the county's population. Qin Diji, do you know why Kaiyang Prefecture is so prosperous? It even ranks among the best among numerous prefectures, Zhou Chuan queried. Qin Lu, momentarily taken aback, looked at Zhou Chuan with confusion. Hadn't Kaiyang Prefecture always been thriving? It seemed that this had been the case since the founding of the realm. Furthermore, he had never ventured to other places, with Kaiyang Prefecture being the largest city he had encountered, so he found himself somewhat at a loss regarding the county magistrate's inquiry. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, I'm not quite sure. Hearing this, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. The prosperity of Kaiyang Prefecture is attributed to a great general who emerged before. This general was hailed as the foremost martial hero, victorious in every battle. Because of this renowned general, the entire Kaiyang Prefecture became a coveted and aspirational place for all. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu clapped his hands, excitement evident on his face. I know this. Luo Chung, General Luo. Zhou Chuan nodded, placing his hand behind his back. Thus, the same holds true for Sichuan County. If one day we can produce a top scholar, our name will resound throughout the world. Therefore, education is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu took a deep breath, his demeanor turning serious. I understand your intent. Rest assured, I will prioritize the matter concerning the gentleman. However, he hesitated, glancing toward Wu Yang. But it seems the shopkeeper has yet to respond. There appears to be someone over there. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu turned to look, only to see a figure floating near the riverbank. Zhou Chuan's eyes widened as he and Qin Lu approached. Upon seeing the unconscious Wu Yang, they exchanged concerned glances. What a coincidence! Yet it seems something is amiss with the shopkeeper's condition. Has someone harmed her? Zhou Chuan approached, gently checking her pulse, relieved to find she still had breath. He noted that she bore some injuries that we must hurry and take her back. We cannot afford any misfortune to befall her if the mistress of the Zhangxian auction house were to perish while negotiating collaboration in Sichuan County. Word would spread, and who would dare conduct business here afterward? That would be tantamount to tarnishing our reputation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou Chuan and his companions swiftly carried Wu Yang back. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin's silhouette gradually emerged on the water surface. With one hand supporting his chin, he sighed softly. That Wu Yang is indeed unfortunate, falling prey to a treacherous plot by her subordinates. Fortunately, she is in Sichuan County. Had she been elsewhere, her survival might not have been guaranteed. However, those responsible shall not escape unscathed. Zhang Lin's gaze deepened, and he glided toward the distant water surface. I could see that moment. Several guards on a canoe scanned the surroundings anxiously. One of them wore a particularly grim expression. Damn it! That lord specifically instructed that we must bring back a live person or a corpse. If we fail to deliver a body, none of us will survive. The others exchanged pale glances, fully aware of the dire implications. A shiver ran down their spines at the thought of crossing that formidable figure. Suddenly, ripples stirred across the water's surface as a gust of wind swept in from afar, causing the canoe to become unstable. The guards widened their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Why has the wind picked up so suddenly? They exclaimed, their apprehension mounting. Indeed, just moments ago, all had seemed calm. In the next instant, the water churned violently. A towering wave, 5 meters high, threatened to engulf them entirely. They gazed on in despair as the tumultuous tide crashed down. With a resounding crash, the waves swallowed everything, restoring calm to the river's surface. Fragments of the canoe floated aimlessly on the water. Zhang Lin observed the figures sinking beneath the surface, his gaze flickering. Let them settle their own grievances. With that, a colossal wave surged forth, ensnaring the guards with tendrils of vines, tightly binding them before casting them upon the shore. Upon witnessing this spectacle, some townsfolk hastily knelt in reverence, fervently bowing their heads. We pay homage to the river lord. These individuals are guilty of heinous crimes, provoking His Excellency's wrath, who has personally delivered them here. They must be taken to the magistrate. Indeed, hurry and deliver them there. We must not allow these scoundrels to escape. A group of villagers, filled with righteous indignation, hastily made their way toward the magistrate's office with a few companions in tow. Within the office, Zhou Chuan observed the figures of several guards before him, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Turning to the villagers, he incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting that they were cast ashore by Lord Hebo, and that the vines entangling them have been wrapped around them all along?" The villagers vigorously nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is precisely the case. With this revelation, Zhou Chuan began to piece together the situation. The individuals before him must have been involved in the plot against Wu Yang. However, this matter had come to the attention of Lord Hebo, who had not only rescued Wu Yang, but also apprehended these villains. Amused by the irony, Zhou Chuan found himself unexpectedly trusting in Lord Hebo, a sentiment he rarely entertained. It appeared that things were becoming quite intriguing. He decided to detain them all for the time being, intending to clarify the details once Wu Zhengue regained consciousness. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chuan adopted a serious demeanor. After the guards were subdued, he stepped into an adjacent room. Glancing at the unconscious Wu Yang on the bed, he shot a sidelong glance at the physician beside her. "Doctor, how is her condition?" The physician sighed softly in response. "The situation for this young lady is rather grim. She must have sustained injuries prior to entering the water, and her prolonged exposure has rendered her vital signs exceedingly weak. It now depends solely on her will to survive. If she cannot endure, it is likely that she will face dire consequences." Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, a headache brewing. Was this some kind of cruel joke? No, he must seek the aid of Lord Hebo without delay. Chapter 53. A contest of wills inside the Hebo temple. Zhou Chuan hesitated slightly, glancing at Qin Lu beside him. "Brother Qin, when you previously sought assistance from Lord Hebo, what methods did you employ? Were there any specific rituals involved?" Zhou Chuan offered an awkward smile. Acutely aware of the significance of the current situation and unwilling to take any risks, he had a premonition that Wu Nyang would encounter further assassination attempts. Suggesting that her identity might be even more elevated than he had initially thought, Qin Lu shook his head and chuckled lightly at Zhou Chuan. Rest assured, County Magistrate, there are no particular rituals required. Sincerity of heart is more than sufficient. Lord Hebo has never placed obstacles in the path of those who are genuine. Zhou Chuan nodded in understanding, turning to face the statue of Lord Hebo. He clasped his hands together and knelt on the mat. Lord Hebo, Wu Zhonggui, is a significant figure in the Tsongxian auction house. Although this assassination is unrelated to our Sichuan County, should anything happen to her here, it would greatly impact our entire county. Therefore, I beseech you, Lord Hebo, to extend your assistance, grant us a remedy to restore Wu Zhonggui to health. After speaking, Zhou Chuan kowtowed several times. Just as he rose after the final bow, a wooden box appeared on the mat before him. Inside the box lay a pill. Zhou Chuan blinked in disbelief at the scene before him. No way. The response was this swift. He understood that in larger cities, even those seeking divine aid faced lengthy waits for a response, often spanning days. Yet here, from the moment he voiced his request to the time of Lord Hebo's manifestation, only a few breaths had passed. Lord Hebo was truly remarkable. County Magistrate Zhou, Qin Lu remarked with a knowing smile. I told you, as long as your heart is sincere, Lord Hebo will certainly not hinder anyone who is genuine. So rest easy. With this pill, Wu Zhonggui will undoubtedly be safe and sound, and in fact, it is possible that she may owe us a favor due to this incident, which could prove advantageous for your matters as well. Zhou Chuan, momentarily taken aback, contemplated this before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Quickly, go administer this pill to Wu Zhong. As the group departed, Zhang Lin entered the Hebo temple. He couldn't help but shake his head that Wu Nyang's injuries were not severe. This antidote would suffice, but he hoped that everything would proceed smoothly this time. I could see that moment. The old blind man arrived at the temple and regarded Zhang Lin with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. You young fellow, you truly care about the well-being of the citizens of Sichuan County. Not only did you expend effort to rescue someone, but you also captured the culprits, and now you're even using an 8th-grade pill to prolong that young lady's life. You have quite the kind heart. Zhang Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, replied to the old blind man, Senior, please refrain from teasing me. I am merely doing what must be done. However, I do have a question. What is Wu Nyang's true background? I imagine you are quite knowledgeable in this regard. The old blind man shot Zhang Lin a disdainful glance. Do you truly think of me as an encyclopedia? Let me tell you, if this girl did not possess a noteworthy background, I wouldn't necessarily know her identity. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered with curiosity as he smiled softly. Since you are aware, why not enlighten me? It would help me gauge the situation. The old blind man snorted, clapped his hands, and assumed a serious demeanor. Listen closely. This girl does not bear the surname Wu. Her true surname is Luo. She is a descendant of the first-ranked general. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped in astonishment. The first martial general? I never anticipated that the proprietress of the auction house would have such a background. Could she have discovered my unusual traits? Zhang Lin opened his mouth, feeling a pang of regret that at present. He wished to avoid entanglements with any prominent figures. After all, a single misstep could cost him his life. The old blind man chuckled lightly, observing Zhang Lin with amusement. I never expected you to have moments of fear. I always believed you to be someone unafraid of anything. Zhang Lin slumped onto the mat, letting out a sigh that of course I am afraid. The circumstances are different now. My current strength is inadequate, and I lack sufficient means to protect myself. Unless one day my power becomes formidable enough to face anyone without fear. The old blind man sighed, reflecting on the harsh realities. Fearless of anyone. How is that feasible? Once your strength reaches a certain level, you will realize that there will always be individuals who command your respect. The old blind man fell silent for a moment, his expression growing contemplative. Just as I have, there are many formidable figures in this world. My downfall was a consequence of my arrogance. Zhang Lin waved his hand, smiling lightly. Rest assured, Senior, I will be cautious. The old blind man chuckled, fully understanding Zhang Lin's character. Perhaps this was an opportunity. I'm not here to discuss that matter. Sichuan County is now under the scrutiny of the Xingyuan auction house. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Lin's brows furrowed in concern. Xingyuan auction house? Are they the sworn enemies of Wunyang? The old blind man nodded. Indeed, the individuals backing Xingyuan auction house are not ordinary. They're said to have ties to a prince. Zhang Lin's expression shifted, as expected. This is a hot potato. However, I never imagined that Xingyuan auction house would take an interest in Sichuan County. This is rather peculiar. Zhang Lin's confidence surged as he replied, I understand your meaning, senior. Rest assured, Sichuan County is not a place where anyone can trample as they please if they wish to act against Sichuan County. They must weigh their own strength. Zhang Lin exuded an unwavering sense of confidence. Present, he stood at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, within the confines of Ishikawa Prefecture, bolstered by the support of the common folk and the flowing river. Even if one were of mere 7th rank, they would dare to engage in battle. Chapter 54. This is indeed a significant matter. You display quite the audacity. However, take a moment to breathe easy. Although you have drawn their attention, I can still assist you in navigating this predicament for a short while longer, granting you a bit more time. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lin, taken aback, gazed at the old blind man. Senior, I did not expect such kindness from you. Is there anything I can do to assist? Zhang Lin slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. The old blind man cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Lin and nodded. Indeed, there is something. I need you to gather these materials for me. The more, the better. I tend to be rather lazy. And such trivial tasks hardly pique my interest. The old blind man stifled a yawn. Zhang Lin examined the list handed to him, noting that the items were not particularly complex. Yet, the quantity was indeed quite substantial. Zhang Lin shook the paper and cleared his throat. Senior, I can only promise to gather them as quickly as possible, but I cannot guarantee how much time it will take. Upon hearing this, the old blind man waved his hand. Just do your best to expedite the process. As the old blind man departed, Zhang Lin remained rooted in place, staring at the paper in hand, shaking his head. This matter is far from easily resolved. Very well. I shall do my utmost. In the room, Wunyang groggily opened her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. Where am I? Just as Wunyang attempted to sit up, Bao Er approached her, eyes wide with curiosity. You're finally awake. This is Ishikawa Prefecture. Wunyang patted her forehead, memories flooding back. She realized she had been rescued after a plunge. Indeed, my life is not meant to end just yet. This time, I shall ensure that those responsible pay a heavy price. Bao Er, please refrain from disturbing the innkeeper's rest. Tea that moment. Qin Lu entered the room, observing the awakened Wunyang with a gentle smile. Innkeeper Wu, our county magistrate will be here shortly. This incident was indeed our oversight. We should have dispatched someone to escort you home. Wunyang shook her head and sighed. I am quite well, and it is I who should be expressing gratitude. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I fear I would have perished in that water. That Wunyang spoke with a hint of emotion. Qin Lu hastily gestured. This is not our merit. It was Lord Hebo who discovered you. He brought you to the shore, allowing us to rescue you promptly. Moreover, it was thanks to Lord Hebo's elixir that you regained consciousness. Wunyang was taken aback. Hebo. Once again, Hebo. I never imagined that it would be Hebo who saved me this time. That Wunyang sat up from the bed and looked at Qin Lu. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Hebo for his assistance. I, Wunyang, will remember this favor. Qin Lu scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. By the way, Innkeeper Wu, we have another matter we wish to request your help with. We hope to establish a private school, enabling these children to acquire more knowledge, so their futures are not confined to this remote place. Therefore, we would appreciate it if you could recommend a few teachers. Rest assured that we will compensate them fairly. Wunyang was somewhat surprised. Establishing a private school? Has Ishikawa Prefecture developed to such an extent? Zhou Chuan. This person is indeed extraordinary, possessing such grand aspirations. If Zhou Chuan remains in Ishikawa Prefecture for an extended period, he is sure to make significant contributions. Ishikawa Prefecture may very well become renowned in the future. This is a trivial matter. Even without this incident, I would have recommended teachers to you. As for now, I can introduce numerous instructors and even some martial generals to teach the children martial arts. Essentially, they will be able to achieve true mastery in both scholarship and martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu was filled with excitement that if we can acquire such resources, it would be an immense boon for Ishikawa Prefecture. Thank you, Innkeeper Wu. Just then, Zhou Chuan entered the room, seeing Wu Yang awake. Zhou Chuan felt a sense of relief. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Innkeeper Wu, you have finally awakened. Had you remained unconscious any longer, I would have been quite distressed. Wu Yang rose and, looking earnestly at Zhou Chuan, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Magistrate Zhou, for your assistance in this matter. Rest assured, whenever I can be of help, do not hesitate to ask. In this Kaizhou Prefecture, should you encounter any issues, you can seek me out. While I cannot guarantee a perfect resolution, I assure you that most matters can be handled. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu exchanged glances and nodded. Thank you. Innkeeper WW, by the way, we have also detained your guards in the prison. When they were brought to shore, they were entangled in vines, which raised my suspicions that they might not be aligned with you. So I took the liberty of having them detained. Wu Yang inhaled deeply, disbelief washing over her. Lord Hebo is truly remarkable. I never imagined he would be aware of such matters. Wu Yang smiled wryly. You are both unaware. The assassination attempt I encountered was indeed orchestrated by them. Thank you, Magistrate Zhou, and thank you, Lord Hebo, for your assistance. Once I recover, I shall personally visit the Hebo temple to express my sincerest gratitude. Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu nodded. Innkeeper Wu, there is no rush. Focus on recuperating your health first, and your gratitude can come later. However, you have been unconscious for quite some time. It would be wise to send word back to Kaizhou Prefecture, lest the Songxian auction house descend into chaos. Zhou Chuan advised earnestly. Wu Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand your concern. Rest assured, I am well aware of these matters. I will not allow you to be troubled. Coincidentally, I will also address the matter of the teachers for you. The education of the children is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. Wu Yang's expression was exceedingly serious. Chapter 55. Do you not wish to know who seeks your life? As Wu Yang dispatched the letter, Zhou Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chuan regarded Wu Yang with curiosity. Do you not wish to interrogate those guards and discover who wishes to take your life? Wu Yang, hearing this, slightly shook her head, her eyes reflecting a profound depth. There is no need. Within Kaizhou Prefecture, those who would dare to act against me are few and far between. Most likely, it is merely individuals from the Xingyuan auction house. Wu Yang gestured dismissively. Zhou Chuan regarded Wu Yang for a moment, shaking his head. Innkeeper Wu, as partners in this endeavor, I sincerely hope you will confront the issue rather than evade it. Wu Yang cast a complex glance at Zhou Chuan. Standing by the window, she gazed outside and exhaled. Magistrate Zhou, you are correct. I've been somewhat presumptuous. You are right. There's another possibility. My relatives, coveting the power I possess, may wish to harm me and could easily frame the Xingyuan auction house in the process. Achieving two objectives with one action. Zhou Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. He chuckled lightly at Wu Yang. Since you are aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. As always, Ishikawa Prefecture remains open to you. Innkeeper Wu, you may recuperate here until you're fully healed. Furthermore, once you return to Kaizhou Prefecture, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know as long as it is within my capability. I shall not decline your request. Zhou Chuan patted his chest, speaking with utmost seriousness. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yang couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Zhou County Magistrate's actions genuinely moved the young woman. Perhaps I should marry into Sichuan County and fully embrace my identity as a resident here. Zhou Chuan hastily waved his hands and cleared his throat. I understand your sentiments, Master Wu, but, as it stands, I, Zhou, have not yet achieved success in my endeavors and truly lack the energy to waste on such matters. Wu Yang shot Zhou Chuan a sidelong glance, exasperated. County Magistrate Zhou, what are you thinking? Did you believe I was referring to you? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in a frail scholar such as yourself. Be my husband. One must possess both literary and martial prowess. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth, Managing a rather awkward smile, "My apologies for my presumptuousness," he coughed. I in the distance. Qin Lu observed the scene and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Indeed, only Wu Yang would dare to openly critique Zhou Chuan like this. Were it anyone else, they would surely face the corresponding consequences. Much like himself, who had previously mocked Zhou Chuan's fishing skills, only to be dragged into a week-long fishing expedition to To this day. The mere thought of consuming that fish makes Qin Lu feel queasy. Sensing Qin Lu's amusement at his expense, Zhou Chuan glances away. "Qin Lu, I believe my fishing skills have improved recently. I shall catch some more later and invite you to enjoy it," Zhou Chuan remarked, somewhat irritably. Qin Lu's mouth twitched, and he quickly shook his head. "I just remembered, I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave with Bauer." After saying this, Qin Lu hastily departed with Bauer. Wu Yang shook her head at this sight. "County Magistrate Zhou, we owe much gratitude to Lord Hebo for his assistance. How might we express our thanks to him? Does Lord Hebo have any specific requirements for offerings?" Wu Yang inquired curiously, as she recalled that deities of this nature typically demanded appropriate tributes, lest their wrath be provoked. Such instances were, after all, numerous. Zhou Chuan chuckled softly at her concern. "Master Wu, you worry too much. Lord Hebo is remarkably approachable and has never been particular about offerings. I recall a time when a child fell gravely ill. The child's mother offered only some weeds, and yet Lord Hebo still extended his assistance." That Wu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Chuan. "What? Weeds are acceptable? Is Lord Hebo truly so selfless? To think such a deity exists in Sichuan County is a stroke of fortune. County Magistrate Zhou, heed my advice. Treat Lord Hebo with a bit more reverence. Having such a protector is a privilege for Sichuan County. Should the day come when Lord Hebo departs, it will be the greatest loss for this land." Zhou Chuan's heart sank at this thought. Could Lord Hebo leave? Wu Yang's words struck him like a blow. For the prosperity of Sichuan County rests entirely upon Lord Hebo's existence, that if he were to depart, would Sichuan County revert to its former state? Zhou Chuan felt uncertain, as this possibility loomed large. He needed to devise a plan to ensure Lord Hebo's satisfaction with Sichuan County. It would require more than just repairing the temple. The offerings would need careful consideration as well, promoting Lord Hebo's deeds. Perhaps by composing biographies celebrating his honorable legacy could help the people of Sichuan County and outsiders alike understand his profound influence. "Thank you for your reminder, Master Wu. Without it, I might have stumbled into disaster," Zhou Chuan said with genuine gratitude. Wu Yang slightly shook her head, chuckling softly. "There's no need for such anxiety, and on the 15th of this month, I shall also visit Sichuan County to pay my respects to Lord Hebo." Zhou Chuan's face lit up with a radiant smile at this news. "This is splendid. With Wu Yang's presence, Sichuan County will undoubtedly flourish further. Moreover, Wu Yang herself serves as an emblem. We can leverage her reputation to attract more visitors to Sichuan County." Meanwhile, within Kaiyang Prefecture, Master Wang perused the information before him, humming a tune, his plump face radiating smug satisfaction. Wu Yang, did you think that with those pearls, you could challenge me? How naive." Master Wang's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand, addressing a nearby guard. "The manager of the Tsongshan auction house has encountered trouble. Swiftly consolidate all resources from Tsongshan auction house, that we must incorporate everything in a Yusheng Yuan auction house in the shortest time possible." The guard, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully. "ASU command." Following the guard's departure, Master Wang cast the letter into the nearby brazier. Chapter 56. Everyone has the right to education in Sichuan County. Wu Yang savored the scene before her. Zhou Chuan was earnestly teaching a group of children how to read and write. Seeing the distinguished scholar somewhat flustered by the children's antics, Wu Yang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If word of this got out, it would surely leave many in stitches. Qin Lu stood beside Wu Yang, scratching his head. "Master Wu, it seems you come across as more approachable here in Sichuan County than you did in Kaiyang Prefecture." Wu Yang turned to Qin Lu, shaking her head slightly with a soft chuckle. "The reason is quite simple. Here in Sichuan County, I am merely Wu Yang, not the esteemed Master Wu. Before returning to Kaiyang Prefecture, I was just an ordinary citizen who happened to linger here, and apart from few of you, the locals regard me as one of their own. Frankly, Life in Kaiyan Prefecture is rather dull. The servants, due to my status as master, scarcely dare to speak to me for fear of my reproach, and my competitors are perpetually anxious about losing business to me. Living in such a constant state of intrigue is truly exhausting. There is far more freedom in being an ordinary Wu Nyang. With arms outstretched, she expressed her sentiments. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He found it difficult to empathize with Wu Nyang's experiences, as he had never tasted such heights in his world. Absent Lord Hebo's intervention, he might have remained perpetually mediocre. Regardless of which Qin Lu it was, it hardly mattered. Master Wu, your words are far too profound. Expecting me to comprehend them is rather a tall order. Wu Nyang covered her mouth, giggling softly as she walked a few steps away. But after a brief moment, she halted, observing the weeds the villagers were carrying, her lips twitching slightly. These are hardly weeds. Having studied the art of cultivation, she was somewhat familiar with such matters. Though these herbs may be of lower quality, they are still spiritual plants. How had she not noticed before that Sichuan County held such treasures? With this thought, she approached one of the villagers, smiling lightly. Where are you taking these? One villager nodded at her. These are for Lord Hebo. For some reason, Lord Hebo seems to quite enjoy these. Upon hearing this, Wu Nyang's eyes narrowed slightly. If Lord Hebo favors these spiritual herbs, then perhaps I can also cater to his tastes. With this plan in mind, she made her way to the temple of Lord Hebo. Observing the flickering flames of the candles, Wu Nyang respectfully bowed. Lord Hebo, thank you for your assistance previously. You saved my life. Were it not for you, I fear I would have met my end. This is but a token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Wen Yang retrieved a high-quality spiritual stone from her person and placed it upon the offering table. After this, she bowed and turned to leave. Not long after Wen Yang's departure, Zhang Lin's figure gradually materialized. Observing Wen Yang's retreating silhouette, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly. This young lady possesses a degree of cleverness. She actually knows what I desire. For others, this high-quality spiritual stone would undoubtedly be considered a treasure. Alas, for me, it has become somewhat superfluous. Zhang Lin sighed helplessly. The crux of the matter is that, with the system's enhancement, my elevation in realm is solely contingent upon the amount of incense value I can accumulate. No matter how swiftly one cultivates with this spiritual stone, it cannot compare to the rapid advancement provided by the system. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin gazed at the scene before him, his eyes shimmering with anticipation that IT approaches. The time until the 15th is drawing near. Should the incense value attained this time meet expectations, then the breakthrough to the 7th rank realm shall be merely a matter of time. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The merchant caravan was seen slowly making its way towards Sichuan County. Upon spotting the banner, Wen Yang raised her brow. Had they finally arrived? Beside her, Zhou Chuan observed this scene, tears welling in his eyes. A county magistrate of a flower-picking competition, he had indeed been somewhat harried by these children over the past few days. These youngsters are truly formidable. Their mischief exceeds all imagination. On multiple occasions, he found himself at a loss for words. Of course, the most crucial point is that he alone must contend with over 100 children, each with expansive minds. The pressure is quite overwhelming. Master Wu, are these your people? Zhou Chuan inquired excitedly, looking at Wen Yang. Wen Yang nodded. This time, I have arranged for 7 teachers and 3 martial instructors for you, with their combined efforts. Educating this group of children should pose no challenge. However, I do have a question. Isn't it often said that scholars are ageless? As long as one possesses a thirst for knowledge, Zhou Chuan's heart jolted upon hearing this. Initially, he had thought merely of the children as the future of Sichuan County, forgetting an essential truth that IT is not just the children. Every citizen of Sichuan County contributes to its future. Their age should not be a criterion for depriving them of the opportunity to learn. Upon careful reflection, Zhou Chuan indeed recalled many adults who, while observing the children learn, displayed a fervent desire for knowledge in their eyes. Realizing this, he felt a twinge of shame. If not for Wen Yang's reminder, he would have overlooked this crucial matter. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan looked at Wen Yang and respectfully gestured. Master Wu, Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I fear many citizens would have felt disheartened from now on. I will categorize them into different classes based on their educational levels, ensuring they receive the most appropriate education. I strive to provide each individual with an opportunity to learn and engage with new knowledge. Wenyang nodded at Zhou Chuan. In truth, Lord Zhou, you have already excelled in this regard beyond many others. I believe that after this, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional county magistrate. Zhou Chuan smiled wryly. I do not aspire to historical fame, that I merely wish to live up to the title of county magistrate. Wenyang's eyes shimmered as she nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 57. The charisma of persuasion with the arrival of several teachers and martial instructors. Sichuan County became bustling with activity. For many citizens, this marked the beginning of a new future for their children. These individuals are the guiding lights for their offspring. Hence, the villagers were even more enthusiastic than usual, eager to bring forth their finest wines and meats to offer hospitality. This warm reception left the teachers somewhat taken aback. Initially, they had only come to this remote place due to Wenyang's influence. They never anticipated it would be so different from their expectations, which impoverished region would allow its citizens to hang large pearls as decorations. Not even some prominent figures could afford such extravagance. One must understand that such pearls are typically rare and hard to come by. Yet in Sichuan County, it felt as if one had stumbled into a trove of pearls. This was indeed hard to believe. As the situation grew a tad chaotic, Zhou Chuan stepped forward to address the villagers. Ladies and gentlemen, the sacrificial ceremony for the River Lord is imminent. Let us not forget our duty. At this, he continued, this time, we must present a grand surprise for the River Lord, demonstrating that the citizens of Sichuan County have always held him in high regard. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged glances and quickly grasped the significance. Indeed, the River Lord is of utmost importance. There must be no losses incurred. Otherwise, what face would they have to implore the River Lord for assistance again? At this moment, several teachers also took notice of Zhou Chuan, leaving them in utter astonishment. Isn't that the top scholar of the dynasty? What brings him here as a county magistrate? They mused that a top scholar in Sichuan County is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If I were a top scholar, I wouldn't even stay in Sichuan County, let alone in a place like Kaiyang Prefecture. Remaining in the capital would be the wisest choice. Zhou Chuan, noticing their astonishment, offered them a faint smile. Ladies and gentlemen, within Sichuan County, we share but one identity. That is, we are educators. Our duty is to impart our knowledge and experiences to these children, whether one is a top scholar or an ordinary teacher. In the hearts of these children, we share the same role. We are their mentors, guiding them in their learning and understanding. Inspired by Zhou Chuan's words, everyone was infused with renewed vigor, as if they were eager to dedicate their very selves to the citizens. Observing this scene, Wenyang couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. Who would have thought that Zhou Chuan possessed such a talent for inspiring others? She had underestimated him previously. Wenyang turned her gaze towards the prison. It was high time to attend to matters there. Upon entering the prison, Wenyang looked at the guards who had been detained, her eyes icy. You have been by my side for quite some time, have you not? I have invested much in you. How dare you conspire with others against me? Betray me. What emboldened you? The guards, upon hearing her words, lowered their heads, unable to meet Wenyang's gaze. Her words cut deep, filling them with an overwhelming sense of shame. Just as Wenyang had stated, she had provided them with opportunities and support. Had it not been for her, they might have perished in this chaotic world long ago. How could they ever have secured such a fine position? Master Wu, we were left with no choice. They have captured our families. If we do not comply with their commands, our families will be harmed. We acted to protect our loved ones, one guard explained, his voice shaking. Wenyang raised her head, regarding them with a cold smile. This time, you chose to act against me for the sake of others. But what will happen afterward? Do you think that by eliminating me, your families will remain safe? Do not be naive. In due time, they will leave no potential threats behind. I must say, your actions are rather foolish. Wenyang shook her head, her gaze as frigid as ice. The guards, upon hearing this, bowed their heads, unable to meet her eyes. At this moment, they began to realize the gravity of their situation. However, it was too late for regrets. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. This overwhelming emotion threatened to consume them entirely. Wen Yang sat in her chair, observing the guards, and let out a cold laugh. However, to a certain extent, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have lingered in Sichuan County for this duration, that I would not have discovered the true allure of this place. Rising from her seat, Wen Yang regarded the guards and shook her head. What a pity! All of this has nothing to do with you anymore. On the other side, within the confines of Mount Longning, the elder mountain deity found himself unable to calm the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. A breakthrough. With the aid of Zhang Lin's elixir, the elder mountain deity had indeed surmounted a significant hurdle. The river god of Sichuan County was quite remarkable. The effectiveness of the elixir he provided was astonishingly beneficial. The elder mountain deity's breathing quickened considerably. As a genuine wild deity, he understood all too well the arduous nature of cultivation. For someone like him, lacking any support or background, to rely solely on personal effort to ascend to the 7th tier was akin to scaling the heavens. It could even be said that wild deities at the peak of the 8th tier were exceedingly rare. And now, he found himself in the company of someone with backing. Congratulations on your breakthrough. It seems the elixir's effects have been quite favorable for you, remarked Zhang Lin, who had approached the elder mountain deity with a faint smile. Upon seeing Zhang Lin's sudden appearance, the elder mountain deity's pupils constricted, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Why, Lord River God, without your elixir, I would not have found this breakthrough so easily. From this moment forth, I pledge my allegiance to you, whatever you command. I shall endeavor to fulfill your orders to the best of my abilities. The elder mountain deity spoke with fervor. Zhang Lin paused momentarily, taken aback. This elder mountain deity certainly knew how to climb the ranks. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. Zhang Lin was acutely aware that in this world, an individual's power was ultimately limited. His aim was to gather those around him, including these wild deities, to consolidate their collective strength. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me. Chapter 58. 7th tier. Here I come. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord, the elder mountain deity exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder, chuckling lightly. There is no need for such formality. I do have a question for you. Aside from yourself, are there any other wild deities within Sichuan County? This was the matter that piqued Zhang Lin's interest the most. For the present, Sichuan County was his domain. If he wished for all the citizens to revere him and to accumulate more incense value, he would need to eliminate other wild deities. After a moment's contemplation, the elder mountain deity looked at Zhang Lin earnestly and replied, My lord, aside from myself, there are no other wild deities in Sichuan County. Previously, the county was exceedingly poor, with scant resources and incense offerings. Only those wild deities of inferior strength or lacking potential would choose to remain here. At this, the elder mountain deity straightened up and gestured to Zhang Lin. My lord, I am not referring to you. Zhang Lin shook his head, maintaining an air of calm. Were it not for the support of the system, his situation would indeed resemble what the elder mountain deity described. He could easily have been eliminated by a passing wild deity or a court official. Fortune favored him at this moment. Since there are none, I have a task for you. You are to patrol the mountains and rivers of Sichuan County. I have but one requirement. No wild deities other than you and I are to be present. The elder mountain deity held his breath and nodded vigorously. Understood. Observing this, Zhang Lin tossed a pill to the elder mountain deity. Continue to take this. Strive to reach the 7th tier. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to keep pace with me. The elder mountain deity gazed at the pill in his hand, then glanced at Zhang Lin, inhaling sharply. Was this individual truly poised to enter the 7th tier? How could that be possible? A mere Sichuan County could hardly accommodate a 7th tier wild deity. The elder mountain deity looked at Zhang Lin with anxiety. My lord, you cannot be planning to break through to the 7th tier, can you? You may not be aware, but if you do reach the 7th tier, as the river god, you must establish your roots in a larger river. Otherwise, your 7th tier strength cannot be fully realized. Zhang Lin squinted, pondering the necessity of expanding his territory. He flicked his sleeve and turned back to the elder mountain deity. Are the lands of Sichuan County, along with Linhua County's waterways, sufficient for a seventh-tier wild deity. The elder mountain deity opened his mouth, contemplating for a moment. That should be about right, though I am not entirely certain. As I am not a seventh-tier wild deity myself, he offered an awkward smile. Zhonglin nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I understand. As Zhonglin departed, the elder mountain deity let out a sigh of relief. For reasons he could not quite fathom, Zhonglin had exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure during their encounter. Merely a glance from him had sent a shiver down his spine, creating an indescribable tension. It shouldn't be this way. The Lord had yet to step into the seventh tier. Why did he seem more formidable than a seventh-tier deity? The elder mountain deity found himself musing in the blink of an eye. The 15th day of the month arrived quietly. At 8 this moment, the citizens of Sichuan County appeared exceptionally solemn. They had prepared a variety of delicacies and incense candles, for they were well aware that today marked the day of worship for their river god. This occasion had become the most significant event in all of Sichuan County, bar none. Some children even donned new garments, their faces alight with excitement as they gathered outside the river god temple. Amidst the throng, Wu Nyang had donned the attire of an ordinary family, standing aside and watching the citizens' jubilant expressions, a hint of a smile gracing her features. She had never imagined that the day of worship for the river god would transform into such a grand festival in Sichuan County. However, this was only to be expected. After all, the significance of this day was unparalleled for them. Wu Nyang glanced at her palm, tightening her grip. Just then, Zhou Chuan approached her, unable to suppress a chuckle as he regarded her. "Shopkeeper Wu, how do you find this? Our worship ceremony seems to be going well, does it not?" Wu Nyang turned to Zhou Chuan, shrugging with a hint of exasperation. "Well, it's more than just decent that I suspect that in the hearts of these citizens, even the current emperor does not hold a higher status than the river god." Zhou Chuan's lips twitched as he glanced around, ensuring no one else was within earshot before he looked at Wu Nyang with a resigned expression. "Shopkeeper Wu, some things should not be said so lightly. It could lead to dire consequences. You truly are audacious. Your earlier remarks startled me," Wu Nyang remarked, patting Zhou Chuan's shoulder with a calm demeanor. "I merely spoke the truth. Now you, the county magistrate, should not waste time chatting with me. You have a monumental task ahead of you today." Zhou Chuan glanced ahead, his expression one of resigned acceptance. Monumental indeed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the river god temple, Zhou Chuan surveyed the gathered citizens, his expression grave. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand ceremony in honor of our river god. Here, I shall lead you all in expressing our utmost gratitude to the river god, who has always sheltered us. Without the river god, our present existence would not be possible. Let us bow in reverence to the river god." With Zhou Chuan's command, the citizens of Sichuan County bowed their heads in unison, respectfully offering their salutations. This was not merely a command from Zhou Chuan. It was a heartfelt expression of respect. In their minds, the river god had become a figure of unwavering faith in the heavens. Zhang Lin observed the throng of citizens below, inhaling deeply, as he had anticipated. The incense value was already substantial, if the disparity between the 8th and 7th tiers was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Then from this day forth, Zhang Lin would truly leap through the Dragon's Gate and become a genuine 7th-tier wild deity. Zhang Lin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his gaze flickered with determination. In that moment, the aura surrounding him began to undergo a profound transformation. Meanwhile, an old blind man outside Sichuan County sensed this change, and his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? This young man, is he truly on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier? The light in the old blind man's eyes flickered. He remembered vividly that Zhang Lin had only recently been at the 8th tier. How had this occurred? 7th tier. This is intriguing. Chapter 59. The Limits of Human Effort. The river god has his tricks. This lad has reached the 7th rank, but it is bound to attract some trouble. Alas, observing his recent cooperation in alchemy, I shall lend him a hand. The old blind man gazed at the sky before him and waved his hand to tea that moment. The unusual fluctuations throughout Sichuan County seemed to be isolated. At this juncture, Zhang Lin, who had just broken through to the 7th rank, sensed this change and approached the old blind man. Bowing respectfully, he greeted, "Senior." The old blind man cast a glance at Zhang Lin and couldn't help but tease. You read quite the brave one. Do you realize that all wild gods who break through to the 7th rank or above will be monitored? If the Celestial Monitoring Bureau detects a wild god of such caliber emerging from this small Sichuan County, what do you think the consequences would be? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Such a regulation existed? Why had he been unaware of this until now? A chill ran down his spine as he began to deduce the implications. If discovered, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate him. This newly ascended 7th rank wild god. Taking a deep breath, he regarded the old blind man with a grave expression. Thank you for your assistance. Senior, the old blind man shook his head, his demeanor calm. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have merely concealed your presence temporarily. This respite lasts only 3 months. After that, everything will return to its original state, and you will still be subject to monitoring. Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. 3 months would suffice. By then, when the Celestial Monitoring Bureau could detect him, his strength would be vastly different. In fact, a bold idea began to form in his mind. To conceal a trump card. Zhang Lin's ascent was unlike that of ordinary beings. With sufficient incense value, he could leap from the early stages of the 7th rank directly to its pinnacle. He could hardly believe that the Celestial Monitoring Bureau would dispatch someone of the peak 7th rank to contend with a newly emerged wild god. Under such circumstances, opportunities still remained. Senior, I appreciate your warning. By the way, if you have the time, could you impart to me some 7th rank alchemical formulas? They may prove useful later. Zhang Lin spoke with serene determination. 7th rank? You've broken through to become a 7th rank alchemist? The old blind man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Lin. While he could accept the idea of Zhang Lin reaching the 7th rank, becoming a 7th rank alchemist was an entirely different matter. The rarity of 7th rank alchemists was such that even 10 7th rank wild gods would struggle to yield a single one. The higher the rank of an alchemist, the more coveted they became. The 7th rank was a watershed moment. The descent to this level meant being revered by countless individuals of higher ranks. It was indeed hard for the old blind man to believe that Zhang Lin could achieve such a feat. Listen closely. I shall share a secret with you that if you can become a 3rd rank alchemist, the court will undoubtedly choose to recruit you rather than eliminate you. Thus, you should strive to break through to 3rd rank alchemist as soon as possible. The old blind man advised solemnly. 3rd rank? Zhang Lin gasped in astonishment. Although his progress had been swift, he was acutely aware that as his rank increased, the time required for further breakthroughs would extend. Not to mention, the incense value needed for such advancements would escalate dramatically. Achieving the 3rd rank would likely take 2 to 3 years at the very least. This was a conservative estimate. Any unforeseen setbacks would prolong the process even further. By then, circumstances would undoubtedly shift. The court's standards were indeed rather lofty. I shall do my utmost. The joy of breaking through to the 7th rank quickly dissipated, leaving Zhang Lin with a heavy sense of responsibility. Unbeknownst to him, the old blind man had misled him regarding this matter. In terms of pure rank, it was indeed necessary to reach the 3rd rank to have a chance of being recruited. However, for alchemists, achieving the 5th rank was sufficient for official recognition. Such was the rarity of alchemists. Yet, in order to motivate Zhang Lin, the old blind man had chosen to elevate the difficulty. Given your remarkable talent and diligent effort, I shall provide you with a 7th rank formula. Use your time wisely and see if you can successfully refine it. After tossing a formula to Zhang Lin, the old blind man turned to leave. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Zhang Lin felt a weight in his heart. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure. Those wild gods, lacking systematic support, managed to reach ranks above the 3rd, with the assistance of system. There was no reason he could not do the same. With that thought, Zhang Lin's gaze grew profound, and he took a deep breath. As the grand ceremony concluded, Wu Yang surveyed the gathered crowd, her eyes flickering. It was nearly time. She must return. Those who had plotted against her would pay a heavy price for their betrayal. Wu Yang arrived at the magistrate's office and observed Zhou Chuan seated on the steps, a faint smile gracing her lips. How could the busy magistrate, Zhou, be found idling here? Hearing her words, Zhou Chuan sighed softly. I am merely troubled that I wish to revamp Sichuan County. utilizing its resources to enhance income while enriching the lives of the people. However, I have discovered a significant issue. The geography of Sichuan County makes many of my plans difficult to implement. Zhou Chuan rose and took a deep breath, gazing around. For instance, Sichuan County is surrounded by mountains, and the steep terrain complicates travel for the populace. Many paths remain blocked, leading to rampant overgrowth. Extracting resources from these mountains proves to be quite the challenge. Wunyang nodded in agreement. Did I notice this issue on my first day here? The rapid development of Kaiyang Prefecture is largely due to its flat terrain, which is conducive to large-scale habitation. In contrast, Sichuan County, as its name suggests, is abundant in stones. These mountains cannot be flattened. Thus, while the resources appear abundant, they are challenging to exploit. Zhou Chuan nodded. Casting a wistful glance around, he brimmed with passion and plans, yet the current challenges seemed insurmountable by human effort alone. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan found himself momentarily stunned. While human effort may falter, he had the river god at his disposal. Surely, the river god would have a solution. Chapter 60. Let us try within the river goddess temple. Zhang Lin found himself deep in contemplation. Following his breakthrough to the 7th rank, he discovered several newfound abilities. The first and most tangible was his capacity to conjure a clone, capable of masquerading as a human. However, this clone could not cultivate like a typical practitioner. It was merely an ordinary person. The second ability allowed him to anchor his core essence to a specific location. As long as his core essence remained intact, he had the opportunity for rebirth. The third ability was that upon reaching the 7th rank, the potency of all his spells increased tenfold. Zhang Lin exhaled, realizing why everyone insisted that the distinction between the 7th and 8th ranks was monumental. Below the 7th rank, one was akin to a rootless weed, susceptible to obliteration at any moment. Just like the river god of Linhua County, once extinguished, there was no chance for resurrection. Had he broken through to the 7th rank then, even if he were to perish, he would still have the opportunity to be reborn at the river god temple in Linhua County or elsewhere, though his strength would be somewhat diminished. At least his life would be preserved. That was the crux of the matter. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin took a deep breath. The transformations brought about by the 7th rank were indeed profound. Regrettably, his current incense value had dwindled to a mere 16,000. To ascend to the rank of 7th rank alchemist, he required an additional 4,000. Truly, it appeared he would need another month to elevate his alchemical prowess. Zhang Lin couldn't help but murmur. If others were to hear his words, they would undoubtedly be tempted to slap him for his audacity, advancing to 7th rank alchemist in just a month's time. The matter at hand is something that countless 8th-tier alchemists have longed for in their dreams. Yet here stands Zhang Lin, seemingly dissatisfied with the pace of progress. If others were to overhear this, they would undoubtedly rally together in a fervent critique of Zhang L. At that moment, Zhou Chuan and Wunyang arrived outside the Hebo temple. Upon noticing their presence, Zhang Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and his original form vanished in an instant, leaving only a clone kneeling atop the mat. Zhou Chuan entered the temple, and upon seeing the figure kneeling on the mat, he paused momentarily. In recent times, he had gained a fair understanding of the people of Sichuan, yet this individual was entirely unfamiliar to him. Is this a newcomer? Zhou Chuan found himself in a state of uncertainty. Young brother, you must have just arrived in Sichuan, correct? Zhang Lin regarded Zhou Chuan and his companion with a light smile and nodded. It is said that the Lord Hebo of Sichuan is exceedingly effective, so I thought I would pay a visit. Moreover, through my recent interactions, I have found the citizens of Sichuan to be remarkably harmonious, which has made me contemplate settling here. Zhou Chuan could not help but chuckle at this. You are most welcome. Sichuan has always encouraged people from all walks of life to settle here. In fact, anyone who resides in Sichuan for over 3 months is entitled to certain subsidies. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. That is splendid news. Observing Zhang Lin, Zhou Chuan expressed his curiosity. You must be a scholar, am I right? Your attire and demeanor suggest you are not one of those who toil as laborers. Wunyang, standing beside them, regarded Zhang Lin with a glimmer of intrigue and politely nodded. Zhang Lin, hearing this, slightly inclined his body in acknowledgement. I fear you would find my background rather amusing. I am merely a humble scholar engrossed in research. Of little worth. You flatter me excessively. Noticing the two seemed to have matters to discuss with Lord Hebo, Zhonglin excused himself, making his way toward the temple's exit. As Zhonglin departed, Wu Nyang shook her head at Zhou Chuan. This individual is far from ordinary. I have observed a myriad of people, and I had always believed that everyone possesses certain weaknesses. Yet he leaves me with an indistinct impression. Zhou Chuan, intrigued, turned to Wu Nyang. And what of me? What might my weakness be? Wu Nyang glanced at Zhou Chuan and coughed lightly. Fragile as a flower in the wind. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly. Wu Nyang's candor was indeed devoid of any leniency. Even if it were true, there was no need for such directness. A little consideration for one's dignity would not go amiss. Shopkeeper Wu, I shall proceed to seek the assistance of Lord Hebo. Zhou Chuan approached the mat and articulated his request at that moment. Not far from the Hebo temple, Zhonglin, overhearing this, bore a smile. It is. Zhou Chuan seeks to alter the geological structure of Sichuan. Previously, he lacked the capability, but now, Zhonglin snapped his fingers, and a diagram abruptly materialized upon the altar within the temple. Zhou Chuan and Wu Nyang raised their heads. They beheld the paper resting on the altar. They exchanged glances, and Zhou Chuan approached the altar, examining the markings, momentarily taken aback. Cement? Zhou Chuan scratched his head, somewhat bewildered by the purpose of this substance, made from stone and a few other ingredients. It appeared simple to concoct, but what significance did it hold? Shopkeeper Wu, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Surely you are aware of what this cement is. Zhou Chuan placed his hopes on Wu Nyang. She gazed at the diagram, opened her mouth, and shook her head. For a moment, this esteemed scholar and the proprietor of the Zhongxian auction house found themselves perplexed by a mere piece of paper. It was indeed an unfamiliar entity, leaving them with an indescribable feeling. Truly, this was a gift from Lord Hebo, remarkable beyond compare. Merely a casual offering, and they were left without a clue. Let us attempt to produce it and see if it possesses any unique qualities. We can devise a plan afterward. Zhou Chuan looked at Wu Nyang. Somewhat helplessly, Wu Nyang had initially intended to leave, but upon seeing the diagram for the cement, an inexplicable voice within her urged her to wait until it was truly produced. For it promised significant benefits. Perhaps this was the final straw that would topple the Xingyuan auction house. Let's find someone to try it out. I'm exceedingly curious about the miraculous effects of this cement. Chapter 61. The prophets are enormous. County Magistrate Zhou. Is this cement truly so potent? You are not being deceived, are you? It looks like nothing more than a pile of ash. Within Sichuan, Qin Lu stared at Zhou Chuan, utterly astounded. Zhou Chuan shook his head, speaking with utmost seriousness. Impossible. This substance is a gift from Lord Hebo. How could Lord Hebo deceive us? Qin Lu inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Indeed, were it anyone else, he would have expressed skepticism. However, when it came to Lord Hebo, there was only one possibility. Their knowledge was simply insufficient. At that moment, Zhonglin's clone arrived in the nearby square. Observing the cement before Qin Lu, Zhonglin chuckled softly and approached the crowd. Gentlemen, is this not cement? Zhou Chuan and Wu Nyang exchanged shocked glances, both taken aback. One was an esteemed scholar, the other a shopkeeper, yet they could not recognize what was so clearly apparent to others. The disparity was indeed vast. How did you know what this is? Zhou Chuan asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhonglin waved the fan in his hand and chuckled. This is merely cement, a commonplace item that it solidifies and possesses remarkable hardness. Whether for paving roads or repairing houses, it is undoubtedly the optimal choice, without exception. Qin Lu, momentarily speechless, looked at Zhonglin in confusion. This gray substance, it can pave roads or mend houses? Surely you jest. Zhonglin, shaking his head slightly, smiled at Qin Lu. Whether it is true or false, you shall know once you try it. Remember, the water ratio must not be too much or too little. It must be a 3-to-1 ratio. At this, Qin Lu hesitated. Then, catching Zhou Chuan's gaze, he snorted and nodded. Very well. I shall give it a try. As Qin Lu began the mixing process, the bag of cement was officially set into motion. No matter how he stirred, it appeared to lack any remarkable qualities to this point. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Lu stated gravely. Zhang Lin pointed to a nearby pit, smiling gently. Why not pour it in there and see? Qin Lu opened his mouth but complied obediently. Now, we simply need to wait patiently for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Wu Nyang and Zhou Chuan exchanged glances, their curiosity growing uncontrollably. Might I inquire where you hail from? How do you know about this cement? Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, gazed into the distance, his eyes deepening as he sighed softly. My homeland is quite far away. Over the years, I have wandered extensively, and only upon seeing these mountains and rivers have I determined that I wish to settle in Sichuan. Zhou Chuan remained silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead. It seemed they had gleaned no useful information. This individual appeared rather impervious to inquiry. Very well. It is merely a stick of incense. We shall wait until its time has elapsed. When that moment arrives, the truth will undoubtedly reveal itself. In the blink of an eye, the duration of an incense stick has swiftly passed. Gazing at the pit before them, Zhou Chuan and Wu Nyang widened their eyes in astonishment. The original pit had transformed into a smooth, level surface. Furthermore, Zhou Chuan could distinctly observe that in this area filled with cement, the ground was even more solid than the surrounding earth. Not even the forceful stomping of Qin Lu beside him could yield any effect. This cement truly possessed such miraculous properties. Remarkable. This cement was indeed extraordinary. It turned out that the item bestowed by Lord Hebo had such astonishing capabilities. Zhou Chuan's overwhelming joy at this moment was utterly uncontrollable. He could hardly believe it. Such a wondrous object truly existed in this world. Most importantly, this miracle could be replicated indefinitely in the future. After all, the materials required for this cement were readily available. Zhou Chuan was certain that once the fame of this cement spread, wealth would follow. The cement from Sichuan County was poised to become a remarkable asset that would lead all the citizens towards prosperity. Congratulations to County Magistrate Zhou. This time, Sichuan County has genuinely struck gold. Here, I propose that once this cement is produced, our Tsangshuan auction house can assist in its sale. We would only require 10% of the profits as remuneration for our promotional efforts. Wu Nyang glanced at Zhou Chuan with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan inhaled sharply. He understood well. If the Tsangshuan auction house was willing to assist them in promoting the product instead of merely purchasing it outright, the terms were vastly more advantageous. For Zhou Chuan knew that relying solely on their own means to promote this cement would pose an immense challenge, now that someone was willing to lend a hand. The significance of this changed entirely to a 10% profit. This was hardly a concern. Master Wu, I fail to comprehend why you choose to aid in promotion rather than opt for direct acquisition. Are you worried that the profits may not be substantial? Qin Lu scratched his head, perplexed. Zhang Lin, standing nearby, could not refrain from chuckling at these words. It is not that the profits are meager. Rather, they are exceedingly generous. Master Wu believes that if she were to purchase it outright, regardless of the price she offers, it would be akin to treating you as fools, taking advantage of you to an outrageous extent, which weighs on her conscience. Hearing Zhang Lin's remark, Wu Nyang was taken aback. This individual had managed to see through her thoughts at a glance. He was certainly not an ordinary person. Moreover, his prior knowledge of the true purpose of the cement confirmed one thing. This person was indeed exceptional. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan regained his composure and looked at Wu Nyang, chuckling lightly. Master Wu, I did not expect this young brother to have such profound insights. Even I only realized this after his reminder. He is correct. I have a premonition that this cement will become a coveted item in many cities to come. At that time, no one will be able to accurately assess its value. Thus, I am immensely grateful for Master Wu's decision to assist in promotion. If there are further opportunities for collaboration in the future, I shall certainly not forget your kindness. Chapter 62. You have not perished. County Magistrate Zhou's words seemed somewhat distant. For the moment, our goals are aligned. That I am confident that County Magistrate Zhou is keenly aware that Sichuan County has long remained in its current state. Conversely, I am focused on the promising future of Sichuan County. Wu Nyang understood well that the existence of a place like Kaiyang Prefecture had essentially reached its zenith. The development of Kaiyang Prefecture could hardly advance further. Moreover, the market within Kaiyang Prefecture could not be fully monopolized by a single entity, such as the Tsangshuan auction house. The reason is simple. There are far too many competing forces at play within Kaiyang Prefecture. Even she could not fully integrate these factions. However, Sichuan County was entirely different. In Sichuan County, she was the sole investor. It is far better to provide assistance during times of need than to merely embellish later. Additionally, through this period of interaction, Wu Nyang had come to understand Zhou Chuan's character. By establishing a cooperative consensus now, there would be immense potential for future development. Of course, there was one crucial factor, that is, the Lord Hebo of Sichuan County. The method of cement production was indeed derived from him, that if, in addition to the cement, other products were to emerge, it would serve as a unique promotional opportunity for the Zhongshuan auction house. The significance of this is entirely different. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan nodded. He looked at Zhang Lin with curiosity and said, "Young brother, since you possess such understanding of this cement, why not take charge of its business?" Zhang Lin quickly shook his head, wearing a rather helpless smile. "County Magistrate Zhou, I merely have a superficial understanding. How could I possibly be responsible for such an important matter? Moreover, I am naturally a rather carefree person. If suddenly assigned such a task, I might not perform well. However, if I come up with any ideas, I can certainly share them with you." Zhou Chuan, feeling a twinge of regret, soon adjusted his mindset. After all, Zhang Lin was now residing in Sichuan County. As the saying goes, if one invitation does not suffice, then try twice. If that fails, try thrice. As long as Zhang Lin remains in Sichuan County, there will always be opportunities. With this thought, Zhou Chuan patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder, chuckling lightly. "I suppose I was a bit hasty. You are right. We should not rush this matter." "Very well. If you have any queries in the future, feel free to ask Qin Lu. If he cannot resolve it, you may come to me." Zhang Lin nodded and then turned to bid farewell to Zhou Chuan and the others. As they watched Zhang Lin's retreating figure, Zhou Chuan and Qin Lu exchanged glances. Qin Lu approached Zhou Chuan with a smile and said, "County Magistrate Zhou, your expression suggests you are quite fond of this newcomer. Do you require me to keep a close eye on him during this period?" Zhou Chuan nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed. As long as he is talented, we must not let him slip away. Sichuan County is currently in dire need of talent. The sudden appearance of such an individual is certainly something to be eager about." Zhou Chuan could not help but sigh deeply. Being the county magistrate of Sichuan County is no simple task. For any talented individual, you must find a way to ensure they remain. Qin Lu nodded, beaming at Zhou Chuan. "County Magistrate, if you wish to retain this person, the solution is quite simple. You can either create an environment that feels like home for him, or you might as well arrange for him to establish a home here, such as finding him a local partner. In that case, he certainly cannot uproot his family to another place." Zhou Chuan, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "You make an excellent point. We must implement this matter swiftly. Not only for him, but for other newcomers as well. We can offer them more work opportunities to ensure their income. Simultaneously, if there are suitable individuals, we can facilitate connections." This moment, in a thatched hut near the Hebo temple, Zhang Lin surveyed the dwelling before him and could not help but shake his head. Presently, the buildings in Sichuan County were predominantly simple thatched huts and stone houses. While such structures may suffice in ordinary times, they offer little safety during severe weather. It appears that efforts must be made to improve the housing structures in Sichuan County. This way, at the very least, the safety of the citizens can be ensured. With the advent of cement, reinforced concrete presents itself as a viable solution. Zhang Lin was fully aware. These matters must be approached methodically. If all these issues are resolved in one fell swoop, it is certain to attract the attention of the officials from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau. Furthermore, if the other factions within the Kaiyang Prefecture extend their malevolent influence toward Sichuan County, then all that he has accomplished may very well serve as a mere adornment for others. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin's gaze turned particularly grave. "Very well. During this period, I shall refine some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances." Within the Kaiyang Prefecture at the Zhongshuan auction house, Manager Wang surveyed the high-ranking officials of the establishment before him and could not suppress a smirk. "What are you still clinging to? Your fifth manager has met with his demise due to treachery. And if you persist in your stubbornness, refusing to accept our Shangyuan auction house's acquisition, it will inevitably become someone else's possession. Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads, fists clenched, their eyes fixed intently on Manager Wang. Though discontent simmered within, they understood all too well. As long as the fifth manager has yet to return, they possess no means to counter his assertions. Manager Wang regarded them with a shake of his head, revealing a cold smile. Truly a group of ungrateful fools. I hereby issue you my final ultimatum. If you do not submit within a day, then the Tsangshuan auction house shall have no reason to exist. Just as Manager Wang prepared to rise, a crisp voice interjected. How audacious you are, Manager Wang. I never realized your words could be so grandiose. At that moment, Fifth Miss, flanked by several bodyguards, gracefully entered. Witnessing this scene, Manager Wang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Fifth Mississippi. How can it be that you are alive? Chapter 63. The resurgence of conflict. Thanks to Manager Wang's meddling, I have been fortunate enough to narrowly escape a grave ordeal. What? Are you displeased to see my safe return? Manager Wang. Fifth Miss shot a cold smile at Manager Wang, her demeanor dripping with disdain. Manager Wang's heart sank slightly. Suppressing his inner fury, he spoke to Fifth Miss in a somber tone. Your words are rather bold. Am I such a petty man? However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. As a woman, it would be prudent for you to find a suitable husband. Business is not a realm for someone of your stature. Just like the Tsangshuan auction house, it could vanish without a trace one day. Manager Wang's gaze was icy as he regarded Fifth Mississippi. Hearing this, her eyes narrowed, and she scoffed. Oh, you are so confident. Are you? It appears that in your estimation, the Tsangshuan auction house is already at your mercy. Manager Wang snapped his fingers, glancing at Fifth Miss with a scoff. You will soon find out. With Manager Wang's departure, the staff of the Tsangshuan auction house looked at Fifth Miss with excitement. Manager, you have finally returned. We were utterly worried during your absence. We feared the worst for your safety. Upon hearing this, Fifth Miss smiled gently at her subordinates. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. During my absence, has anything significant transpired in the Kaiyang prefecture? The crowd exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Manager, you are unaware, during your absence, Manager Wang has been exceedingly oppressive. He frequently sent people to disrupt our auction house, and without your presence, we had no means to retaliate. After all, we cannot afford to offend the power backing Manager Wang. Fifth Miss's eyes narrowed as she processed this information. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the group earnestly. I understand. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you again. Furthermore, relay my orders. Tomorrow evening, we shall host a banquet for all the notable figures of the Kaiyang prefecture. Upon hearing this, the crowd vigorously nodded in agreement. We understand. Once inside her chamber, Fifth Miss surveyed her surroundings. Inhaling deeply, last. I have returned. Yet for some reason, after my time in Sichuan County, return to the Kaiyang prefecture leaves me with a hollow sensation. It seems that this place no longer captivates me as it once did. Sichuan County is indeed filled with intrigue. Fifth Miss could not help but shake her head, letting out a light chuckle. The following evening, the Tsangshuan auction house appeared somewhat desolate. The sumptuous food and fine wine were piled high. Yet the grand banquet was sparsely attended. Only a handful of individuals were present, leading one to believe that the Kaiyang prefecture was lacking in its populace. Fifth Miss stood at the entrance of the Tsangshuan auction house, her gaze narrowing as she eyed the bustling Xinyuan auction house across the street. In stark contrast to the desolation of the Tsangshuan auction house, the Xinyuan auction house was teeming with activity. Manager Wang, clad in an air of triumph, was busy attending to guests with wine in hand, his demeanor eliciting a sense of irritation. Manager, that Wang is truly insufferable. Upon hearing of your banquet, he hastily sent out his own invitations. He intends to stir up trouble. Fifth Miss remained remarkably calm in response to the maid's words. Ever since my return, I suspected this possibility. Additionally, based on my knowledge of Manager Wang, his current arrogance likely stems from having resolved the matter concerning the pearls. Thus, he is eager to demonstrate his dominance over me. His intent is unmistakable, to use this tactic to drive me out of the Kaiyang prefecture's market. With this in mind, Fifth Miss raised her hand nonchalantly. Inform everyone, tonight's banquet shall officially commence. Furthermore, let the merchandise I prepared be put up for sale. I am curious to see just how long Manager Wang can remain so presumptuous. The guards nodded promptly. Understood. With Fifth Miss's command, the staff began to take action. Meanwhile, at the Shenyuan auction house, Manager Wang observed the movements of the Sanchuan auction house with a cold smirk. How utterly laughable. I am eager to see how long you, Fifth Miss, can sustain this charade. Manager Wang flicked his wrist, his demeanor exuding arrogance. At that moment, a flustered guard hurriedly approached Manager Wang. Manager, trouble has arisen. Fifth Miss has somehow acquired a type of cement. And now countless guests are flocking to her establishment. Our number of patrons has dwindled by nearly half. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the guard. What did you just say? The guard hesitantly replied, I mean, more than half of our guests have chosen to go to the Sanchuan auction house instead. If this continues, we may very well become mere background players. Manager Wang's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He slapped the guard on the head in frustration. Approaching the entrance, he glared at the stream of customers entering the Sanchuan auction house. His teeth gritted. Damn it! Manager Wang had never anticipated that under such circumstances, Fifth Miss would possess a means of resurgence. Infuriating. I must uncover the truth behind this. Gather some people and follow me. Manager Wang's eyes were fierce as he commanded. Understood. With Manager Wang's orders, a large group accompanied him to the entrance of the Sanchuan auction house. Upon witnessing Manager Wang's imposing entourage, Fifth Miss approached him with a wine glass in hand. A faint smile gracing her lips. Oh, is that not Manager Wang? What brings you here with such a large crowd? Are you intent on demolishing my humble Sanchuan auction house? Hearing this, Manager Wang let out a cold snort, pointing at Fifth Miss with a frigid demeanor. Let's speak plainly. I simply wish to know how you managed to attract them. What is this cement you speak of? Wunyang's lips curled slightly as she gazed at Wang Zhanggue. Oh, is there something that Wang Zhanggue is unaware of? Chapter 64. A chance that must be seized, Wang Zhanggue. Do you really believe that employing some underhanded tactics will resurrect the Songxian auction house? How utterly laughable. As she spoke, Wunyang maintained an expression of serene calmness. Yes, that's so. I shall await the revelation of your true nature to others, she continued, casting a glance at the guard beside her. By the way, remember this. Our Songxian auction house may be small, but it cannot accommodate a figure as significant as Wang Zhanggue, should you choose to bring such a person in. You may as well leave. Upon hearing this, the guard felt a tightening in his chest and promptly bowed with utmost seriousness. As you command. Wang Zhanggue glared through gritted teeth at the direction in which Wunyang had departed. He then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. This matter required urgent reporting. Inside the Songxian auction house, Wunyang surveyed the excited crowd before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ladies and gentlemen, the efficacy of this cement extends beyond mere road surfacing. It is crucial for construction. The houses made from this cement, when blended with other stones, possess a hardness exceeding conventional materials by several times. Due to the expansive terrain of Kayang Prefecture, we face a particularly challenging issue: frequent encounters with fierce winds and heavy rains. Many houses struggle with stability in such extreme weather conditions, and a moment's inattention could lead to their destruction. Previously, numerous nobles have awoken in the midst of slumber, startled by these very circumstances. Wang Zhanggue, we require 2 custom-built houses from this cement at the Li residence. We at Sanyuan Pavilion also demand our share, and a multitude of prominent figures express their urgent needs, for this matter concerns their very lives. There could be no room for negligence. Wunyang gazed upon the eager assembly and shook her head gently. Esteemed guests, due to the scarcity of this cement, we can only proceed with custom orders and auctions. It is now contingent upon your capabilities. As has always been the case, rarity begets value. This cement must be released in limited quantities to maximize its worth. Wunyang has long been an expert in this arena, and she now wielded this skill with remarkable finesse. Upon hearing her words, the crowd grew increasingly frenzied, and the prices soared to unprecedented heights in a matter of moments. Of utmost importance is that the Songxian auction house has become their preferred choice. This is the crux of the matter. and it is precisely the scenario Wu Nyang sought to cultivate. Under such circumstances, it would not be long before Shangyuan Auction House found itself gradually sidelined. Cement. Indeed, Sichuan County is a wondrous place. In Sichuan County, Zhou Chuan observed a throng of families before him, eyes wide with astonishment. What brings you here? The elder at the forefront, leaning on a cane and trembling slightly, addressed Zhou Chuan with a hint of nervousness that we come from Yunyu village in the neighboring Linhua County, that we wish to relocate our entire village to Sichuan County to settle here. Zhou Chuan, scratching his head in surprise, cleared his throat. May I inquire about the reason for your sudden decision to relocate? He needed to grasp the underlying cause to avoid any potential complications, taking a deep breath. The elder looked at Zhou Chuan, his eyes glistening with emotion. County Magistrate, you may not be aware. Yunyu village is quite remote, and due to its distance from Linhua County, we have long felt abandoned. The magistrate there has shown no concern for our welfare. Upon hearing that you welcome newcomers to Sichuan County, we decided to take a chance that we hope you will grant us this opportunity. As the elder spoke, he knelt down before Zhou Chuan in a gesture of deep respect. Witnessing this, Zhou Chuan's eyes widened, and he instinctively took a step back. Elder, this is entirely unnecessary. I am genuinely pleased that you have chosen to come to Sichuan County. It is an honor for me. There is no need for such grand gestures. Zhou Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Qin Lu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and quickly assisted the elder to his feet. Chuckling lightly, Elder, I too was once a resident of Linhua County. However, I was compelled to leave due to the river deities' demands for young boys and girls. Since arriving in Sichuan County, I have received abundant kindness from the magistrate and the townsfolk. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart trembled slightly, and a radiant smile broke upon his face. Thank you, County Magistrate, for your understanding. Zhou Chuan patted the elder's shoulder and turned to address the villagers behind him. Esteemed guests, as you have just arrived in Sichuan County, I will arrange for you to stay at an inn initially. Starting tomorrow, I will organize individuals to assist you in cultivating the land. Additionally, your housing construction plans will be expedited that I assure you, you will come to love Sichuan County. However, there is one condition. All citizens of Sichuan County must show unwavering respect for the river deity. Without such respect, we shall not welcome you, Zhou Chuan stated firmly. The elder nodded, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Rest assured, County Magistrate, we are well aware of this. In Sichuan County, we must maintain utmost respect for the river deity, and we shall adhere to this without fail. Furthermore, we trust in the river deity, which is why we have chosen to come to Sichuan County. The villagers behind the elder eagerly nodded in agreement, for they had heard tales of the river deity before arriving in Sichuan County. Their envy and admiration were palpable, and they were determined not to squander this precious opportunity to settle here. Given this understanding, there were no further issues. Zhou Chuan watched as Qin Lu led the villagers away. Feeling a sense of relief, he was acutely aware that for Sichuan County to thrive, it must attract more citizens and increase its population. Chapter 65. A new challenge. The next morning, Zhang Lin emerged from his thatched cottage to witness the elder and the villagers making their way toward a nearby hillside. Each individual carried various agricultural tools, their faces alight with excitement. The county magistrate is truly exceptional, providing us with such vast tracts of land. One villager exclaimed, "It is indeed remarkable," and he even offers assistance in repairing our homes. Had we known this, we should have arrived in Sichuan County much sooner. This moment, the villagers were animated with enthusiasm. Zhang Lin, upon hearing their conversation, paused momentarily. "Are you all newcomers from another county?" The elder looked at Zhang Lin, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Indeed, we are all citizens from Linhua County. Having heard of the wonders of Sichuan County, we came specifically to seek our fortune here. The river deity is ever responsive to our needs, and the townsfolk are exceptionally harmonious. A veritable paradise on earth." Zhang Lin smiled wryly at this revelation. He had not anticipated that Sichuan County had gained such a fine reputation. It was both surprising and, in some ways, expected. Clearly, Sichuan County was on the brink of becoming increasingly vibrant. Zhang Lin chuckled lightly at the elder. "Elder, are you also a resident of Sichuan County?" Zhang Lin, smiling silently, nodded slightly. The old man gazed at Zhang Lin with a tinge of envy. Indeed, you people from Sichuan are extraordinarily fortunate. Zhang Lin shook his head and chuckled lightly at the old man. It is we who are fortunate. The old man slapped his forehead and burst into hearty laughter. What you say is absolutely correct, my young brother. It seems I have misspoken tea that moment. Qin Lu also arrived nearby, hurrying to Zhang Lin's side. Young brother, so you are here. County Magistrate Zhou is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What business could there be from Zhou Chuan? However, he quickly realized that Zhou was seeking him, not the river god. Comprehending this, Zhang Lin nodded. Very well, I shall go at once. Arriving at the entrance of the county magistrate's office, Zhou Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. There truly are too few capable individuals. As he watched Zhang Lin approach, his excitement was palpable. Young brother, you have finally arrived. Zhang Lin looked at Zhou Chuan, feeling somewhat surprised and curious. Does County Magistrate Zhou have something to instruct me? Zhou Chuan spread his hands, looking at the surrounding cement with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, there are matters that require your assistance in completing. Recently, some villagers from other areas have arrived, and we need to arrange accommodation for them. As you can see, Qin Lu is already overwhelmed with work. Thus, I require someone knowledgeable about cement usage to oversee the repairs of the buildings. Initially, I intended to assign this task to some commoners, but I found that they struggled to grasp the proportions. Hence, I thought of you. I believe you will encounter no difficulties in this regard. Hearing this, Zhang Lin smiled wryly at Zhou Chuan. County Magistrate Zhou, are you not concerned that I may also be unable to fulfill this task? Zhou Chuan shook his head, looking earnestly into Zhang Lin's eyes. Young brother, I have always had great faith in my ability to judge character. In terms of responsibility for this work, there is truly no one more suitable than you. Moreover, even if it does not go well, it can be regarded as experience, allowing for better practice in the future that I hope to provide everyone with opportunities to explore new fields. Zhou Chuan harbored a long-standing aspiration to cultivate the talents of Sichuan into leading figures across various domains. If there are no assistants, then one must nurture them, not only in literacy, but also in commerce and agriculture. Many fields require benchmarks capable of managing various affairs. This is Zhou Chuan's ambition. If achieved, its significance would be extraordinary, potentially elevating Sichuan to a status revered by many. This is the true essence of his vision. Zhou Chuan's lofty aspirations garnered Zhang Lin's deep respect. He understood well that with a discerning individual like Zhou Chuan at the helm, the pace of Sichuan's expansion would reach unprecedented heights. At the very least, he need not worry excessively about the region's development. The monthly incense revenue would surely rise. Contemplating this, Zhang Lin nodded at Zhou Chuan. Since you have faith in me, I cannot let you down. Leave this matter to me, Zhang Lin declared with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may inform me at the earliest opportunity. That I assure you that others will assist you. By the way, how resilient do you think the cement-constructed houses will be against disasters? Zhou Chuan inquired curiously. Also, do you have an estimated cost for the road repairs? Zhang Lin pondered for a moment. Cement houses should withstand flood disasters to about 80%. Only in extremely severe conditions would it be beyond human capability. In such weather, one must rely on the river Godas for the cost of road construction. I must speak candidly. Sichuan's current economic situation does not permit it. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly, while he had anticipated this. Hearing Zhang Lin verbalize, it still left him somewhat disheartened. After all, if the roads in Sichuan could be widened and repaired, it would not only attract more commoners, but also entice merchants to settle in the region. It was unexpected that Zhang Lin was so certain about the budget constraints, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. One could only deem it an unavoidable circumstance. After all, Sichuan is still in its nascent stages. Although the economy has shown signs of recovery, achieving road repairs may still prove challenging. For now, let us focus on repairing some houses. As for the roads, we may attempt them once Sichuan's economy is firmly established. Chapter 66. Resolute determination in a lavish villa within Kaiyang Prefecture. Wang Zhongguo knelt in the middle of the stone floor, drenched in sweat, his corpulent figure swaying under the sunlight. Sweat dripped from him like rain. Unceasing. Your Highness, this matter is absolutely true. Fifth Miss is resorting to any means necessary to preserve the Songshuan auction house. Her actions are merely a provocation directed at you. You cannot continue to ignore her. From behind the screen, a figure slowly emerged, a hand extending from behind it, pointing at Wang Zhongguo. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. If you wish to be a dog, then you must embody the spirit of dog, understand? At this, Wang Zhongguo's heart quivered slightly. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Investigate where this cement originates. Wang Zhongguo promptly rose, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. Just as Wang Zhongguo turned to leave, the low voice resounded once more. Wait. Wang Zhongguo turned back, glancing anxiously at the screen. Recently, the pearl market within Kaiyang Prefecture has been unstable. Ascertain the origins of these pearls. Gather as many as you can. Wang Zhongguo's lips twitched slightly. Pearls? He was well aware. At that time, he had narrowly missed acquiring these pearls. Fortunately, he had heard of their source. Your Highness, these pearls seemingly originate from Sichuan. In recent times, Sichuan has sent a considerable quantity of pearls, which is why the Songshuan auction house possesses so many. Upon hearing this, the figure behind the screen paused momentarily. Sichuan, such a county exists within Kaiyang Prefecture. How come I was unaware? Wang Zhongguo shook his head in confusion. Your Highness, I too find it perplexing. Sichuan was previously a backward county, yet has risen through the acquisition of pearls. I suspect this is all part of Fifth Miss's orchestrated scheme, intending to enable the Songshuan auction house to establish a foothold in Kaiyang Prefecture. From behind the screen, a pale-faced man emerged, holding a folding fan, his gaze icy as he regarded Wang Zhongguo. Then investigate thoroughly. If this is indeed a backup plan devised by Fifth Miss, then we shall dismantle it. She believes she can escape from my grasp through such means? Utterly delusional. Wang Zhongguo opened his mouth, nodding at the MANASU command. Your Highness. As Wang Zhongguo departed, the man's eyes glinted coldly. With a scoff, he muttered, Fifth Miss, do you think you can elude my grasp? Ridiculous. I will make you understand who the true master of this realm is. Within the Shenyuan auction house, Wang Zhongguo returned to his study, feeling a profound sense of relief. Visiting the fifth prince's residence had placed an immense burden upon him. It felt as if a sense of impending doom loomed, as if heads could roll at any moment. Cement? Oh, Wunyang, you have pinned all your hopes upon this cement, and this time I shall ensure your utter disgrace. Wang Zhongguo slapped the table, his gaze icy as he looked at the guards before him. Convey my orders. Summon the head of the Yang family. After a while, Yang Wu entered the study with a hint of curiosity. Surveying his surroundings, he hesitated. Wang Zhongguo, may I inquire what urgent matter prompted your summons? He asked cautiously, eyeing Wang Zhongguo. Observing Yang Wu's trepidation, Wang Zhongguo smirked slightly and approached him, patting his shoulder. Old Yang, have I not treated you well over the years? It is precisely because of me that you have smoothly inherited the position of family head. Yang Wu nodded hesitantly at this remark. I am indeed grateful for your kindness, but I cannot hand over the cement to you. Wu Zhangui has made it clear that if anyone dares to privately supply it to you, our collaboration will cease. Therefore, Wang Zhongguo, please do not put me in a difficult position regarding this matter. Wang Zhongguo, with a playful grin, patted Yang Wu's shoulder. Old Yang, Wu Zhangui has exaggerated the wonders of this cement. Do you not harbor any doubts? If such a miraculous substance truly existed, why did she not present it earlier? Yang Wu's eyes widened, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, it was a valid point. However, Wu Zhangui surely would not dare to be so brazen, especially in Kaiyang Prefecture. She had announced it to all the influential figures in the region. Moreover, the cement did indeed possess some intriguing qualities. Wang Zhongguo's gaze turned cold as he seized Yang Wu by the collar. I offer you one last chance. Will you join me in bringing down the Songshuan auction house? Once we ruin Wunyang, this cement will naturally fall into our hands. Yang Wu opened his mouth, shaking his head at Wang Zhongguo. Please, Do not force me into this that I truly have no way to comply. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Hearing this, Wang Zhonggui released his grip and sat down on a nearby chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Moments later, several guards emerged from the shadows. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to kill me? After all these years of friendship, you would betray me so? Wang Zhonggui glanced at Yang Wu with indifference, snorting coldly. I offered you a chance. Yet you failed to appreciate it. Rest assured, I will link your demise to this cement. When the time comes, I shall seek justice for you, though you will only be able to watch from the grave. Yang Wu attempted to rush at Wang Zhonggui, but before he could take more than a few steps, several guards firmly restrained him, leaving him no opportunity to move. Wang Lin, may you meet a wretched end. Yang Wu roared, but Wang Zhonggui merely gestured dismissively. In the next moment, Yang Wu collapsed in shock. Observing the scene, Wang Zhonggui tapped the table. Enough, clean up the Yang residence. And remember, encase Yang Wu in the cement. The guards nodded, bowing respectfully. As you command. As they departed, Wang Zhonggui drummed his fingers, rising to his feet. Cement! Soon the Sanchuan auction house shall be the target of everyone's ire to conspire against the Yang family and annihilate them. This is no trivial charge. Wang Zhonggui sneered. Chapter 67. A failed scheme turns against itself. Wunyang. For the sake of profit, you truly trample upon human life. Merely for this so-called cement, you dare to strike with such malice against the Yang family. At the entrance of the Sanchuan auction house, a crowd of onlookers exchanged glances as they beheld the furious Wang Zhonggui. His recent proclamation sent shivers through them. Cement? Wunyang emerged amidst the outcry, narrowing her eyes at Wang Zhonggui. Your words are somewhat inappropriate. Wang Zhonggui, the affairs of the Yang family have no bearing on the Sanchuan auction house. If you do not believe me, I can summon the authorities. Hearing this, Wang Zhonggui laughed coldly. The authorities? Who does not know your connections? To call upon them is merely an attempt to have them shield you. Wunyang frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Zhonggui. Your words suggest you desire a share of the spoils. You covet the profits of this cement and seek to involve yourself. Do you not? Wang Lin, you consistently treat others as fools that I see through your petty schemes. Wang Zhonggui's eyes narrowed, snorting derisively. Wunyang, do you believe that mere words can erase all suspicion? How laughable! If the Sanchuan auction house does not provide us with an explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yang Wu is my sworn brother. We share deep bonds. Yet he has fallen victim to your treachery that if I do not seek justice for him, can I still call myself a man? Wunyang's eyes chilled at this remark, a cold smile gracing her lips. Wang Lin, I have already summoned officials from the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter regarding the cement. I am confident that results will be forthcoming. Dali Temple? Wang Zhonggui's pupils constricted at her words. He had not anticipated Wunyang's ruthless resolve. The Dali Temple was known for its unwavering impartiality. Regardless of the background, they would show no mercy. Not only would they act against him, but those backing him would also face repercussions. Wu Zhangui, look at you. This is merely a minor dispute, yet you involve the Dali Temple. How about this? I will find a way to clarify the Yang family situation. As for the cement, I personally suggest we set it aside for now. Wang Jing narrowed his eyes, regarding Wunyang earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wunyang glanced at him, raising her hand in a dismissive gesture. Just a moment ago, Wang Zhonggui had been so arrogant. Why the sudden retreat? Wang Zhonggui, my advice is that before you attempt to frame others, consider your escape routes. Otherwise, such events will only repeat themselves. Wunyang crossed her arms, gazing at Wang Zhonggui, and suddenly recalled something. As for this cement, your words hold no weight, for I have already secured documentation from the Dali Temple. Upon seeing the document in Wunyang's hand, Wang Zhonggui's pupils dilated in disbelief. This document? How could this be? He could not help but gasp in shock that he understood that if Wunyang possessed this document, it signified that the Dali Temple had acknowledged the efficacy of the cement. It also meant that all his prior efforts had been rendered futile. Wang Zhonggui clenched his fists, taking a deep breath as his gaze turned sharp. This time, you have played your cards well. We shall see how this unfolds. As Wang Zhonggui departed, the onlookers shook their heads in disapproval. Wang Zhonggui is truly not to be trusted. For the sake of his own ambitions, he would turn against those close to him. I recall that the Yang family was once his lapdog. Discussing matters with such a profit-driven individual is indeed absurd. It is clear that if there were no benefits for Wang Zhonggui, he would not hesitate to discard anyone. The crowd began to murmur. They expressed their disdain for Wang Zhonggui's actions. Well then, since this matter has been clarified today, let us not waste any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the second batch of cement from the Sangshuan auction house is already in production. That we welcome you to participate in the second phase of the auction. That I believe none of you wish to endure another period of extreme weather where your safety is compromised. This cement, which constructs homes, shall provide you with the utmost security. With a grand gesture, Wu Yang expressed her excitement, her face alight with fervor. Upon hearing her words, the others widened their eyes in astonishment, their fists clenched tightly. This matter pertained to their very safety. A competition was imperative, especially considering that Wang Zhonggui's recent commotion, along with the official documentation from the Dali Temple, had elevated cement to a status akin to that of a deity in the eyes of the majority. To possess cement was to possess the future. In Sichuan County, Zhang Lin observed the diligent villagers toiling away, his mouth agape. During this time, he realized he had somewhat underestimated the enthusiasm of these villagers. Each one of them brimmed with vigor. They had been rising with the sun and laboring late into the night, completing construction tasks that would typically require half a month in a mere 3 days. Now, the outskirts of Sichuan County had been leveled to the ground, upon which stood an innumerable array of houses, appearing remarkably orderly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lin couldn't help but marvel that it was undeniable that the motivation of these common folk, driven by the desire for a better life, was extraordinary. As Zhang Lin pondered, Qin Lu approached him with a light chuckle. Little brother, it seems you have been managing quite well during this time. This speed is indeed impressive. Zhang Lin glanced at Qin Lu and nodded. Brother Qin, it's all thanks to the villagers' initiative. To be honest, the atmosphere here has truly moved me. These villagers are remarkably proactive. Qin Lu sighed softly. What a pity. Many of the citizens of Sichuan County left their homes in search of opportunities. I wonder where they are now. If only they knew that Sichuan County has undergone a tremendous transformation. Would they consider returning? As Qin Lu spoke, his emotions grew complex. He had once been part of that group, seeking a new path. Were it not for Bauer, he might not have contemplated returning at all. Others, he surmised, were likely still struggling in distant lands. Rest assured, they will all return, he added. Let us hope so. However, the probability seems slim, as each person's choices differ. Qin Lu shook his head, gazing at the scene before them. His lips pressed together. My greatest wish at present is to lead everyone out of poverty and toward prosperity, so that no one need worry about the so-called future. I want each person to truly come to love Sichuan County, to never leave this place. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder, offering a gentle smile. You must have faith in yourself and in others. This goal will surely be realized. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu looked up at Zhang Lin. Little brother, it is a promise. You must not abandon the others in Sichuan County. And if you happen to fancy a lady, do let me know. I shall find a way to make introductions for you. Among the unmarried women currently in Sichuan County, aside from the shopkeeper Wu, you might consider the others. Zhang Lin, taken aback by Qin Lu's words, couldn't help but chuckle. That I didn't expect you to start matchmaking already. Are you so worried I might leave that you wish to tether me here through such means? Brother Qin, fear not. I have no intention of departing. Sichuan County offers me a sense of tranquility and peace that grounds my heart. Qin Lu nodded. Well then, I shan't keep you longer. I must make a trip to the River God Temple. That is my turn to guard it today, and to see if the River God has any directives for us. Watching Qin Lu hurriedly depart, Zhang Lin shook his head in amusement. They were quite anxious, yet he could understand their concerns. Sichuan County was still in its nascent stages, and every talent counted at that moment. A rather surprised voice called out, You young rascal, have you truly immersed yourself to this extent? Zhang Lin turned to see the old blind man, a chicken leg in hand, gazing at him in astonishment. Zhang Lin, hearing this, cast a sideways glance at the old man and replied with a light chuckle. Senior, I merely wish to observe how everyone goes about their daily lives. Experiencing the mundane aspects of life is indeed a valuable endeavor. The old blind man fell silent for a moment before fixing his gaze on Zhang Lin. You young man, truly remarkable. Mind you, I only comprehended this principle a decade ago. Yet here you are, grasping the essence of life so early on. Oh, you know why there are so few wild gods above the 7th rank. Zhang Lin looked up at the old blind man, speaking softly. Are you suggesting that the influence of one's heart and mind plays a role in surpassing the 7th rank? The old blind man shot a disgruntled glance at Zhang Lin before nodding. Indeed, to ascend beyond the 7th rank, one must face tribulations. The most formidable of these is the trial of the heart. Many individuals possess a heart too frail, easily swayed by inner demons. Consequently, they cannot endure and succumb to madness. Zhang Lin felt a tightening in his chest. Tribulations? Inner demons? I never imagined such concepts existed. Yet, it made sense. After all, if one were plagued by inner demons, it indicated an inability to master powerful forces. To attempt to wield such power without mastery could only lead to disaster, resulting in potential madness. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Rest assured, I shall diligently heed your teachings and not disappoint you, Zhang Lin said, clasping his hands in respect. Hearing this, the old blind man glanced at Zhang Lin and waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware of your character. The reason I am here today is to assess your alchemical skills. Are you prepared to concoct 7th grade elixirs? The old blind man regarded Zhang Lin with keen interest. Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully. Reporting to you, Senior, 1 more month should suffice. After 1 month, you may begin to prepare the necessary herbs. The old blind man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Lin. You can't be jesting with an old man like me, can you? Is your breakthrough truly that effortless? Zhang Lin chuckled lightly. Whether it is genuine or not will be evident in a month's time. The old blind man took a deep breath, contemplating Zhang Lin for a moment. In that case, I shall refrain from rushing you. I hope you will not let me down. By the way, the cement you have developed has garnered considerable attention, even drawing the interest of the Dali Temple. I estimate that it won't be long before they send someone to investigate. So be cautious. Zhang Lin's pupils contracted. The Dali Temple has taken notice? This does not sound promising. If the Dali Temple is involved, it means that the Astral Observation Bureau cannot be far behind. His earlier sense of pride dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of urgency that weighed heavily on his heart. He needed to enhance his strength without delay. Thank you for informing me. Senior, the old blind man waved his hand. That's all for now. I must take my leave. With that, the old blind man vanished from Zhang Lin's sight. As he watched the old man's retreating figure, Zhang Lin took a deep breath. Indeed, the old blind man must have connections to the court. Otherwise, his intelligence would be far too astute. However, the old blind man did not appear to be affiliated with the Astral Observation Bureau. Had he been, Zhang Lin's life would have been forfeit from the outset. Moreover, even now, he had no absolute assurance of escaping the old man's grasp. He could distinctly sense that the old man's abilities were extraordinary. At least above the 6th rank, strength. Indeed, strength remains the most crucial asset. Zhang Lin shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, within the dully sea of Kaiyang Prefecture, a young woman stood poised, wielding a long spear that accentuated her striking presence. The red ribbon in her hair exuded a fiery passion. Opposite her, an elderly man, well past his 50s, furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance in her direction. Nonsense! Sichuan County is not a place for you. You must remain here in Kaiyang Prefecture. Upon hearing this, the woman snorted coldly, her tone turning serious. Impossible! Father, you should know my character. The fact that Sichuan County produces such a miraculous substance as cement compels me to see it for myself. You cannot stop me. The old man looked at her, opened his mouth, but fell silent. 3 days. You must return within 3 days. Chapter 69. The arrival of the young lady outside the city of Sichuan. The young woman in red stood at the gate, one hand gripping the reins of her exceptional steed, which held its head high, surveying the surroundings. observing the scene. Her eyes flickered slightly. Is this truly Sichuan County? It appears rather unremarkable. Could it be that the extraordinary essence of Sichuan lies not in the city itself, but in its inhabitants? As she pondered this, she found it difficult to reconcile the current sights with the legendary Sichuan she had envisioned. In terms of prosperity, Sichuan County seemed incomparable to Kaiyang Prefecture. Yet, it possessed the unusual capability to produce cement. That was indeed peculiar. As she approached the city gate, 2 guards spotted her and hurried forward, displaying broad smiles. Greetings, welcome to Sichuan County. The woman's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by the guard's unexpected warmth. After all, she had not disclosed her identity. Was it possible that the guard treated everyone with such cordiality? I am Xiao, visiting from Kaiyang Prefecture. I have heard tales of Sichuan County and came to see for myself, she said, giving a slight bow. Upon hearing this, the guards beamed with renewed enthusiasm, their demeanor becoming more respectful. It is our honor to have you here, Miss Xia. This is a commemorative handbook of Sichuan County, detailing our local delicacies and scenic spots. You may find it useful as a reference. Xiao stared in astonishment at the booklet presented by the guards. What? A commemorative handbook for visiting Sichuan County? Surely this is a jest. The service here is unexpectedly thorough. This revelation caught Xiao completely off guard. Typically, one would expect others to keep their treasures hidden, yet Sichuan County seemed eager to showcase its offerings. Thank you, she exclaimed, shaking off her surprise as she ventured further into the city as she surveyed the bustling streets. Her amazement only grew. From the moment she arrived, she had not encountered a single idle person. Everyone appeared to be diligently pursuing their own endeavors. Moreover, their faces radiated with smiles of contentment. This perplexed her greatly. It was common knowledge that individuals had varying aspirations, and consequently, different benchmarks for happiness. For a commoner living at the bottom rung of society, merely having enough to eat and drink constituted the pinnacle of happiness. However, for those accustomed to affluence and with aspirations for the future, one would expect their standards of happiness to be exceedingly high. Yet, the responses of the people here seemed incongruous. What is it about Sichuan County that feels so peculiar? Xiao murmured, her mind flooded with questions. That moment, a voice of surprise interrupted her thoughts. This is your first visit to Sichuan County, isn't it? Xiao turned to see Zhou Chuan standing nearby. Gazing at her with a hint of confusion, she cast a fleeting glance at him and replied coolly, "And who might you be? This matter should not concern you." Zhou Chuan shook his head, chuckling lightly. I am Zhou Chuan, the county magistrate of Sichuan. That's the magistrate. It is my duty to know your origins. Surely that is not unreasonable. Xiao furrowed her brow, regarding Zhou Chuan with skepticism. You are Zhou Chuan. You seem rather ordinary. Not at all what I had imagined. Zhou Chuan was taken aback by her words. What do you mean by that? Am I being dismissed? He regarded Xiao with a hint of annoyance. I intended to assist you by inquiring about your needs. Yet here I am subjected to personal attacks. Xiao merely shrugged. I am simply a bit disappointed. I had expected the county magistrate of Sichuan to possess extraordinary capabilities. Not just an ineffectual scholar. For years, I have held those of your ilk in disdain at my apologies. It was not intentional. Zhou Chuan's lips twitched in response. Really now, by the way, I neglected to introduce myself properly. I am Xiao, daughter of the minister of the deities in Kaiyang Prefecture. Zhou Chuan's pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at her. That a member of the deities? I am well aware of their reputation. They are known for their impartiality in matters of justice. Has someone from the deities spoken ill of Sichuan County? A sense of unease gripped Zhou Chuan. To have the deities scrutinizing them was far from favorable. Although the citizens of Sichuan County were currently content and thriving, any negative revelations could obliterate their hard-won progress. Miss Xia, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Sichuan County has been adhering to the law and has not overstepped its bounds. I wonder if you have heard any slanderous remarks that may have led to misunderstandings regarding our county? Zhou Chuan asked, visibly tense. Xiao waved her hand dismissively, slamming the butt of her spear onto the ground, her eyes glinting with intensity. Who is responsible for the cement and pearls? Zhou Chuan's pupils narrowed. Indeed, she has come for those 2 matters. If Xiao were to discover that these gifts were bestowed by Lord Hebo, she might very well extend an invitation to him in Kaiyang Prefecture. The thought of losing Lord Hebo's presence sent a pang of anxiety through Zhou Chuan. Surely, all our efforts cannot be in vain, he resolved internally. Very well. It was my doing. If you have any questions, Miss Xia, feel free to ask. If you harbor doubts about our cement, do not hesitate to voice them. Zhou Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Xia Yao glanced at him, shaking her head with a hint of disdain. Your words might deceive others, but not me. It is laughable. If you truly had the ability to produce cement, you would not have fallen out of favor with the Prime Minister, leading you to be exiled to Sichuan County. Magistrate Zhou, I advise you to speak truthfully, or I cannot guarantee what evaluation I might render regarding Sichuan County. Chapter 70. An unassailable existence. I have just spoken the truth. If it were not my doing, who else in Sichuan County could possess such capability? Zhou Chuan regarded Xie Yao, and after a moment of silence, he said with utmost gravity, I will certainly investigate who is responsible for the cement. When the time comes, your lies will be laid bare. Xie Yao snorted coldly, her demeanor indifferent. Zhou Chuan, upon hearing this, clapped his hands together. In that case, feel free to observe as you wish. However, I must emphasize that you are not permitted to disrupt the lives of any villagers. Xie Yao crossed her arms, her expression skeptical as she regarded Zhou Chuan. Rest assured, I am not so idle as to meddle in your affairs, and my sole interest lies in the cement. I merely wish to uncover who was the first to discover it. Xie Yao led her steed towards Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan watched her departing figure, shaking his head in disbelief. It must be said that Xie Yao's presence weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, the Dali Temple. Once they intervened, many matters transformed entirely. That moment. Zhang Lin stood not far away, observing Zhou Chuan's worried demeanor, and approaching with a jug of wine. It was surprising to see the county magistrate troubled by other affairs. It seemed that this visitor held a status of considerable significance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan could not help but shake his head and let out a soft sigh. This was not merely complicated. It was akin to handling a hot potato. If this young lady were displeased with Sichuan County, it could spell disaster. Particularly, the extraordinary abilities of Lord Hebo must remain undisclosed to her, or else calamity might ensue. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Chuan. Why is county magistrate so concerned about her interaction with Lord Hebo? Could it be that if she were to learn of Lord Hebo's miraculous powers, she would take some drastic action? Zhou Chuan sighed again and nodded. You may not know this, but beneath the capital, there are not many recognized deities. Thus, upon arriving in Sichuan County, I surmise that Lord Hebo is likely a wild god. If the individuals from the Qintian Supervisory Office were to discover that we have a wild god in Sichuan County, they would undoubtedly strike, eliminating Lord Hebo without hesitation. Therefore, I absolutely cannot allow such a situation to arise. Hearing this, Zhang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhou Chuan was aware of the existence of wild gods. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Zhou Chuan was the current top scholar, someone who had certainly experienced the world. Knowing about wild gods was not surprising. According to Zhou Chuan's logic, if this person posed a potential risk of leaking information, why not simply expel her to avoid trouble? Zhang Lin regarded Zhou Chuan with curiosity. Zhou Chuan patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder. This matter is not as straightforward as you might think. This individual has a substantial background, one that I cannot afford to offend. If we were to drive her away, that would be the end of any opportunity. Zhang Lin observed Zhou Chuan's conflicted expression and chuckled lightly. County magistrate, there is a saying, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. Perhaps she harbors no significant hostility toward Sichuan County. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Zhou Chuan smiled wryly. I can only hope that is the case. As Zhou Chuan departed, Zhang Lin scrutinized his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. The involvement of the Dali Temple had indeed taken him by surprise. He had merely released some cement, yet the reaction was far greater than anticipated. If even more novel items were introduced, would Sichuan County not become a target for scorn? Contemplating this, Zhang Lin felt a heaviness in his heart. However, if he refrained from utilizing these scarce resources or introduced these intriguing novelties, How could he procure substantial supplies? It was inconceivable for him to disregard the well-being of the common folk solely for self-preservation. Like those wild gods, Zhang Lin clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. His gaze resolute. At this juncture, he could only take a gamble. He would observe whether Xie Yao would indeed pose a threat. If she proved to be restless, he would have no option but to employ risky measures, utilizing dream manipulation techniques to alter her consciousness and memories within the realm of dreams. However, individuals like Xie Yao surely possess protective artifacts, leaving Zhang Lin without complete confidence. Very well. During this interval, he would strive to enhance his dream manipulation abilities. The greater the proficiency he attained, the higher the probability of success would soar. Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xie Yao surveyed the scenes within Sichuan County, snorting disdainfully as she glanced towards the county magistrate's residence. Did Zhou Chuan think he could deceive her? That was nothing short of fantasy. Moreover, the more he attempted to conceal the truth, the more it indicated that there were hidden circumstances if there were indeed a concealed talent within Sichuan County. Extracting such an individual for Kaiyang Prefecture would be a true demonstration of utilizing one's capabilities to the fullest. Zhou Chuan, did you not wish to retain such talent within your Sichuan County? Yet, you choose to act so furtively. Humph. The more you do this, the less I shall allow you to succeed. I am determined to unearth this person. With a haughty snort, Xie Yao declared. Suddenly, a sound of weeping pierced the air. Xie Yao turned to see Bao, rubbing her eyes, standing behind her. Witnessing this scene, Xie Yao felt somewhat at a loss. Little one, what seems to be the trouble? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, Bao looked up timidly at Xie Yao and said, Sister, I cannot find my father. Xie Yao was taken aback by this revelation. Please, tell me in detail what has happened. Rest assured, Sister will certainly assist you. After attentively listening to Bao's account, Xie Yao grasped the situation. Bao had been out shopping with her father, and when she turned around, he was nowhere to be seen. Xie Yao shook her head in disbelief. This was not a case of Bao's father being lost. Rather, it was Bao who had wandered off. With a gentle sigh, Xie Yao reached out to pat Bao on the head. Speaking soothingly, fear not, Bao. I shall take you to find your father right away. Bao nodded vigorously. Observing Bao's earnestness, Xie Yao's eyes suddenly glimmered. By the way, Bao, do you know anything about the cement? Chapter 71. Betraying Lord Hebo? Impossible. Cement? Sister, do you mean the stuff they put on houses? Bao's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed at Xie Yao. Xie Yao nodded. Precisely. Do you know who invented that cement? Bao eagerly nodded. Of course I do. As long as you help me find my father, I will tell you who invented that cement. Bao replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xie Yao paused, casting a slightly exasperated look at Bao. This little rascal. Who would have thought she would be so astute in this regard? It was rather unexpected. Clearing her throat, Xie Yao said seriously, Very well, I can agree to your terms, but little one, you mustn't deceive your sister. I truly detest children who tell lies. Bao nodded emphatically, extending her hand in assurance. Sister need not worry, I never tell lies. Seeing Bao's earnest demeanor, Xie Yao finally relaxed. She then took Bao's hand and began to inquire around it. Any of you know where this child's father might be? Bao, her father was just over there at the factory, working overtime. A factory? Xie Yao exclaimed, surprised. There's an independent factory in Sichuan County. This was absurd. This was hardly a backward county. In the entire Kaiyang Prefecture, there were no more than 3 counties with factories. Yet now she was being told that Sichuan County had one. Most likely, it was a facade for something else entirely. How could Sichuan County possibly possess such a thing? Very well, let us consider this an opportunity to help Bao find her father. And perhaps I might discover something significant in front of the factory. Xie Yao's eyes widened as she beheld the expansive grounds spanning over a dozen acres. What? This is a factory. By mere area? Even a factory in Kaiyang Prefecture would not compare. This tiny Sichuan County actually has such scale? Is this a joke? Are you sure this is a factory? Xie Yao asked Bao, still finding it hard to believe. Bao nodded. The cement is mass-produced from here. Xie Yao opened her mouth in astonishment. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Incredible. Xiao pushed open the door without a hint of hesitation and strode inside. Upon witnessing the bustling crowd within, she was utterly taken aback. The cement was being produced at an astonishing speed before her eyes. That moment, Qin Lu emerged from the factory, his gaze landing on the little girl on the ground. And he broke into a radiant smile. Bao, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to wait for my return at home? Bao widened her eyes and, looking earnestly at Xiao beside her, replied, It was this sister who brought me here. Hearing this, Qin Lu quickly inclined his head towards Xiao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I will take care of Bao from here. Xiao looked up at Qin Lu, gesturing with her hand. Little one, I fulfilled my promise to you. Now what about your promise to me? Bao, upon hearing this, lifted her head to meet Xiao's gaze and earnestly responded. Sister, that cement is from Hebo. Before Bao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qin Lu. He glanced at Xiao, offering an awkward smile. This child's words are not to be trusted. If you have no further business, once I finish here, I shall personally express my gratitude. Xiao furrowed her brow at Qin Lu. She could sense that he was certainly aware of the truth, yet chose to conceal it. It seemed the matter at hand was far more complicated than she had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, she adopted a serious demeanor. Sir, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I am from the Dali Temple of Kaiyang Prefecture. And now, the cement from your Sichuan County has led to a loss of life. I have been dispatched here to uncover the truth. Therefore, I kindly request your cooperation in this investigation. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Xiao. What? Someone died because of this cement? He quickly waved his hands in denial. That my lady. You must be mistaken. This cement is not something edible, and its texture is so soft. How could it possibly cause a death? Xiao scoffed coldly, locking her gaze firmly on Qin Lu's eyes. Do you think I am deceiving you? Let me inform you. The implications of this situation are extremely severe, and we cannot afford any missteps. It would be in your best interest to come clean. Otherwise, I shall assume that you are the inventor of this cement, and you will be obliged to accompany me back to Kaiyang Prefecture, where you will find yourself imprisoned. At that point, you may never have the chance to see such a lovely child again. As Xiao's words hung in the air, Qin Lu fell silent. His gaze shifted momentarily to Bao, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After much internal conflict, he finally exhaled deeply, looking into Xiao's eyes. He assumed a grave demeanor. That my lady. To speak frankly, I am indeed the inventor of this cement. Therefore, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I assure you of my cooperation to provide an explanation for the deceased citizen. Xiao widened her eyes, momentarily taken aback by Qin Lu's admission. She had not anticipated that he would rather bear the burden of guilt than reveal the truth to her. This was a capital offense. What kind of power did this person possess to make a father forsake his wife and children? Clenching her fists, Xiao drew a long spear from behind her and pressed it against Qin Lu's neck. Do not think I am threatening you. That if you are indeed the mastermind behind this, I shall surely end your life to avenge the fallen citizen, she stated icily. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu closed his eyes in resignation. Contemplating a notion of betraying Lord Hebo, how could he possibly do that? Over this time, Lord Hebo had shown him unparalleled kindness. Were it not for Lord Hebo, his entire family would have perished long ago. Now, to sacrifice Lord Hebo for his own safety, absurd. Xiao opened her mouth, standing rooted in place before retracting her spear. Qin Lu's reaction left her speechless. What kind of brainwashing had these masterminds employed? Chapter 72. The impossibility of deities. Once again, I assert that I am the mastermind behind this. If you choose not to believe me, there is nothing more I can do, Qin Lu stated with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Xiao glowered at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. This man was truly obstinate. Once I uncover the truth, if it turns out to be you, I will ensure that your life is forfeit, she declared coldly. After stating this, Xiao turned on her heel and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Bao looked at Qin Lu with confusion. Father, why did you claim that this cement is your invention? Before she could finish, Qin Lu covered her mouth, a serious expression crossing his face. Bao, remember, you must never speak of the cement in front of this person. She is not a good person. Bauer blinked and nodded. Understand, in the dead of night, within the confines of her own room, Xiao stood by the window, gazing at the surroundings, lost in thought. Why did it seem as if these individuals had conspired in advance? Their stories aligned? Xiao inhaled deeply, her expression darkening. Something was amiss. This sudden change felt strange to her. Did they believe that such tactics could obscure the identity of this immense creator? A cold smile crept across her face. The more they acted this way, the more determined she became to uncover the truth behind it all. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. Miss Xia. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao gripped her spear and approached the door, opening it to reveal Zhou Chuan standing there, his gaze complex as he regarded her. Counter-Magistrate Zhou, what brings you here? Do you intend to divulge the truth to me? Xiao could not suppress a cold laugh. Zhou Chuan shook his head, taking a deep breath. Miss Xia, I merely wish to understand your claim that citizens in Kaiyang Prefecture have died due to cement, that I would like to know the specific circumstances surrounding it. This cement is an invention of our Sichuan County, and now that lives have been lost, as the magistrate, I must grasp the full context. Xiao furrowed her brow upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, she replied solemnly, the entire Yang family has been exterminated. The head of the Yang family was even buried alive with cement. When the cement first arrived in Kaiyang Prefecture, its influence was limited. The quantity available could only have come from your Sichuan County. Zhou Chuan's eyes widened in shock. So, it was like this. This massacre is evidently a case of revenge. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Chuan's face. Miss Xia, you must understand that the distance between Kaiyang Prefecture and Sichuan County is considerable. Transporting goods would require a lengthy period, and if someone from Sichuan County held a grudge against the Yang family, it would be nearly inconceivable for us to deliver such a large quantity of cement to Kaiyang Prefecture in a feasible time frame. Clearly, someone is attempting to frame us. Xiao narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Are you suggesting that I am causing a ruckus here? Am I making things difficult for you? Zhou Chuan spread his hands, looking at her calmly. I am not saying that Miss Xia is being unreasonable. I merely wish to caution you that your investigative direction may be entirely misguided. The true culprit must be within Kaiyang Prefecture. Extinguish an entire family under so many watchful eyes. Even a single Sichuan County, let alone 10, would find it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat. Therefore, I am certain that those behind this are the influential figures of Kaiyang Prefecture. Xiao was taken aback by the series of words spoken by Zhou Chuan. Truly, Zhou Chuan lived up to his reputation as a brilliant scholar. In such a brief span of time, he had already unraveled the mysteries surrounding the matter. Indeed, appointing him as the magistrate of Sichuan County seemed somewhat of an underutilization of his talents. Zhou, the magistrate, was undoubtedly a discerning individual. Therefore, I shall share my intentions with you. I merely wish to know what sort of genius could invent such a wondrous substance as cement. Xiao regarded Zhou Chuan with an expression of calmness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. I am not worthy of being called a genius as you describe. Mississippi, however, if you're referring to the one who developed cement, then that would be me. Zhou Chuan replied with an air of tranquility. Xiao furrowed her brows and glanced at Zhou Chuan. Since you are reluctant to divulge further, so be it. However, I intend to remain in Sichuan County for a while longer. So you had best pray that no one reveals the truth, that if I discover that you have deceived me, you shall surely come to know the severe consequences. The corners of Zhou Chuan's mouth twitched slightly as he coughed, then turned to depart. The fact that Xiao would linger in Sichuan County for an extended period was uncertain. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Zhou Chuan shook his head, feeling rather helpless. The following morning, Xiao arrived at the riverbank, surprised to behold the river god temple in the distance. How could this temple be so much more opulent than the magistrate's residence? Moreover, it appeared to be the only temple she had encountered in Sichuan County. Xiao frowned, lost in thought. Something was amiss. Could it be that the river god temple harbored some hidden secrets? With that in mind, Xiao proceeded towards the temple without hesitation. As she walked, Xiao could not help but glance around. Upon nearing the lavish temple, she was momentarily stunned. The grandeur of the river god temple was such that only a few could rival it within Kaiyang Prefecture. Yet, The peculiarity lay in the fact that this was not Kaiyang Prefecture. It was merely Sichuan County, a place once deemed the most impoverished of locales, now boasting such a magnificent temple. The strangeness of it all was overwhelming. Upon entering the river god temple and surveying its interior, Xiao's pupils constricted in shock. How could this be? This idol. She could sense an indescribable pressure emanating from the statue. This could only imply one thing. The sheer number of devotees who came to worship here had coalesced a formidable force of belief around the idol. This left Xiao in a state of disbelief. Was this the secret of Sichuan County? Did it possess a divine residence? Yet, that could not be right. She recalled her father stating that such a small place as Sichuan County could not possibly harbor a deity. Wild deity? Impossible! In a remote and impoverished place like Sichuan County, a wild deity would surely flee at the first opportunity, Xiao murmured to herself, shaking her head in disbelief. Hearing this, Zhang Lin, who stood outside the river god temple, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That Xiao truly engaging in indiscriminate attacks. This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Xiao emerged from the temple and, noticing Zhang Lin in the distance, her eyes flickered slightly. Approaching him, she inquired earnestly, "You are a resident of Sichuan County, correct? Do you know why the river god temple has been restored to such splendor?" Zhang Lin nodded, chuckling lightly. The reason is quite simple. In the hearts of many common folk, they rely on water for their livelihoods. Thus they venerate the so-called river god for peace of mind. This reflects the true condition of ordinary people. Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you attempting to deceive me? Do you think I am unaware of the truth? Even if they sought to pay homage, it could not reach such extravagant heights. Moreover, the people of Sichuan County lead lives of considerable poverty." Zhang Lin, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Xiao with a light laugh. The people of Sichuan County are impoverished. Today's residents are merely few in number. In terms of individual income, they cannot be said to be poorer than those in Kaiyang Prefecture. Xiao frowned, surveying Sichuan County with skepticism. Given its geography, extensive farming was unfeasible, and their sources of income relied primarily on the river. Pearls were not abundant daily, and fish. Before she could finish her thought, she was taken aback that a group of villagers nearby was hauling in a substantial catch of fish with their thick nets. Thousands of fish left her utterly astonished. Did the residents here truly catch such quantities daily? That shouldn't be possible. Though the river was sizable, the number of fish should not reach such an outrageous level. Xiao expressed her confusion. Zhang Lin shrugged in resignation. Yet reality is as it is. Perhaps these fish simply have a penchant for the residents of Sichuan County. Additionally, beyond ordinary fish, the river also yields many other treasures, such as pearls and corals. This revelation, Xiao was rendered speechless. What she had witnessed today was indeed beyond her expectations. Could it be that Sichuan County was truly a land of fortune? Otherwise, how could it be so absurd? Even so, the county's development could not sustain itself indefinitely. A singular means of harvest, once confronted with extreme weather, would inevitably suffer great repercussions, and to that point, trouble would surely arise. Xiao raised her chin, somewhat haughtily declaring, "I shall be vigilant." Zhang Lin chuckled softly, but said nothing further. However, Xiao soon found herself unable to contain her emotions, for at that moment, a group of villagers approached, carrying an array of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing the spiritual herbs, Xiao gasped in astonishment, her excitement palpable. That's sansure grass. It is an essential ingredient for concocting the soul-returning pill. Though not of high vintage, it is still a rare find. The sight before her was overwhelming that if one were to trade this sansure grass for mundane gold, even a single stalk could fetch a hefty sum. Yet here were villagers carrying them in droves, and oh wonder, Zhang Lin had claimed the living conditions of Sichuan County's residents were not inferior to those of Kaiyang Prefecture. It turned out that in addition to cement, Sichuan County held an abundance of treasures. What puzzled her was why the residents had not discovered these valuable resources earlier. As she recalled, 3 years prior, Sichuan County had still been the most backward of regions. Zhang Lin glanced toward the magistrate's residence, chuckling softly. This is all thanks to the magistrate. He is the current top scholar. having traveled far and wide, experiencing diverse cultures. Thus, it is only natural for him to recognize these medicinal herbs. As for the aquatic products, previously it was simply that the residents lacked appropriate sales channels. Now that Magistrate Zhou has connected with its Songxian auction house, these goods have found opportunities for trade, naturally lifting them from poverty. Hearing this, Xie Yao's eyes flickered. For some reason, she felt that Zhang Lin was attempting to deceive her. Yet, at present, she possessed no evidence to substantiate her doubts. Very well, I shall trust you this once. But what of the cement? I have observed many residents in Sichuan County beginning to utilize it for constructing houses that I noticed they incorporate fragments of stone and iron. What is the reason for this? Xie Yao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Lin looked into Xie Yao's eyes, chuckling softly. Cement acts as a binding agent, effectively adhering the fragments of stone together. The addition of iron serves a similar purpose, enhancing the stability of the structures. This was all proposed by Magistrate Zhou, who is also nurturing some children, aspiring to provide them with opportunities for learning. Xie Yao opened her mouth, falling into silence. She could sense the truth in Zhang Lin's words that it was evident that Zhou Chuan was indeed dedicating himself to the betterment of Sichuan County. To have such a magistrate was indeed fortunate. Understand, rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for your Magistrate Zhou. Now, I shall take my leave. Xie Yao took a deep breath and, gazing earnestly at Zhang Lin, remarked that this journey to Sichuan Prefecture had proven to be immensely fruitful for her. Upon her return, she was determined to share all these matters with her father. At the very least, she needed to ensure that the development of Sichuan Prefecture would proceed smoothly. Observing Xie Yao's departing figure, Zhang Lin couldn't help but shake his head. He had finally managed to divert her attention. The young lady of the Xie family was indeed not easily swayed. The primary concern was that if she lingered any longer, the upcoming sacrificial ceremony on the 15th would certainly be adversely affected, and the incense value to be gained might be alarmingly scant. Soon, tomorrow's collection of incense value should allow him to break through to the 7th grade alchemist realm. After repairing the alchemical furnace, he might even attempt to enhance his own strength using these elixirs. Zhang Lin murmured to himself. Just then, Zhou Chuan approached him, unable to suppress a smile upon witnessing his demeanor. Did that young lady Xie give you any trouble? Zhang Lin waved his hand dismissively. She must have taken her leave. Zhou Chuan paused, taken aback in disbelief. She left? Chapter 74. Breaking Through to the 7th Grade Alchemist. Indeed, she had already departed. Zhang Lin chuckled lightly at Zhou Chuan's astonished expression. Zhou Chuan rubbed his eyes, gazing ahead in sheer amazement. I had thought she would relentlessly pursue the matter, determined to uncover the true developer of the cement. I was genuinely worried that, at this rate, the grand sacrificial ceremony on the 15th might be compromised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin shook his head. Perhaps she believed she had uncovered all the truths, and remaining here would merely be a waste of time.